as I say, give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why hello. How's everybody doing? It's time to make a new terrible build idea. Did I save the rough path of building? This is the total plan. I've made a rough tree that I think is probably okay. And it looks like this. How is the Bladeful one? It is. How the fuck am I gonna level it? What am I gonna do? Need Bladeful of Impale? I do. The only one on the market was RPGs. I do still need a Bladeful of Impale. Cry? Like, how do you level this? What do you even... How? You do penance brand? Surely not. How many WoW essences? I do not. I dropped all my essences in guild yesterday. Surely not. I mean, like, I am all the way up there. Anyway. But... oh god, it just doesn't have anything. It just doesn't have... It's a good question. What level is the shield? I bet it's too high level to use to level. $68. It's horrendous. Oh, it's horrendous. Oh no. This is also like all the gear I have for the character. It's nowhere near enough to put on this as a chest. Damn. Damn. So much travel around the strength area. Still only have 400 strength. I mean... 500, I guess. $550? Playful of impaling. Thank you. Levels Bladeful 28. 28. God damn. God damn. Okay. Well, I gotta pick some way to level this character. It literally can't function below level 68 because that's the gear requirement. So we can do some respecking, but it's a goddamn champion. What are we playing? What are we doing? How do we even... how do we level it? I don't even fucking know. Explosive arrow.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Oh, I've got respecs. Do I just go deck stacking? Do we have like a hollow palm set up at all? I think this is ordinarily mute. Thank you very much for the 4-month resub. Normally, in normal situations, I try very hard to level as the skill I'm going to play. But in this instance, Bladeful of Impaling requires 100% crit to work, and all of the scaling for the entire build comes out of this. So I literally can't play the build that I want to play until level 68. There is no lower level version of this. I can't do it. Which means I can't even tell if the build is going to work or not until level 68. Oh, I changed your build a little, Blakey. This one? I made it a little tiny bit better. Crafted new boots for 100% ailment avoidance. And then I just got rid of grace entirely, put hatred on permanently, and put zealotry on the blessing, and got this crit hatred eye. And now it's like 95% crit without crit strikes. If I divine this and recraft this to have the crit to spells instead of double damage, I get a whole support. It's actually insane. I'm already quitting though because it's way too strong. It did every Uber except the red one because I can't play Frogger. But it's just way too strong. People are trying to tell me it's doing half the damage it's meant to do because of a bug. And I can't get behind that. I can't do it. What you got around your neck is a heat pack for my back. I don't know what I did. I guess I existed while being old and something happened to my back and now it hurts too much. Like I didn't lift anything. I didn't turn a weird way. Nothing happened. I just existed while being old. And then now I guess my back hurts. Wait up, what's the tip? It's just that little bit at the end of the shot. Anyway. I didn't want to taunt. Wait, why is everybody coming together to make sure this terrible build has good gear? So we can only blame it on my shit build making? Is that what's happening? Probably a train wreck. Don't copy. That's a good call. Probably a train wreck. Don't copy. Okay. I'm always a little worried because I feel like I didn't see YouTube chat. Quick scroll. Somebody did say hello in YouTube. I did not see it. Test. Hello. Okay, it's working now. Now I can see chat. JD, how you doing? Wait, can I? Hang on. I said test. It came through. Somebody else said yo, and it did not come through. Excuse me, Restream bot? Could you fucking do your job? It's not my fault. No, it's not your fault. Oh, that came through. Okay, quick, Shads. What the fuck do I level this character as? Surely there has to be an answer. We don't have... I don't know. Apparently we don't have the dex stacking leveling gear. Well, why we don't have, I mean, I don't know where, we don't know where it is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is, we don't know where it is. That's the bigger problem. See if anyone in global knows. Oh. Episode of the time on YouTube when it work. I got no clue about bow gear. I don't know if that's gonna be worth a substantial amount. Double flat is nice, an additional arrow is nice, but nobody wants resistance on their quivers. There's one of the 100 people not online. It might be. Alright, if nobody's got them, did I catch the Gazzy interview? I did not. If nobody's got it, I'll just put together regular gear and I'll pick something and throw it on. So I need to get regular leveling gear, like 7 league steps and shit. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a pair. Gloves. There. And this one. I'd already prepared some of the stuff that I had, but I think that was it. Why are you wearing that thing? I actually broke myself yesterday. It's a heating pad. Like a heat pack, that's the word. It's a heat pack. I don't know, I just woke up being old and then now I'm in pain. Sounds like you're getting old. I think I was getting old 4 years ago. I've gotten old now. How old are you? Old enough. Mid 30s? $36, I think. Is that right? I think I'm 36 now. Doing the Atlas when you just have it all in a tab ready to go, so relaxing. How did you end up with a tab full of Atlas completion maps? Did you like bring them with you or did you buy a pack from someone? Bought them with you? Nice. Okay, so just having a quick look again. We don't have deck sacking stuff, so I mean, it's not that long of a rush to just go straight up like that. It's only like 3 respec points, and we can just level. We could just level brands. You'll be really sad for like half the first act and then you won't even notice, right? Like if I put brands on, by the time I make it to this node, I won't care anymore. All right, fuck it. What about a... Do we have any...
Just leaving the door open for the dog.
Yeah, just leave it open. Okay.
Front door. Also, could be important timing for me.
I'll try and listen out.
If you miss it, I'll just have to pick it up from the back.
Yep. I'll never hear it. Spoiler. But I'll try. I don't know if we have any Stormbrand of indecisions. You remember the Stormbrand name? What the fuck? Penance brand of dissipation, Stormbrand of indecision. What? Their skill name. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why would I forget their skill name? Gorgeous. And adorned. What about how would you rate ball lightning static totem build? I'm not a huge totem fan, so I personally wouldn't love it. But its damage should be super high. I don't think it'll be like bad. I just wouldn't love it myself. Okay. Got that, got that, got 2 replica signs that I can just pull out of here. Huh, we got a melding in there too. Nice. 2 fucking astral projectors. Can't believe how much more common astral projectors are. You'll do for now. I'll put you back in the shiny garbage tab later. Then we pull out 2 of these rings. I think that's it. I think that's it. One of them, one of them, one of them. Should be fine. Willows, how you doing? Not related to what you're doing now, but what's the trick to get red maps to drop? My Atlas seems fine. I still have lots of red maps not completed. Okay, so the first question is going to be, look, the best way to give you a proper good answer would be to see a screenshot of your Atlas. Can I? It's because there's a few different things you could be doing wrong, and I don't know what thing you're doing that's wrong, but you're doing something wrong. in some way, but it could be so many things. You'll do. You'll do. Off we go then. Any reason to run? I don't think so. I actually have no idea. I actually have no idea. Now that I think about it a little bit. Love quant farming in this game. I love quant farming in every game. Every game. I wonder if there's a table here. Oh. You see managed strategy to conquer a map, drop some Warcry shenanigans duping maps? No, but I love it. Is he doing the Warcry mobs drop loot on the Maven witnessed bosses and getting extra maps out of them? Because if so, that's fucking amazing. I'm going to be honest, I never would have thought of that until it was just said in chat, and then it was very obvious. Like as soon as you said, oh, war crying for extra loot, I was like, how? Oh. It was easy to work out, but I would never have thought of that on my own. I also need a Kuru ward. Do we have like a Karuri ward anywhere? Shiny garbage? No. I mean, a replica ward would be even better just for when I change to Stormbrand at level 12. But the replica wards didn't end up back in here. There's several, but they never ended up back in the heist tab. Take a regular one for now. Thank you. Planetary for the Atlas. Oh, that's good. That's good to have. But I actually meant your Atlas. Like just a straight up screenshot of your Atlas. Timosha, can't see it. I'm okay with that. Oh no. I'm level 4 and I don't have the int to level spark. I was gonna go straight for this because it gives me int. Okay, next level I can level spark. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. An interesting observation. The whole crit wave give mastery. Energy as it should be crit capture, right? Do we do extra crits against like mobs that are on consecrated ground or shocked mobs, or like extra crit for like some other reason? With Flask, if you're running a diamond flask. Like, there's got to be a reason. But I have a question. The wand. Yes. Trielli or Fizz? Trielli. I actually think Fizz weapons in general are actually shit now. I would never build a Fizz wand or a Fizz bow at all. It's not quite true. I would still build Fizz if I was with an Aura bot. It's the only way they outclass. So I'm looking, but it's also not crit. So I still want an imbued one because it's got the fastest attack speed, right? But we're looking at like imbued wand attack speed and then like, I don't know, got multi or something. Like double damage doesn't work. What are you cooking this time, or the wand I'm talking about? I want to make a wanding immortal pathfinder. Not only do I think in theory that I'll be able to absolutely face tank every single Uber boss in the game, but it should also have the like stupidly fantastic clear that wanders are known for at the same time. In theory. No crit. I mean, it's not like a deal breaker if it has crit on it. It just doesn't scale with crit at all. This is a screenshot. All right, let's have a look. Okay, there's nothing too horrendous here. And let's have a quick look at this. Wait. It's the same thing. That's the same thing. This is just your Atlas tree. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I want this screen. It is. Let's have a look. Okay, so this is what I thought might happen. So your completion is actually relatively low, and more importantly, you don't have your 2 watchstones. So the way you should be addressing this is doing right now the highest tier map you currently don't have completion on that you own. That if that means that you're running maps down here, that's fine. We're after not necessarily getting the highest tier map, but getting a new completion every single time. Also, Kirak sells maps that he will have maps appropriate for you to buy. And then on top of that, there are the Kirak dailies. And you should be using both of them to pump your completion up. Your biggest goal should be trying to eventually get your 2 watchstones. Because if you get at least the first 2 watchstones, that's when your map sustain will start to kick in really, really well. You need those though. The biggest reason is each one of these watchstones is the 25% chance to drop 1 tier higher. So they're insanely good. But it's going to be difficult to get with your completion. So you're probably looking at just completing lower tier maps a little bit. Get an extra 20, 30 completion on your Atlas. If you decide to take like 2 or 3 hours at most and just be like, I don't care about progressing the storyline, I care the most about getting the most amount of Atlas passives possible, and just completing every single new map that you have and every single new map that Kirak will offer you and every single new map that the Kirak daily will offer you, you'll suddenly be in a much better position to progress. So there are ways around that. The reason that you, at least I think, I'm making some assumptions, the reason you feel like you should be able to just complete and continue into high tier red maps is because that's what you see everybody do. And that's what all of the guides are doing. They're like, oh, I made it to Eater and X-Arch in 6 hours. They're doing some shenanigans that I think most people shouldn't do. It's a really easy to understand shenanigan, and I'll show you what it is that makes their completion really, really good. But in most cases, for most people, it makes your progression so quick, your character won't be able to handle it. But it's wandering path is what they do. That's how they get the completion up really fast. 100% increase the effect of small atlas notables. And then what they do is they take all these travel nodes down here. All of them. Every travel node they can find that says 2% chance for your maps to drop a connected map. Those will be 4% with Wandering Path. They take every single one of them until they're at 100%. And then they take these travel nodes here, because they're all 10% nodes. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. And now they're looking at connected maps, mostly trying to drop a tier higher, but they get nothing. They've got nothing, no mechanics in their maps, no anything like that. It is pure progression, and it is very quick. So quick that it is quite often a struggle for any normal person playing a normal build to even be able to do the things. But you don't want to go that fast. But as a result of not going that fast, you do still need to work on completion here and there, which means you just need to like drop back for an hour and complete all the other maps that you've got. And in the process, get another level, make another few chaos, maybe get a gear upgrade, like all those sort of things. You're not speed progressing. So it is still like the main focus to get into higher tier maps. But it does mean that you will have to go back and, you know, get some completions in places. It's like the main focus is still getting higher, but you're taking the longer and safer route, basically. What's this new build? Terrible. This was to do the connected ones to try and get it. Yes. Connected one to try and get it, or I can't stress this enough, Kirak sells maps. Kirak dailies give you new maps, and scouting reports re-roll what's in your Kirak daily. And some of those scouting reports are very useful as well. So try and use those tools when you can. I've like 8 of them. Yeah, remember they don't give you a new daily though. They just re-roll what's in that daily. So if you've only got 1 or 2 dailies, if you find a map that's completion for you, +1 for your atlas, you just run it. You don't re-roll. You re-roll when he's got nothing you want, right? Then you go, all right, well, we'll grab that scouting report and we'll get rid of it. I think this is my third daily and it just feels super samey. That's a little weird. Are you playing the exact same build a 4th time in a row by chance? Because that would be something I would suggest about. You see that helmet chat? Yeah. Yeah, I saw it earlier. I love it. I feel like I have enough knowledge to do other builds. Okay. Alright. Well, the whole game is doing new builds. That's the whole thing. If it feels a bit samey to you, it's because you've been playing the same build for a year over 3 different leagues. I would suggest not doing that. Think about it this way. You didn't have enough knowledge 3 leagues ago to run the build you're running right now, but you figured it out. Pick a new goddamn build. Literally ran out of mana. I used that portal to get mana back. What are we doing today? Making bad builds. That's what we're doing. We're making bad builds. The first bit of this is going to be a little bit miserable until I can put on the nice spell things, leveling uniques and whatnot. Once I put those on, it won't matter that I'm a champion. Why do you accuse it of being a bad build? Because it's a blood magic bladefall of impaling champion using the warlock ascendancy. Descendancy. What, does any part about that sound good to you? It doesn't sound good to me. It's mostly going to be 2 days of been bitching about not having a prison pocket. Bro. I'm doing a Impale Slayer with Warlock. Nice. Slayer was my backup, but I didn't want to do the charge stacking thing, which is what I would want to do with a Slayer. I've only been playing 2 weeks. I don't know what any of those words mean. Oh, okay. Just like TLDR, everything I've come up with is a terrible idea and nobody is using any of the things that I'm trying to do. I couldn't even find people on PoE Ninja doing anything that I'm trying to do. It's weird and very different and primed for failure. And a bridge for your wand. That's not even for this build. Are we making the wand? You make me want to play the next build. Oh, that's like an accidental fizz wand. How are we making fizz wands? Or rather, why? Video update. I hope you didn't see me wrong. Oh no, Poison SRS is great. That's not what I'm doing here. Poison SRS is great. I think this league, Guardian SRS is just a little bit stronger. But just a little bit. And the fizz enchant. Ah, yeah. There we go. Put up in a witch. So far. Nice. Are you in a trade league? Because the stuff you need for poison is incredibly cheap this league. Probably the cheapest it's ever been. I guess we just scream straight through there. It's the best, quickest way to get to. I guess. So rendered caustic air poison is cheap. Poison SRS is cheap because it's a minion build, not a, like, it's still poison, but it's a minion build. After everyone realized tornado should have still better. Yeah, that's for poison, but that's not the reason. That's a separate thing. I think the new poison stuff has a really, really good place. I felt way stronger as a poison pathfinder in leveling gear and early progression and like getting my Alice completed and whatnot. Like that stage of gearing, that felt really good on just being like a poison pathfinder instead of a Deadeye. That was quicker and safer, and I had the damage. I think my next trade league start, you just start as a pathfinder. You run your Atlas, you do all of the things, you get all of the completion, and then you become a Deadeye. You just become an Ellie Deadeye. The trees are so similar anyway, it's not like a huge deal. Alright, does anybody in the private league have one of them replica career rewards lying around? Creators not figuring out other metas this league. Hey, I've made like 7 builds so far. How many more builds you want? Yeah, I've got a tab here, but no one has the replica crew reward. We've got like 4 of them. Yeah. Yeah. Yoink. Yoink. TY. And now, for the best part, the cheapest to fucking anoint in the world. Black teal sepia. You just get a buttload of damage, like a buttload of damage. So now you go from 39 to 72. That's a pretty good damage up, to be honest. Like percentage wise. Percentage wise, that's a great damage up. I know you mess around with a lot of builds. Have you tried the Chieftain Fulcrum MF build? I've not personally tried that. In this particular meta today, this league, I would not try that. Because the idea is to not kill the Spire, and you can't stop yourself from killing the Spire. But in general, it's very, very good, and I will probably be trying that one next league instead of the Deadeye, just to be different. Just to do a different thing, the thing I haven't done before. I think it's at least close to as good, and certainly a lot cheaper. The Spire is a real issue. Yeah, the Spire, I wouldn't play it this league because of the Spire meta. I don't understand how you would ever get it to not kill the Spire. I don't. There's also a variant of it that runs Blade Vortex for single target and gets itself like 3 or 4 mil single target. It's not like incredibly high, but 3 or 4 mil on that single target Blade Vortex, and that's the version I like. Because otherwise you don't have any single target without it. I missed the old follower sound. I turned it off because it was happening like too often. Wow, that sounds fucking... I don't like how that sounds. But like the sound was going off too often. I don't like how it sounds. Can possibly explain the MF method with the Spire. Not well. You'd be better off just looking it up on YouTube. It's super well covered. In terms of followers eventually. Yeah, it wasn't. I really felt bad about turning it off too. There was a point at which I had like a full notification with the name and everything on stream, and I used to call out and thank followers individually, and then it became like too much to do that, and so I turned that off. But I hated it and I felt really bad about it, but I turned that off and made it just like a little sound pop up on screen, and I was like, all right, so now I just hear that like 10 times every hour. That's fine. And then it got to a point where one day, without even having bots, it was like 2 or 3 a minute, and it was just the sound over and over again, just 2 or 3 times a minute for like the entire stream. And I was just like, okay, I feel real bad about this because I want to appreciate people, and I do like it when people follow, and I am grateful. But we just can't have that many noises all day, every day. You just can't do it. It's too much. If you use Mind of Mana with Eldritch Battery, does the 40% damage come from the ES or from the unreserved mana? It comes from the ES, because the ES is now protecting your mana, just like it does on Top of Life. Is this going to be a Pathfinder? I can't tell. It's not. It's going to be a champion. Though I understand the confusion, because I am running around with Stormbrand on. And that's weird. That's weird, and I know it's weird. What build are we going? Terrible one. Bladefall of Impaling Life Stacker. At least it sounds cool. It'll sound even cooler if it works. If I didn't think there was a chance that it would work well, I wouldn't be making it. But when I say chance, I don't want to make any promises. It could work. Maybe. Like having a kinetic bolt, there's no point in even making that build unless I've already got the wand. I think there's a chance. I am. Any tips on farming level restrictions? Does that mean can't find any perfect ones solo self-found life? I actually don't even know if there's like restrictions on when perfect ones can drop or anything. I don't play solo self-found at all. And with the changes that they just made to lab, there's now a 0% chance I will ever play solo self-found again. So I have no idea at all. I know overall everyone's quite happy with the lab changes and everyone's quite happy with the gem changes, it seems. So I'm on my own with the opinion of that in that way the game got hugely nerfed and I have so much less interest in solo self-found than I did before. There's no chance I will ever do it, ever. What do the lab changes make you not want to do solo self-found? Because I will never farm lab. It's the worst content in the entire game. I absolutely hate it. I'd rather play any other game than farm lab. And in the past, going into solo self-found without lab farming just meant I didn't have a helm enchant. Boo-hoo, I can build around that, doesn't matter. Now it means I can't play 2/3 of the skills and 100% of the interesting skills that I would want to play. Because they all come from alt qualities and I have to go farm lab to get them, and I have absolutely no interest. There's no other way. I hate lab. And so for me, this list of changes rules out solo self-found as any option at all. I will not be ever doing solo self-found again because of these changes. I just like that, but in solo self-found, removing the helmet chance made it so much better. I mean, that's an interesting take, because to me, like I said at the beginning, I said at the beginning of this, I'm aware this is just a me issue, and that overall the community is pretty happy with these changes. I do not think they are bad changes. They have made far, far more people happy than disappointed. But you can never please every single person with any change. It can't be done. Every time you make any decision, some people will be unhappy with it. I happen to be one of the few people who are not happy with lab changes, because I now feel like if I was in solo self-found, I would be forced into running lab. Whereas before, I could run once for my Ascendancy and that's it, and I could just build not having a helm enchant. Now, I need to go to do lab. Changes? No, we're just talking about the changes to lab this league in general. And the fact that it means I will no longer run solo self-found anything ever. Yeah, I think maybe I wasn't quite clear enough about how much I hate lab. If I have to run lab one extra time, I'd rather stop playing PoE and go play a different game. Like, it's actually the worst part about every single character I've ever made. I hate lab so much. So much. doors is a constant failure. Honestly, it takes too long. A few reasons. One, it takes way too long. Way too long. For something that's like mandatory that we have to do. Way too long. Huge time investment. If you die, even towards the end, you got to start again from the beginning. I'm not playing hardcore. Fuck right off. Don't make me start again. It's some bullshit. Two, every time you kill a Zyro, you have to wait 14 minutes for him to finish the 3 next abilities he already has queued after a podium comes up. For him to fucking do anything, to leave. Like, what? Go away, my dude. Leave, you're dead. You've been dead for a while. Go home. Nobody invited you to this party. Eventually, I'll kill this dude, right? I mean, I wasn't planning on going Warlock right away. I really wasn't. Is there any use for this in leveling? None at all? Yeah, not even a little bit. Actually, not even a little bit. There's literally no reason to have that while leveling. I'm obviously just trying to get movement speed, right? Not even after leveling. Hey, that's the ascendancy for this character. This character's gonna be a warlock. Don't be shitting on my warlock. Warlock's gonna shit himself enough. When he ends up trash, don't need you to do it too. Okay, we'll be doing good damage in a few levels. Level 20, we'll start to do damage. I decided to make something else first. Making something else first. I really have to get a tri-Ellie wand before I can even think about making the other build. Tri-Ellie wands aren't particularly simple or easy to make, at least not without starting with a fracture, which we don't even have. Fulcrum time. All right. Ozzy, give me a second. I'll come to you. I'll come to you when I get out of Weaver. Shit. Shads, maybe. Just because you're the one here. Can I get you to do a thing? Got a minute? I'll send it to you in Discord in a second. That. Oh, right. Yep. I'm coming. Here. Ring me up. There you go. Can you spot my latest upgrade? Well, first of all, is it the outfit? Because no, it's the headhunter amulet, but the outfit though. That fit though. On the level till I start doing real damage. One more level. Oh, that's right. You don't have any of the supports. Why can't my duelist buy my supports? The Cloud Thea is a really strong build. It is. I actually can't believe they didn't nerf that. Really? I thought they would for sure nerf the snapshotting, but they did not. This is one of my favorite build in the game. Me too. It's so much fun. I believe it's still good too. From a 95 tooltip to 176 tooltip, and that's just from the little flat above it, not from the 60 to 80 against chilled, which they all will be now. I'm a real build. Stop giving me Warlock. I want to be a Warlock. This is a Warlock build, but like not right now. This is the best snipe ever on trade. What do you got? I need to just looking at myself. That's not bad. $72. Raised Spectre does not care about the level of the music or sound effects. Oh, are you not hearing sound effects? Hang on. There, how's that? You definitely were supposed to hear game sounds the whole time. This is kind of stupid. And level your gems. I am leveling my gems.
I can't do this just yet.
But yeah, Raised Spectre doesn't care about the level of the corpse you raise. It cares about the gem level of the skill. That's it. This is the first gem to level quality is. Probably Raise Spectre if you're using the Spectres. Like if you're using the Corpse Spectres, the ones specifically new from this league. Any chance to keep them alive and stop them from being able to die is probably the priority, because replacing them is just annoying. Even if they're relatively cheap, which some of them are not. After that, Animate Guardian, if you're running him, again. Qualitying your SRS gem is not irrelevant. Like, you'll notice it, but it's certainly not a priority. Like, you should probably get it eventually, but it's certainly not a priority. Quality on SRS is very meh.
You have traveled far. You managed.
It used to be, before this league, SRS quality was the #1 thing you would get first. It was king. SRS quality king. But then they changed the quality and made it practically worthless, but not quite worthless. Still worth doing eventually, but huge nerf to the quality on SRS this league. It's a little bit weirdly interesting, to be honest, because like quality became like generically way more powerful on like 99% of things. And then minions and mines, it got worse on. which is weird because it wasn't like
I can't do this just yet.
particularly any stronger on minions or mines than before. It just, for some reason, they decided to actually fuck those two archetypes. You don't get to benefit from the new quality system, but everyone else does. I don't know why,
I don't mean.
but it's fine. Synth modifier that still synthos overrides the headhunter. Oh.
Greetings. You
Aha.
coach. Share my fight.
No. Choose Wildwood Ascendancy. Oh wait, you're the wrong one. You're the Primalist, you piece of shit. I'm finding every other NPC.
I can't do this just yet.
What on earth? It's not this way, is it? No. Must be down that little corner. Penance Brand of Dissipation is 2 div on trade. Like for a leveled one or just for like any version? It'll be lab runners making bank if it's just for any version. Level 1 uncorrupted. Okay. impossible to raise up to. Yeah. It keeps going up. I don't know if it's every single level, but it goes all the way up to... I forget the leveling scaling, but it does keep going up. Leveling your raised Spectre Gem is always good.
That somber expression doesn't become those fetching features at all. Cheer up and dance with me. Enough of this!
Damn. More feasible to get the raise back to that high? Possible, yeah. Usually not worth it though. Like it's possible, but in doing so, you've like nerfed other areas of your build so much that I wouldn't. But it can be done. Hang on. I will be back in just a moment. Let's put this stuff back away. Shiny garbage. Lol.
See you.
Let's go.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Does brand attachment range attached just by having it in a bar? No, that only applies when you use it. In case
I
that
can't
wasn't
do this just
answered.
yet.
Blast from the past? What is this? Oh my lord. Forgot this song existed. There are some mechanics that can make fewer abysses spawn in your map, ambush being one of them. Do you know of the others? So, all. The answer is all mechanics can do that. But strong boxes is one of the most prolific because of how many anchor points it adds to a map. So the TLDR is there's basically a set amount of anchor points. I don't know what their real name is. A set amount of like anchor points that League mechanics can appear in, and you can overwhelm it. And when you exceed that number, some mechanics will just get pushed off your map. The reason everyone points out strong boxes is because if you like invest into strong boxes, you can get like 20 of them in each map, and that's taking up 20 anchor points. Whereas most other things, like if you're invested in Harbinger, it's taking up 3 anchor points, right? If you're doing Alva, it's taking up 4 total, right? Whereas like strong boxes takes up 20. So it usually causes a problem first before other things do, because it takes up so many individual points. So technically all mechanics can, but we also don't 100% know what the order of mechanics to get pushed out of the map is. We do know that strong boxes is on top of like a higher priority to stay than Abyss is. Yeah, Legion's good because even fully spec'd into it, you're getting what, 3 Legions at most per map, and the whole Legion only has the 1 anchor point.
I can't
Right.
do this just yet.
That's fine. How does physics extra random element work for SRS? Which version of SRS? And how are you gaining physics extra? Delhi doesn't seem to break anything either. Delhi? It can. It can. Delhi can break. Specifically, if you do Delhi, Strongbox, Harbinger all together, and you're in a smaller map, so something like Beach that has less anchor points total, the Delirium can actually take away some of your Strongboxes, even if you're fully spec'd into it. The other thing that it can take away, Delirium, even on something like Crimson Temple, Delirium can actually eat some of your altar spawns. Like some of your like Eater spawns for the Eater pack with the altars on them. Those altar spawns are also anchor points in the map. Unfortunately, the altars are significantly lower priority than most other things. Ooh. I mean, I don't know how important that other one was, but I imagine both of them were really important. I imagine. What build? A terrible one.
The shadows. They bite.
This is going to be a, what do you call it? Champion, Bladefall of Impaling, Life Stacker Warlock. Disaster? Is that what you call it? It could be a disaster. You could get away with calling it a disaster if you wanted to.
I can't do this just yet. It seems there's glory in the old empire yet.
Approach, traveler. Keep your name. Courage and righteousness shall be your guide.
Finally. Straight up, just give every character 30% more increased movement speed, just to base. The game is so much better at this speed. Well, there's this exclamation mark build. It's a disaster. That's what it's going to be. Wow. It might surprise us. It might be real good. It probably won't be though. But it could be. Okay, so remove the boot affix. I actually really think the boot affix of movement speed is just like an old outdated thing and shouldn't exist. Or if it does, it should exist in a much lower amount, and it should be benefit from like the tier of boot you're wearing rather than the actual roll. It should be like boots that I can pick up that are like, when they're white, like item level 20, maybe they have like 6% movement speed, and maybe like the highest tier bases all just have an inherent like 15 or something, and that it just shouldn't be a roll. And then we should take the movement speed from the boots and just give it to the characters. That's what I think anyway.
God Slayer.
Oops. Will this benefit from the impale gloves? I don't think so. Sorry, this is not game specific. Maybe. Shit. What the fuck? What?
I can't do this just yet.
Give up the fight, duelist. Your soul was lost long ago. I fought for God.
Dying in battle.
Feels like that's maybe like an outdated joke now. I no longer really spend like 8 years in the bathroom every day like I used to.
Piety's home away from home. Let's see if the sick witch is in.
Torchlight looks off? What do you mean? Torchlight looks great. I still want to play some more of it. Might play some more of that today. I'm really curious to see how far I can get this.
I think it's time to
The build I'm running.
home. It's a little tight around the collar.
I'm playing it because right. Normally people come in and say that about like PoE when I'm not playing PoE. They're like, oh, weird PoE patch.
I can't do this just yet.
All of his stuff. It doesn't. Not to me. I get real bored sitting at that vendor.
So you've chosen to end our affair, duelist. I shall cherish your memory. Damn you!
Sorry, beautiful. But someone had to put a stop to all this ugliness.
They approve your video? Not yet, and it's getting real annoying. I actually sent a message being like, yo, I have other videos planned, my dude. Like, I need this to be up like 2 days ago. What are you doing? Like, timing is important. Glance at it. Tell me I suited all of the requirements and let me post. Just tell me you filtered that. Oh yeah. No, I didn't say it directly like I just said it to you.
Stay out of the shadows.
I said it in professional Balor talk. Not the way I just say out loud. The new pack spirit, let's go. Nice, scraps. Here's PoE trade results sometimes, and 2 times, and now I have to wait over 1,000 seconds again. Yeah, I don't actually know what is up with the rate limiting. Started about a year or so ago, and ever since then it's been a miserable experience for me to use the trade website, and just every time I try and use it for more than one search, it's gone. Rate limited, rate limited, rate limited, rate limited. It's very frustrating. Getting super unlucky to finish the MF thing, especially the demo build. Other drops still good with no MF. Yeah, but like half as good. If you find yourself getting super unlucky with Tornado Shot MF, you're probably doing something wrong with the strategy. I think it would behoove you to look at the strategy again and compare it to what you're doing and figure out what's wrong. Because I don't think, if you're doing the strategy right, I don't think it's possible to not get good returns. Three times? What? Wow. Wow. And I'm like, so I've gotten ready. Yep, that should be good. You should be having an absolute fantastic time. Here's how sure of that I am. I would be surprised if you had a single map that wasn't rewarding. Like if you were like, oh man, I just did a map and I walked out of it with like nothing. That would be surprising, but not impossible. If that's happening multiple times in a row, you're doing something wrong. Like 100% something is wrong with the strategy. You're missing something. I don't know what it is, but like something's missing, right?
I can't do this just yet.
My first guess would be, by the way, my guess would be that you were like, ooh, gilded scarabs are a little too expensive. I'm going to use lower tier ones. And then suddenly you're not getting the spires at all because they're expensive for a reason. That would be my guess. Knowing nothing. God damn. That's such a nice Ventus. Oh, balls. Whew. That's like porn. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to show that on stream. That's basically porn. Isn't that just basically porn? This version, not the base version. Okay, but that doesn't matter. It's 39 quant, 10 rarity, 60 life. With all positive resistances, and the only one being low is fire, which doesn't matter because it comes from the boots. It's fucking god tier. 39 rarity, 10 quant. I do also wish my Ventus had 39 rarity, quant rather. I was use a wisdom scroll on it. It didn't even divine it. Wisdom scroll crafting OP. Alright, let's see if I go near any other nodes that give any kind of damage in my build. You got any damage in the build? No. The answer is no. There's a calendar ring. Oh yeah, I'd put a ring on that. I'd put a ring on that ring. Ring. Hello.
Welcome to the greatest of arenas, duelist. God is watching.
I hate seeing a clutch. Me too.
Submit, heretic! Have you ever seen the true face of God, exile? The light of divinity! Die! This world is an illusion, exile.
A just death to address an unjust exile. I think we're even now, High Templar.
What's the name of that PvE? Path of Pathing. And I have
Stroll along a picturesque canal, some time in the mountains.
the
What could be
link.
more relaxing?
If I just link it here, that goes over to YouTube, doesn't it? Yeah.
I can't do this just yet.
Nice ring. Can I miss that one league with talismans are good? For start, do you think 7 cemetery and 11 burial is better? Honestly, I haven't done the strat. So the answer is I don't really know, but I'm always a fan of higher tiers rather than lower tiers. At least you can get like Valdo's treasure boxes and shit in the tier 11s. But if I were in trade, there's a 0% chance that I'd be in anything except tier 14 to 16, where you can drop everything. But that's me. That's not necessarily the right choice. It's just that I hate farming low tier content. I would much rather just go farm high tier content.
Godslayer, good day.
I'm sort of perfect warlock. What should I swap vitality for? I don't think there's anything you can swap vitality for. You could just take out some RMR. Wait, what is this? Can I even open this? I don't know if I can open these. Oh my god. Double temp chains. What the fuck? Excuse me? What? Yoink. Stole one. Hi. What? Okay, I'm just gonna put these gloves up on the market because. But how do you have 3 taster hates? This is gonna sound goofy. But my friends wanted to start a group solo self-found thing. They're primarily all in the guild. Also, we get permissions to edit the guild stash in a private load just to sort it out. Who is that? Okay, well first we have to give away 3 taster hates. Stream, but now I am. Okay, I will get to you in just a second. I don't know who that is, but I will get to that thing in just a second. Well, I'm just going to put all 3 of them in this officer tab to be handed out when people get excited about seeing them. I'm just farming Quad Scarab multi-pro Abyss strat in a tier 16 with a hat. Nice. Hi, that's you? Ah. Have you already made the league? Because I can like temporarily give you permission, but I want to like, I want it to stay there. Ba-da-ba. TCB used a trapper. Yeah. It can be. I don't see the boot. Oh, hey, another pair. Yo. Yoink. Well, in that case, you both get one, I guess. Shinji's doesn't need the chaos res, so you can get the bad rolled chaos res pair. And this guy can get the other pair. Easy clap. Okay, while we're doing this, let's look for what was the character name? SMH my head DPS. There. Where'd he go? There he is. Alright, fix up the stash however you like. Wait, can you do that from there? Or is it only me? Because I don't think I can give over ownership. I actually have no idea whether you can do that or not. It's only leader. That's rough. If you want me to organize it, I can later after stream. Like you can just like send me a message or something, or anybody that's like a normal, anybody that's like the people that I already know, I can hand leader to any of them as well. Alright, Valdos. Veil of the Night, foiled Ventus Gamble, foiled Quill Rain, foiled Ventus Gamble. Let's go. Foiled Veil of the Night. Hang on, those are the same. Those are the same. We've unlocked 5 maps and only got 3 different kinds so far. Again. Fucking Quill Rain. What? Hang on. This is the same 3 maps twice. What are you doing? Foiled Forbidden Flesh. Okay. Players cannot gain flask charges. Color 20. Have feared. No void though. God damn it. Wait, those are different maps. These are both foiled Ventus, but different maps. But yeah, that Forbidden Flash is doable. And a foiled replica Dragonflight. Get fucked. Ah. What is this? Smugglers, open the caches, becomes fatal after some time. Portal area closes over time, open 1 portal. I mean, that one seems fine. But I don't really care about a replica dragon's flight. This is the only interesting one. That foil forbidden flesh somebody could do. The rest of them, gross. Can a divine upgrade from tier 4 to tier 1? No, it re-rolls within the bracket. It will remain a tier 4. It's just the value that will change. Okay, I don't know where to put this, but somebody will see it and be able to run it. Okay, next. I don't believe I can open these. Let's find out. Should we find out if this character's allowed to open it? I am allowed to open it. I was expecting not to be able to open it. We'll check the item level of this drop real quick. Item level 75. It's fine. Cool, we're good. That means we're fine. Things above my item level can drop. And it could still be bugged. I don't think it can be. The level restriction stuff happens because of item levels. As long as it's dropping correct item level stuff. Then otherwise, if that was the case, we would already have people like leveling to the perfect level to turn stuff in. The chicken meatball soup is highly recommended. Take a sip, Exile. The chicken meatball soup is highly recommended. I have no idea. Oh my god, it is! Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Yo! Yo! Whew! Okay, so these all belong Aztec. I don't know if he's going to be using it or if he wants other people to use it, but good drops are going to go back because they're his. He has to do whatever he wants with them. But that's the Mageblood. There's another Mageblood in the private league. Huge. Still 6 more. Chase immortality at the risk of your soul being extinguished. I applaud you. Carry on. Souls of the weak and lost. Okay. Well, I'm not sure how that's matches the not exactly sure how that matches the text, but whatever. Yo. Just turning to you, broken. Ring luck confirmed. Lupus, how you doing? Sometimes even in the darkness, you can see the light. It's the most wonderful collar for the most wonderful companion. Carry this in embrace of Visco the Corgi. It's a Viscos, the belt, the neck thing that was actually originally put in for somebody's dog as like a remembrance thing. Like a tribute? Yeah. Pro? What the fuck? It can't be again. There's no way. Okay, it's not. Okay, I was gonna lose my mind if that happened twice. I lost my mind if that happened twice. Like in the one sitting. A single sip shall bring empires to ruin. Oh. Soul thirst. Okay. All right. All right, it's fine. Well, that was Oreo. I was spinning my brain when it could be another Mageblood. All right, the rest of it into shiny garbage. But still, yo. Crazy. Oh, as a side note, if you keep handing me keys, if we end up opening my Mageblood, like the one that I put in, I'll find a way to pay you for it. I'm keeping it. I'll find a way to pay you for it. I'll buy a replacement. I'll do something.
You have bled.
Like if we get the one that's mine, that's got my text on it, I'll figure it out. Like, what else did you get a Mageblood? I mean, technically it's not my Mageblood, but yes, we just opened a Mageblood. It's like for it. Don't let him lowball you. It's true. Yeah, I'm far less worried about a Mageblood or a Headhunter that's not mine, but if we get the one that's literally mine, the one I put in, I have to have it. I have to have it. Like it's literally mine. I need it.
It seemed to me, Vol.
You looked if it's shown up ever. Everyone keeps moving and thinking. When I mentioned the global in the Discord, decided there'll be something over to trade today. Leaving all the armor second gear. Put the Ultima myself. They can be brought back though. Oh, so we need to. So what you're saying is, if we want to keep those things that you dropped that you want to take, you're giving us the opportunity to buy them. Is that what you mean? So that you can like buy them for what you could replace them for, so that you've still got them.
Take care.
Look at that.
So a purity alls is 10 div if we want to keep that. These are only 2 div as well. Well, let's just say 2.3 or 2.4 just to make sure. That's I feel like I'd rather keep those. Like, I'm sure somebody wants them, right? We've got currency in the trade league. I can buy them both for people who want. I mean, I don't know if anyone like specifically really wants either of those right now or anything. But I do know that they will get used and that people in the private league would love them. I would love to buy them. Make sure if you're merging out, we do want to make sure that you don't like feel like you've been left in the dust, right? Like that you're like, man, I worked so hard, I got nothing, I can't set up my character. Like make sure you have enough to at least get off the ground and be able to farm your way up. Obviously you can make tons of money in trade right now, so you don't need to appear they're rich, but you do want to like have a functioning character. So either Asterisk, if he's already got money in trade that he doesn't care about, who's willing to buy you out, or we'll find money in the trade league to buy you out. Like we bought in this league to buy you out. Make sure that you've got enough money. Like don't short yourself. I'm gonna too restrictive. Yeah, that's fair. That's fine.
Always happy to help a damsel in distress.
So I'm not going to volunteer other people's trade league currency. If Aztec is like happy and doesn't care about his trade league currency and he wants to just give you currency over there for your items that are here, I think that's fine. Is that fine? Are we allowed to do that? Or do we have to find the currency here? I think it's fine.
Buried under tons of rock.
Costly stuff TOS? Well, yes, but no. Because you're allowed to trade hardcore to softcore. I've done it many times before. You're allowed to trade the Temp League hardcore to the Temp League softcore anytime you want. It's what's not allowed is any trading between standard and the private league in any way, or not the current league in any way. That's what's not allowed. You can't be like, hey, I've got a mirror on standard. I'll give you that for the headhunter in the trade league. That's not allowed. You get in trouble for that. You're instant gone. That's not allowed. But I'm pretty sure we're allowed to do stuff from private league to trade league like that, I think. Apparently everything is still technically in the trade league. Yeah, I think we're fine to do that. Again, I'm not gonna like volunteer other people's trade league currency, so that's up to if we've got people that have money in trade that don't care about it, that's fine. Otherwise we'll find the money. It's only like 15 div or something. No, yeah, it's definitely allowed. I just had to think about it for a minute. It's definitely allowed.
I can't do this just yet.
Because I've like on stream many times done trades between hardcore and softcore. I've even done like, not only have I transferred my currency, I've also been the intermediate to transfer other people's currency when they like didn't trust each other. I forget what you call that. You know, you both give your shit to me and then I hand you shit to the other person.
People of the gutters, steel your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand.
Middleman, that's the word.
An adequate performance challenger, if a little messy. Yet Barcool and his stinking flock were simply an audition. Let us see how you fare in the grand arena of Theopolis.
I think if you called it a broker, then that would imply that I was taking a cut. I don't when I do stuff like that. When I do like middleman things, I don't take a cut. Overlock chain emergency works as a planning that except WPO with a scion, just not impale. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna work. I was looking at scion as an option too. I think scion would have been a pretty good choice. I was torn between champ and scion. I decided to go champ because of the impale bit, but scion might have been a better option. Specifically, the main reason Scion's a better option is because we can start at Shadow. And that gives you a little bit of access to this wheel, which is great. Your chance to avoid bleed and poison, which is great. And some super efficient crit multi just here. And that's like all I would take. Would just be like this little bit of shadow, and the rest of the tree would still be down here.
A battle worthy of song. The way you fight reminds me of how swords is not.
The main benefit of being over there in shadow would be early. That little bit of crit early there, and pretty reasonable amount of life in that really tight area is really good. Even if you're using the shield to get a lot of crit, it's just some super efficient crit just in shadow there. I guess that's his specialty, right? So
your glory will be remembered in song.
I'm saying for Relic of the Pack, similar build. That can't be in our private league. I don't think I've seen a Relic of the Pact. That must be trade. Transfigure that blows up the blades.
I once heard a
I don't hate that.
Island of the Dead.
I do think the Blade Blast skill is really awkward.
I can't do this just yet.
Little chat. Afternoon to Lexia. How you doing? Like this shirt? Me too. Me too. It's new. It's also a little more go out in public appropriate. Not that that's ever stopped me with any of the others, but you know.
Hunt or be hunted, exile!
Did you people today? I did. I did people today. Wait. Hang on. I don't know about that phrasing. You guys struck gold with this one? Let's have a look. Count. Can you get off me? What do you got? It's not bad. Let's run that back. Did you do social things today? Yes. I left the house and interacted with people IRL today. On purpose. That's right. On purpose.
Another hit for my belt.
You can also the drop div cards reward currency just like Casimiris. Yes. It can. Very rarely.
Just be happy that you got a warrior's death.
Hope you washed your hands.
I'm inside it. The beast itself. I can't do this just yet.
I wish I could be leveling this as the build it's going to be, but I really actually cannot. Like it literally doesn't exist. The build does not exist until level 68. The worst part about a build not existing till what's the interview I'm about to start? Oh, I didn't. Yo, we should watch the interview. Hey, so here's a question. What if we watched the interview? What if I set it up so it was like taking up this part of the screen right here, and I just like kept leveling, but it was like in the corner here and we could listen to it?
Oh, duelist, you're so cute when you're bewildered.
Zoom stream style. I mean, that works, right? I think I could do that. I'd have to set it up to play on the stream PC to make that work, but I think I can do that. Action one, yeah, that one. Let me grab this waypoint here, and we'll go see. I have a link. I don't think it's up on YouTube yet. Oh, really? It's not on YouTube yet?
This thing gets more twisted with.
Wait, how did that not go on YouTube immediately? If that's me, I've got that on my YouTube. Like immediately. Like immediately. I guess leave ads on while doing the thing. You can't turn ads off without losing all of your ad revenue for the whole month. You literally can't turn them off for, like, if you want to turn them off for just a few minutes, you can't. Turn ads off, you lose ad revenue for the whole month. Which, as I've shown you guys before, is a little over half the revenue you make. Now, you could do the stockpile ad trick, which is what I would do. Okay, let's see if I can get that in here. Well, first, let's see if you can hear it. Let me just hit play temporarily, just for a second.
Benghazi to start out this interview.
You can hear it. Okay, cool. All right, let me see if I can get it up on screen as well. So if I go source, window capture, create new, browser. And then I just take that and we score it up a little. This button and this button. Yeah. I'm a professional. That was so easy. That was so easy. Right, let me pause my own music and turn off some game audio. It's like I've done this before. How we feel about that? Is that like big enough? We don't, because we don't like really need to see it, right? Like it could have been an audio only podcast. It's the conversation we're excited about. But I think it's still worth having them like there, like that. I think that's fine, right? Yep. There we go. Loot filters only. Nice. All right. I want to make a coffee before I start it. So, if you're interested in listening to the whole thing, also, there's no guarantee I don't pause this and make comments. Right. I am going to go make coffee though. I will be back in just a moment. He will pause it and make comments. Yeah, no, I 100% will. I 100% will. I can't exist without also having my opinion come out of my mouth. Some call it a character flaw. But, you know, it is what it is. Right? I'll be back in a second. That. I have coffee. Whew. All right. People let me know if it's not loud enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting right into it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. Sorry that it took us a moment. We had to do the sound test and all that. And with that being said, let's give it away to Ghazi to start out this interview.
Yeah, hey guys, welcome into the Tavern Talk podcast
Sound
with
loud enough?
me and Darth Microtransaction, and welcome in Robert and Robert, I can't even speak anymore. Mark and Jonathan. That's a good start to this this little episode. Welcome in, guys. It's been a while since we talked. Exlacon was a couple of months back
Lovely.
now. Can't wait for the next one. So this Tavern podcast, what we normally do is that we usually call up a friend, and then in that position, we just have a main topic. In this time, it's going to be Path of Exile 2, and then we just see where the conversation goes. However, we do have a little bit of a good opportunity to provide some answers for the community regarding Path of Exile 2, so we plan on doing this one slightly different. DM can explain on that.
Yeah, so because there is sort of a split of expertise here, Ghazi is definitely a long-term veteran in the game, whereas I am newer into the community. The way we're going to split the questions is mine are going to be a little bit more surface level, kind of generic, type of things, and Ghazi's going to really touch on the more technical type of questions is sort of the plan with it here. So first thing I want to do is say thank you for coming. Appreciate you guys agreeing to be on the podcast and coming out here as well. And I wanted to open it with a very open-ended, easy question to get it rolling, which is there anything that you were really excited to share that you haven't been asked on any of the previous podcasts yet, that you were kind of really hoping that someone would bring up?
That's actually a good question.
Also, honestly, like you say, it's easy, but I honestly don't know that it is, because generally speaking, I like to keep all of these things in our back pocket to surprise people with.
Fair enough.
When things come up. So yeah, it's like it's sort of hard to just be like, give me an unannounced feature is effectively what you're telling me.
Well,
to do.
I'll go. That's fair enough. I'll go with one that I had off the top of my head then, which is that Blight is a huge favorite of mine. Now I know some people really like it, some people don't really like it. I'm a big Blight enjoyer. Okay. And in one of your previous interviews with Crip, you mentioned that what you liked so much about the mechanics in the leagues is the ability to sort of change the way the game maps function. And I was wondering if you have anything in PoE 2 that you wanted to share in relation to, is there any other features like Blight coming where they kind of fundamentally change the whole nature of the map? It's sort of like a tower defense mini game. Do you have any other of those types of plans for PoE?
So we probably, other than the ones we've already made in PoE 1, we probably won't do any of those for launch in PoE 2, but it's something that we're always going to be adding. Because once PoE 2 is out, there's going to be the 3-month league schedule. We need to be adding these kinds of things at a fair clip. And whenever we're doing any of those kinds of designs, it's always like, usually what we do is we tend to be like, okay, let's find some random game that isn't an action RPG, get inspired by that, see how would it look if we did this type of game in PoE, that's that kind of thing. And that's absolutely something we'll be continuing in PoE 2, like doing those other kind of interesting game modes, like you saw with Trial of the Ancestors, with like, what if we did sort of like a sort of auto chess battler style thing in PoE, what would it look like, that kind of stuff. So we always like to kind of think about that kind of stuff. There are a few things. I guess I probably shouldn't say too much about them. There are a few things that in PoE 2 that will be a little bit familiar, but also a little bit different along these lines. But they're not technically new in the sense that like they're similar stuff to what we've done before. But there are a few things like that going on. But I mean, there'll be lots more of that stuff when we get into League content for sure.
I just have to check if I've got this sped up, or is that just how fast he speaks? No, that's how fast he speaks. That is 1 times. I had to double check. I was just like, he's going real quick. Like, this is good. This is, for me, that's the rate at which you have to speak to hold my attention. But I know normally when I'm listening to stuff with other people, people get real mad at me when I put them up to like, when I put like TV shows on like 1.5 times speed.
On that topic.
Definitely.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Definitely when it comes to the leagues, like we we often design leagues that end up just they lack that X factor, I like to call it, which is that, thing that makes it feel like a different game. So for, I'd say even just Affliction as the current example, the whole effectively implementing a fog of war was what we did when you're having to reveal through that, and that even that just makes the game feel very, very different. And some go a lot more far-fetched or out there. Going back to even Synthesis, where you have the whole puzzle board and you're putting pieces together. You've got the tower defense. You've got the.
I mean, people didn't like the farming simulator that we did.
Yeah. Well,
that was I had a special place in my heart for Harvest, but people just didn't. Some people didn't like how it originally.
Some people like it, but yeah, what we do learn from that is the more out there you go, the higher the risk, right? Hopefully you can get the more out there you go, the less likely you're going to have close to 100% of people liking it. However, when what I like to find is when those things go core, they generally do a lot better. So when it's the league and it's in every area and it's something out there, you get very polarizing. Someone either loves it or hates it. Mm-hmm. But then when it goes core and then you can choose to participate in that, it actually is a lot better. So in the case of Blight and the tower defense, you're choosing to do that. And if someone doesn't want to do it, they just won't touch it, right? And that's awesome. And so having those different mini game modes where you get to opt in and opt out is very important. When it goes core, but yeah, it can be very hit and miss with the league and a bit scary.
Yeah, that's basically what I wanted to touch upon. You basically covered that, Mark, with the hit or miss.
I love that they do that. By the way, I'm glad that they're going to keep doing that in PoE 2. Just randomly pick other genres and try and force it in and see what it does. Even when they do stuff that I end up not liking, I still love that they try it.
The deeper you go into it, something that I really appreciate from you guys' side is the willingness to take the risk of trying something that is way out there. And those are literally it's a flipping a coin. You're either gonna love it or hate it. Yeah. It's very, very few that's gonna land in between. But something that I felt has been kind of lacking in the last couple of years have been this whole feeling from the league mechanics to be an ARPG mechanic, which I felt that the Affliction was. You go in, you spend very little time in the Wildwood, and then you go out, and the mechanic is now you're going to kill monsters, you're going to get loot for it. And comparing that to things like Sanctum or the auto battle chest, for example, these kind of approaches to the game just feels like you're now no longer playing an ARPG kind of thing. Is that something you're taking into consideration when you're coming into the implementation of new leagues in
Actually, not a bad question.
I mean, we do have to care about that quite a lot, and in fact, this is one of the things that came up with Blight in particular, which was that when we initially were talking about Blight, we were kind of okay, the first discussion was, what if it was just straight up tower defense, you didn't have to fight yourself at all? But the problem with that, of course, is that, then it's not an action RPG at that point. So we do have to care about that quite a lot. But at the same time, it has to be a balance because, you need to find sort of some way to kind of split the difference between feeling at the end of the day, you still want to fight monsters and kill them and get loot, right? That's important. We need to always make sure we're maintaining that part. But it's ideally we're sort of able to make things feel like something you've not done before, sort of outside of that. And it's interesting that you sort of say that we haven't kind of done that as well recently. I guess if you look at something like Trial of the Ancestors, that definitely was a very different formula, right? That is not doing that is not at all what you do in the rest of the game. But I think at some point we kind of have to be able to embrace things like that because otherwise we just, when it comes to having interesting side content later, unless you kind of do something like that, I don't think it's possible to kind of actually get something that really makes it feel like another very different in-game system in the end. So I do think it is actually important to differentiate quite a bit in our leagues if we can.
To follow up on that and kind of continue the conversation on league mechanics, you've mentioned in some of your previous interviews that one of the ones you really enjoy is Delve in particular. Mm-hmm. And I was kind of wondering, going into PoE 2, from my understanding, Delve is one of the only infinite scaling sort of game modes in the game. I think it caps at 6,000, so I've been told, but I'm still learning that part of it. So, what is your philosophy on approaching infinite scaling content in regards to PoE 2?
I think it's something that we definitely should have, but I don't think necessarily that every piece of content should be something like that. I think it's nice to have a few cases like that. I do actually have a particular place in my heart for infinite maps. In fact, we were kind of, it would have been nice, and we discussed, although probably didn't have time to implement in the most recent league, having an infinite map for the Wildwood instead of the way that it's done now, where it kind of I would have loved to actually do that and you sort of explore around a giant map. Just because that's my thing. And honestly, like the reason why I mentioned Delve is because it's one of my favorite things. I really love working on random map generators, and Delve is one of the ones that I did put myself. So I just enjoy that kind of thing, which is why I like that. But yeah, as far as infinite scaling goes, I think it's good to have a little bit of that. I don't think it's necessarily good to have everything that way, for various reasons.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, resourcing. Affliction was at one point considered to be that you go into the forest and you explore the forest, and then when you leave and then come back the next instance, you're exactly where you were again, or you can pick a spot that you have revealed and you keep exploring, and it is an actual infinite forest. Whereas, obviously, that does require a whole bunch of resources we didn't have at the time. But and as such, we just went with you're placed in a random position in the forest, so you still feel like you're exploring. But that would have been certainly an interesting take on it. And then you would have had a map, and you could have seen like how much of this infinite forest you're exploring. I mean, we've had League ideas that have explored an infinite desert as well that you explore and figure out. Like, I mean, it comes up from time to time for sure, but they are certainly a lot more intensive, at least from a programming standpoint, to implement.
The one thing that's kind of important, though, when it comes to any kind of scaling content, is there's always has to be an economic cost to allow for it. Because if there isn't one, then that will mean that players will always choose the hardest thing they possibly can. And if there's no economic cost, they will then always choose the thing that's harder than what they can handle and then feel like the game is too hard. And this is actually a problem, by the way, that the current league suffers from, I think, quite a lot. I think it's like if we were...
Okay, just real quick, though. Isn't that fine? For me, in my brain, that's fine. If you pick content so hard you can't do it, that's on you. You've made that decision. Make better choices, buddy. Make better choices. The problem with this league mechanic is that there's no exit button. So it's not like people can actively make the choice to be like, that's enough juice, bye. That involves like logging out. Like that's not something people do. We don't have the option this league. You just take the juice you got.
If we're doing that again, I would actually make it harder to get as many wisps as you get in order to make it so that like effectively like it's harder to make it hard, because like I think right now it's too easy to make it hard. Like what in theory what people should do is like, I mean, like not that they give you this option, but in theory what people should do is kind of bail from the content earlier when it's at a difficulty level that's actually acceptable for them. And effectively what we did there, not intentionally, was make it so that you can make the game harder than what you can handle. And in fact the entire philosophy behind the in-game map system was originally designed around this idea, because and this is just getting some random off tangent history thing, but originally in PoE way back, we didn't have the map system, and we had the sort of effectively scaling thing called the Maelstrom of Chaos that you could go through, and the game got harder and harder as you went through it. It effectively scaled a long way, like way past where players could beat it. And the thing we immediately found was that if you do that, the streamers who are really good, they all, like go off and do like ridiculously hard content. And then the people who aren't streamers look at the streamers and like, oh, the thing you're supposed to do is go to this like maximum tier crazy hard thing and play that. And if there's no economic cost to it, it just means that people will decide to will want to do that even when they're not ready. So that's kind of the reason why the map system works the way that it does. And yeah, I think the Wildwood doesn't actually like do that well enough. Like we probably had forgotten that lesson to some degree. I mean, not forgotten it completely, but to some extent we weren't paying as much attention to that idea as we probably could have. And I think that's why the Wildwood ends up getting harder than
Is it not as simple as put an exit button in? Like just a button to click to leave, like a hotkeyable league interaction button, like every other league, like when you end Delirium. People won't click it though. That's such a bad thing though. Like, okay, well, if people don't click it, then that's their fault. But if you don't provide the option, then now it's their fault, right?
The mothership.
But wouldn't the solution just have been the possibility of just creating a port out, like league mechanic to get out of the...
No, I don't think so, because even if you give people the option to leave, they won't leave so long as there's more rewards for making it harder. Like they'll make it harder than what they can handle regardless of the choice. And it was certainly a thing we couldn't do once the league was launched. As soon as we identified this problem, which we identified like instantly, right? Like as soon as we saw like what was going on, it's like, okay, we see this as an issue. We're like, the thing that actually we should have done is like make the wildwood harder. But if people are like that doesn't look right to the players, right? Like if people are like, oh, the monsters like in the main areas that are being generated by the wildwood are too hard, then if the response to that had been, oh, well, we're going to make the wildwood harder to compensate, that would not have been an obvious connection to the players as to why that's the fix. So that's not really something a change we could make during the league. So basically, if that league were to come back, then that's the kind of change we would make, and they would effectively try to find a way to make it mechanically so that the more wisps that you get, the harder it is to sustain the wood itself, so that you kind of get to a natural point of where you can't continue, and then that kind of makes when you go back to the main area, the monsters would be presumably lifted to then the point where you've demonstrated the fact you've got the capability to kill them. So I think that would kind of be the way to kind of make that work a bit better.
I mean, the main point there being you shouldn't be able to just freely set your difficulty. You should have to earn that difficulty.
Right, and the way you earn it is by demonstrating your competence in defeating stuff of that difficulty, basically. So yeah.
Speaking of difficulty, that kind of brings me to another question I had is, as a newer learning player of myself in the game, I find it difficult sometimes to understand where I am failing in terms of death. So for instance, I died to Detonate Dead and lost my hardcore, and it took me a while to even learn that what I died to was these red lines, detonate, explosion, corpses. So going into Path of Exile 2, what is your stance and kind of philosophy behind trying to teach people what it is they're failing to accomplish to continue the progressing through this harder content you're mentioning?
So there are a couple of things there I will say in particular. One is that, just to be completely clear about this, the way Detonate Dead is in PoE 1 isn't good. And Mark has a specific plan. I think he's even going to change it in PoE 1 before too long, which I don't know if you're happy to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you got two corpses on the ground, and they look like they're just two different bodies, and you don't know the life of those bodies on the ground, especially with the current just AoEing things down. And it is always bad for something like one of those things might deal 1,000,000 damage and the other might deal 100 damage, and you don't know. And so the problem with Detonate Dead right now is, yes, you cannot, I mean, aside from the fact 1,000,000 damage is probably unacceptable outside of the context of some bosses. You can't tell which of those is going to deal more damage. So we need to make sure that Detonate Dead, and I've spoken to other designers about this, and the tasks have been made to change this.
Okay.
There is a clear difference in telegraphing, or at least danger. Like you can see this thing is going to do a lot of damage, and this thing is going to do a small amount of damage before that damage is dealt. Whereas right now, both look identical. So if you take like Alera's DD, for example, or like Malagiro's, you've just got the exact same telegraphing on every corpse and the exact same timing on every corpse, and yet one of those corpses might deal 100 times the damage of another, and you just don't know.
So you were saying about having like red flashes was like beep, 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 getting stronger and stronger, and then the amount of time that it takes is longer when the corpse has more life. So you've got more time to get out of the way the larger the corpse is. So you kind of get this like the telegraph actually changes based on the amount of life in the corpse. And that way, Detonate Dead will be more visibly easier to understand. You'll be able to dodge it when it matters and this kind of stuff.
You should see it and go, that will kill me, and that will not, probably won't kill me.
Yeah. So Detonate Dead's certainly bad in particular, but probably the thing you really were after was the whole like some kind of screen when you die that shows you kind of what killed you and so on. And this is something that I did discuss on Reddit a bit recently, but I guess I can go a little bit more into that. So the thing I was saying was basically that getting some of the way there is easy. Like saying like, okay, like fire damage killed me, that's easy, right? Yes. Like we could make that happen really, really quickly. But the problem with that is that like, okay, it doesn't really get to the core of a lot of what really kills you. And I think it's important, like if you're going to have something like this, to really sort of tell you like why. So
just really quickly before this gets answered, this is something that, at least in my opinion, Torchlight's done really well. It doesn't track all the damage you get taken from all the different sources. You die, and it says, you took this much damage over the last 5 seconds. This much was fire, this much was physical, this much was whatever, and this is the hit that killed you. And that's all the information that you get, which is not full tracking. It's not the full story. It's not everything that could have happened, but it's enough information to know, okay, I'm repetitively dying to physical damage. So that's where my weakness is. And then I can address that on my character. And that, I feel like it's not everything they want. Whenever they talk about this, they always want, they're like, but if we were going to do it, we would want to do it really well. So you had a full report. But then they're like, and then that amount of work is just not worth it. And I'm like, I agree. That amount of work is not worth it. What about just like the Torchlight amount of work where you get just like some basic information of what happened to you in the last 5 seconds and just the elements of damage that you got, and that's it, right? Even just that would be like huge.
I think we can say like, yeah, like fire damage killed you. We can say, like, we could even say with more effort, I think we could say like the skill of the boss killed you, but I think that's sort of fairly obvious as well. The harder part is, okay, shock is what killed you, because like when shock is on you, obviously you take more damage, right? How do you express that to the player? How do you let someone know that, oh, the shock that you had on you was responsible for a certain percentage of the damage that you received? And like what you'd want to say, like an ideal death screen, if it existed, would be like, okay, this debuff was responsible for 20,000 damage or something like that, you know, like this like it actually would say that, but we don't have an easy way of tracking that. And it's like the whole that is coming up with a way to kind of like to assign damage correctly to different kinds of effects like that is quite a big one. It's not impossible, obviously we could do it, but it's just a question then of development priority. Like it's something that I'd love to have, but I think it's something that is probably
so. For me, enough of an answer there would just be to add to that death screen, like, these were also the debuffs you had in the last 3 seconds of the fight. There's just a list of debuffs. You can be like, I was shocked and I had corrupting blood. And on that death screen would be, in my mind, on that death screen where you just said these were the debuffs you had in the last 5 seconds, that would also be a place where you could mouse over those debuffs and get a description of what they actually do, right? Because that would be, if I could get a description of what they actually did there, that would explain a lot. You should just keep playing the interview. You should go watch the interview yourself if you don't want me to pause it and interject in the middle of it, because it's going to keep happening, I promise. You definitely don't have to watch it here.
Probably like not quite good enough. But I do appreciate one thing that I had seen a suggestion recently that I quite liked is that when you die, it would be good to preserve the buffs that were on you so that you can mouse over them and see what they did.
Oh,
which I think
cool.
is a good idea.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it's not a suggestion that that we've implemented yet, but it's something that I saw suggested, and I think it's a good idea. So that kind of thing would be great. So that's one thing to be able to know. And then there's been a few people sort of suggested, hey, what if you just dumped what information you do have into the client log, and then people can make some tools if they want to around that stuff, which I don't love as a solution, because it's kind of like, you know, like one day I hope we can do our job properly and kind of get a proper thing like this in, but like sure, as a sort of quick thing to do, that would probably be easy. So it's the kind of thing that I could see us doing as well potentially. Yeah, I'm curious if you guys have any other things about, like, you know, mechanics that you particularly found like that were killing you that you didn't feel like were well explained enough, because like a lot of the times it can come down to individual things, like just like, okay, like didn't I did, for example, really is like that's not good, right? Like that's a thing that we could definitely make better. There's ways to make it better without necessarily having to make a death screen. You just, you know, literally, I mean, people will understand what didn't they did is if you got a like like glowing corpse, you know, flashing there. You're like, it's pretty obvious to get away from that thing. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff will help.
So
yeah.
I got 3 things in this I'd like to talk about or mention. I think the death recap first.
That ad break thing you see, that's ads in progress. There's not another one starting. You just got out of the ad break quite early. We're wearing amazing shirts. Yep, I really like colorful shirts.
Stuff like, I understand like there might not be an easy way to implement a proper death recap, but giving us the information, or more importantly, giving a newer player the information of what type of element killed them, will at least give them some sort of pointer. Because sure, they might not understand that it was actually a lightning blast that killed them,
Get your
not a
Magic Find
fireball,
characters ready.
that's fine. But if they go in and they die 600 times to that, they will eventually figure out that 600 or 500 of those deaths was actually to the lightning, not the fire, and they'll look at their lightning defenses. So that's at least.
Guzman, thank you very much to Prime. There's a link. Apparently it's not up on YouTube yet, so just watching it on the Twitch VOD right now. It's a decent Fizz wand. $400 PDPS, 3.9 crit. Gain charges. That's reasonable. When the poison as a Crucible League, basically. Is there a great minion build like is about how to make it work? Minion builds really love that belt, man. Like, really love that belt. I don't know. I would tend to shy away from minion builds if I was making a Mageblood build, personally.
It's to some degree helpful, even if it is because of debuffs and whatnot, which comes into the problems with the UI, forcing us to look at one side of the screen to see what debuffs we had, no time to scroll our mouse over to see what it does, and then look at our HP or we're dead. But taking that aside, I think that just having that kind of access would give us the possibility to, at least to some degree, for new and newer players, figure out what it is that actually killed us. The other part had to do with DD. The other two questions, rather, the statements. First one is this DD visual improvement. This is planned for PoE2, and then you also want to have this in PoE1. Is that how I understood it?
Well, that was mainly for PoE1, but yes, both. And not for player DD, of course, because that obviously doesn't have the telegraphing. It's instant. But
But
yes.
actually the changes are going into PoE1, and PoE2 will probably inherit.
I mean,
that,
to be fair, actually more on that. I actually am not outside of specific bosses. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of. Well, there were some mistakes in the league, in particular with there was that stag monster that charges and creates volatiles off the corpses it charges over. There were the green caustic cloud volatiles, like that. Should not have done corpse damage as it was charging over them. There wasn't even any telegraph. You just died. And then we obviously hotfixed that in and removed that. That was just a straight up mistake. And sorry, Quinn, for your death. But there are certainly cases in where they're doing corpse percent life, and they just should not be doing that. I think in the case of like Alera, and I think when you get twinned and one Alera can blow the Alera up, I think that's very cool. And I think context like that, it should stand. But yes, there are certainly a lot of issues. I wouldn't say a lot. There are probably more contexts, and I'm going to audit them all, and where corpse life is being used where it probably shouldn't be. But either way, in the cases where it is going to be used, we will do the telegraphing thing as mentioned earlier. Yeah.
So on the topic of clarity or visual clarity, telegraphing, we got to keep in mind, and I feel like this is something that's been kind of forgotten in many fixes and implementations in PoE1 consistently, which I hope is not going to transfer into PoE2. We're going to try to stick to PoE2 topic here. But I do want to point it out that PoE1 is currently played in a way where the more you see on the screen, the worse your build is. So if you actually have visual clarity, you can be rest assured and guarantee that your build is absolute dog shit. The less you see on the screen, the better your build is. And the less you see on the screen, the less you'll see these well-telegraphed things like DD and whatnot. Because that just means you're not AoEing enough. There's not enough effects on the screen for you to clear effectively. So DDs are super hard to see, and there was a lot of changes with the Volatile Dead before they were actually visible. Crucible is another example with the molten thingies that flew after you. You had to make them, I think it was 2 or 3 iterations of that before they were actually somewhat visible on top of the massive cluster that was happening on the screen with effects flying around, not to mention the bloom issues. And if that's, we don't know how it is to.
So this was solved. This is actually surprisingly enough solved in Diablo 3. They have a system in there that I don't know how to explain, but it's basically layering. When you play Diablo 3, you'll notice that the mob effects that matter exist on like a higher plane than your skill effects. So like when the bearers are going off, or when it's got a laser or whatever, it doesn't matter like how many spells you're using or how much visual clutter there is and how much you're like covering the mob itself and you can't even really see what's going on. Those effects like exist, the enemy effects exist on like the top layer with rendering, and so you can still see and dodge things in very easy and meaningful ways. And that's already solved. There's a solution for that. And the only thing is, I don't know how hard that solution is to implement. I have absolutely no idea. I don't even know if this game has layering. So I don't know if that's something we can do. I mean, you can do anything, but I don't know if that's something we can do in the way of like, do we even have the tools to do that, or is that like an entirely different thing? Which it could be. I don't know.
To do the endgame of PoE 2, but if that's the same kind of approach with the way we're going to be clearing enemies with a lot of fancy effects, add a bunch of MTX on that, the FPS goes down to single digits, and then we just stay away from these so-called well-telegraphed abilities. What's the plan to fixing those problems in, I guess, both PoE 1 and PoE 2? Because I think that's a big issue, especially for new and newer players that are supposed to see these things.
Yeah, well, it comes down to effectively just making sure that that you're not necessarily incentivized to go to the point where you've got like ridiculous amounts of things like it needs to be somewhat ridiculous because you still need to feel powerful. Like that's important, but we certainly need to improve visual. Visual clarity is a huge part of what we're talking about whenever we're talking about effects. Like there's just a huge amount of that going on. So just to be rest assured, right? Like that is definitely a top tier priority thing as far as we're concerned in PoE 2. But that being said, we still have to make sure that you feel powerful at endgame. Like we do. Like it is important. There's a lot of discussion, I think, about like that people always, they're going to slow the game down or whatever. But I guess I don't really think about it that way because that's not our goal. Like all we're really doing is like, what would a game at endgame look like what does a good game look like at endgame, right? And that game probably looks like it is a bit slower than what the top tier stuff that's going on in PoE 1 is right now. So it's not so much the question of let's slow the game down. It's more like, let's make sure that that it feels, you both feel powerful, but also still have clarity of what's going on at endgame. So that's just an explicit goal, right? And I mean, I also think that it is a problem, even just from the point of view of like, if a new player looks at a stream of Path of Exile and they kind of see, like the crazy crap going on the screen, like they're immediately kind of like, oh my God, I can't even penetrate this. Like it doesn't even make sense to me, so that obviously has to be, there has to be some kind of something changing here for sure. So yeah, like what I will say is yes, like visual clarity is hugely important. Telegraphing is hugely important. I don't know how to kind of like, really, I guess there's not a lot I can say other than kind of like, trust me, I know, you know what I mean? Like, I understand it's important. I get it. Right. Like that's kind of really all I can say at this point because, well, you'll have to see it when we get there effectively. But yes, things should be telegraphed. You shouldn't have just random deaths like that. Ideally you would feel like when you do die, it's because you screwed up. That is an explicit goal of ours.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hard one to solve. It's a hard one to even really think about. I mean, I know I was playing it last night, right? I mean, there's I don't know, 1,500 projectiles per second or some shit going off with tornado shot. Like, I mean, how are you expecting to be able to see anything? On top of Delirium, opening legions or 3 legions every 10 seconds, a breach, you're clicking strong boxes, which are spawning packs. Meanwhile, you've got Beyond Demons spawning left, right, and center. And this is all, of course, under the labels of Chaos Orbs, Divine Orbs, Mage Bloods, Headhunters, and all that are covering your screen with of loot labels. And then, I think, as Jonathan said, you accidentally press Alt, and then you go back to login screen.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, how do you fix that? Like,
Fix it.
I know
it's
there's the easy
best.
answer of like, allow us to
just one
turn off
issue at a
all of
time.
the effects. And I know,
One issue,
I know,
one issue at a time
it's-
is how you fix it.
Well, sure, it is, but I mean, there's heaps of, it's very subjective as well. I understand, like, you can't telegraph anything in that circumstance. You're either just instantly dead in some point or you're not. And yeah, I don't know. This is extremely difficult to fix at this point, and extremely, like...
Mark's talking about in a PoE 1 context.
Yes, in PoE 1.
Yeah.
PoE 2, you get the fresh ground and you get to make it exactly how you want. And, you know, this is ultimately the consequence of a large amount of power creep and specialization in the game. And, like, it used to be that maybe there's only 10 players doing this, and now there's thousands and thousands of players doing this because of information sharing and everyone becoming good, and because there's too many headhunters dropping because of the amount of wisps from the league and all of that. But ultimately, like, a lot of people are also having fun because of that. But then you get into this thing, which is how do you telegraph and how do you communicate when that's going on? Yet if you take all of that away, that is the fun people are having. And so it's almost like these things come hand in hand, and then you have to do...
The solution is make a sequel.
I suppose so.
That is the solution.
Like, look, we actually have someone working on the alt thing that crashes you right now, and as an example, and you can look at that and going, that's fixing a symptom, not fixing the problem. The problem is there are billions of, let's say millions, probably actually millions of items on the ground, and you press alt, and it's just like the computational processing in order to show all of those labels is just like algorithm too slow. We will make that faster. I hope.
Like moving that keybind to something else, so people alt tabbing doesn't accidentally crash the servers. At least,
look, what we should do is just make it fast. Like, that's what we should do.
We can
make it fast. Yes. We can make it fast. It's fine. Like the algorithm for laying out the item hovers was not supposed to be a problem, you know. Like, that was not supposed to be something that was going to be a concern, but it eventually became.
That's fair.
But look, we will sorry, go for it.
That's fair. We didn't consider at the beginning when designing the game that the algorithm used to draw item labels in Path of Exile 9 years ago was going to cause so much of a problem that it would crash entire instances. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It wasn't meant to be like that originally.
No, I was just curious if this is also like a problem that has like emerged out of the later years, similar to how the game is unable to calculate more than 2.2 billion a minute since the poison caps being reached nowadays compared to when we started off, a decade ago.
Yeah, there is limits that we reach. I mean, look, so the algorithm, to get technical and computer sciencey here for a second here, the algorithm for laying out item hovers is not a linear algorithm. It is a super linear algorithm, which means that the more hovers there are, the longer it takes to calculate each one. And when you've got an algorithm like that, it breaks down at some point, right? Like, so yeah, that's the issue. So we'll fix that, but whatever. Anyway, side note. But yes, the cap you're talking about is literally just like the like 32-bit number cap, and the reason it's the number that it is because I believe that we store it as like damage per minute. Is that
yes,
that's right. There are actually ways to deal with that. Like life, for example, can scale above that can scale higher than 4 billion, right? Was there not a fix to that?
Yeah,
I think we did something where we like had like 2 stats for life, so that one can be like the overflow of the other, like something like that. So yeah, yeah, we should probably.
Yeah, so to bring it back to the PoE 2 point here, and you were talking a little bit earlier about clarity, and you mentioned new players, and I still kind of feel like a little bit of a new player myself, and one of the difficulties I've had as I've been getting into learning Path of Exile is trying to understand defensive layers and how like armor works and how evasion works, etc. Right. So I'm wondering, when we go into PoE 2, is there any plans in regards to maybe a little bit more detail in defensive structure particularly? Like when I was looking at armor, it says, well, this reduces your physical damage reduction. But then, I have a million people in chat spamming me, well, that's not really the way it works. And I got to kind of trust somebody else to teach me it, in other words.
I agree. We need more information in the game. And actually, this brings up another point as well, which is that in PoE 2, we're really trying to reduce the amount of hidden mechanics. Like we're trying to make sure that whenever that like ideally if there's something hidden, we either remove the hidden thing or we describe the hidden thing. We don't have any kind of like sort of weird implicit stuff. Ideally, like I think I think there might be like one or two like in the whole game, like one or two things that are actually hidden remaining, like very little. We're really trying to make it all explicit. And the other thing as well is that we are going to try and attempt to put more of this information in the game in some.
Sorry? Let me just go back a little bit.
Thing, or we describe well, which is that in PoE 2 we're really trying to reduce the amount of hidden mechanics. Like we're trying to make sure that whenever that like ideally if there's something hidden, we either remove the hidden thing or we describe the hidden thing. We don't have any kind of like sort of weird implicit stuff. Ideally, like I think there might be like one or two like in the whole game, like one or two things that are actually hidden remaining, like very little. We're really trying to make it all explicit. And the other thing as well.
I mean, I could name 5 right now, but I think they're talking about PoE 2, not PoE 1 here. I think they're saying in PoE 2, we're not going to have any of those hidden things. Because there's a fuckload of them here. There's so many. This is in relation to PoE 2. Okay. All right.
That we are going to try and attempt to put more of this information in the game in some way. I don't have a full explanation of exactly that yet, but that is something that we want to be able to do. So yeah, like it's I get your issue. So, and ultimately, the thing you really need to know about armor, I guess, if that's one of the ones you're talking about, is like the fact that big hits get through it and small hits don't get through it as much, right? That's kind of the main thing you want to hear, I guess. And like, that should be something that the game should say more explicitly. I absolutely agree. So we'll make sure we find a way to do that in PoE 2 because it is important, I think. And that just comes along with a lot of the sort of new player experience type of testing that, like, it's funny because we never in PoE 1 we never really actually truly did that. Like, we did it in, like, we read feedback and did stuff like that, but we never really actually sat people who've never played an action RPG down and like said, hey, like how do you think this works? Like, that kind of stuff. And it's something that we're actually going to be explicitly doing for PoE 2, like to actually do like proper usability lab testing of like, okay, here's a random person off the street, how do you understand how armor works? So I guess we'll have to see how that works out for us. But yeah.
How are you going to make this work with minions and proxies like totem mines and traps? Because people still ask me after a decade if fire damage scales raging spirits. Like, how are you going to make that work without like getting a Bible-long tutorial?
I actually have some answers in this regard. So this is actually another thing that I think is another point that's come up a lot recently about the passive tree, and like is it understandable, this kind of thing, and we definitely agree that there are issues there. Like I think the mechanically the passive tree is easy enough to understand in terms of like, you allocate points, you get, you get stats. Like that's pretty obvious, right? So it's really just a question that comes down to like, what are the stats doing for me? And we talked about this for quite a while, and we kind of came up with an idea of like, maybe what we actually need to do is whenever you hover over a skill in the passive tree, it should tell you what the DPS change will be on all of your skills. And that way you will actually know, like when you see a node, like, okay, is this node going to help me or is this going to do nothing for me? Like what's the relative, like, compared to this other node over here.
As much as I love that idea, right now the DPS tooltip in-game is literally completely meaningless. It has absolutely no effect on your damage whatsoever. If you can't give me a tooltip that's even ballpark relevant, how the fuck are we going to do that to the passive tree? I just, like it's not even ballpark relevant. It means nothing. That sounds like a lofty goal, my dude. That's good luck.
Like if I've got this node that's like plus fire damage, like I want to see that the DPS on my SRS goes up or doesn't go up, right? Like that should be something that you should be able to tell. And the other thing that will allow us to do is make it so that if you hover over a node and it's not going to do anything for your build because it doesn't actually work, like for example, like you'll see like a new player, for example, will be like, okay, if I get spell damage, is that going to increase the damage like they assume that it will increase the damage their minions are doing, and that's just not going to work, right? So you really need to be able to see, like is that like is that going to do anything? And so we basically said like, let's actually try to make it so that you can see what the end result will be when you hover over a node on your character, when you're hovering over nodes on the passive tree. So that is a feature that we're going to have in PoE 2.
So I'm just going to jump out on a limb here. I'm just going to assume that OpenRL is the one doing this. And if that's the case, can we assume that we're going to have some sort of collaboration of in-game implementation with connections between actual PoE program and in-game Path of Exile 2 then?
I am not keen to have just Path of Building straight up in the game. That's one of those things where like, okay, Path of Building relies on the ability to the difference between these two things is the Path of Building effectively lets you create items from whole cloth, right? Like that you don't, like you effectively just like, so okay, what would my character be like if I had all the stuff that I don't have? And that's actually not something that we're keen to do in the game. Like, it's one thing to show you what item you actually have in your inventory will do on your character, or like allocating a point that you have the points to allocate will do on your character. I guess for the passive tree, we'll still show it even for points you can't allocate right now, but that's a side note. Basically, it's one thing to do that. It's another thing, I think, entirely to be like, okay, like I'm just going to effectively make this character completely offline, which is, to be fair, like something that people will do with PoB, but I don't think it's something the game should necessarily do straight up. I don't necessarily think it's a good idea to be like, here's like, I especially think it's actually bad for new players to be like, okay, go, like, because if there's a character like just straight up like Path of Building style tool in the game, then that's the game telling you that you're supposed to use it. And what that means, if you're a new player, you come along, oh, okay, I have to like plan out my whole build from the very beginning. Like that's not something that we should expect players to do. So I think it's a little bit different when you're like, okay, here's a third-party tool, you can work. Like people understand that stuff. But I think having the game be like, okay, like what would my character be like if I had a headhunter on when you don't actually have a headhunter? I don't think that's right. Yeah, something. I think that's the difference between these things. But I do think we can do a lot better with regard to showing you the information about what a given thing will do to your character before you allocate it or before you equip it and that kind of stuff. And that's something I absolutely want to be doing and improving.
I mean, this also comes to, just to reiterate on that one, like hovering over int. A lot of new players probably don't actually know what the attributes do. So you could hover over a 10 int node on your passive tree and it would show the change in energy shield and the change in mana. It would be like mana from 71 to 73 or something.
Right, and so that's instantly going to tell you
not those numbers, but
yeah. It is instantly going to tell you what that's doing. And so effectively, it is more than just like your int's going up. It is in fact, your spell damage is going up and this kind of stuff. So yeah, it is good to actually.
And it is very important to explicitly say when it isn't going to affect anything.
Right.
Because if it says nothing, you'll assume spell damage still affects your minions, or your fire damage still affects your raging spirits in that case. Whereas if it specifically says this does not affect your skills,
right,
you will then know, okay, this is not a node I need to be taking right now.
Yeah.
So this means that tooltips in PoE 2 will actually be accurate.
I mean, that's a rather inflammatory way to say something, but sure. I guess that would be my hope, that in general tooltips will be accurate, yes.
Because I mean, you spec 10% minion damage, and you look at your SRS tooltip, it ain't gonna tell you shit. So I'm just asking.
I mean, yeah, we'll definitely fix that particular problem. Yes.
So I find the answer of this particularly interesting when you're talking about how the lack of something in the game can actually make the game better. Specifically when you're.
Okay, real quick. Was that an inflammatory way of saying things? That sounded fine to me. Like, I wouldn't even have been remotely upset with that. Was that a bad way to phrase stuff? Sounded fine. It was the unspoken, the tooltips fucking suck. But they do. They do though. They really blow. I was just checking, because if he didn't respond with, that's a rather inflammatory way to put that, I wouldn't even have known. That sounded fine to me.
you're mentioning POB. So I'm wondering if this comes from a mindset of what you want is the wonder of acquiring a new item, and what this new item I just got is the experience of the game, and what is this going to do for my build, instead of pre-preparing in your head that these are the items I need to acquire, and then you're going out sort of like a grocery list and, oh, I got that one, check mark. You're instead kind of incentivizing people to be excited by each drop as compared to preparing ahead for each drop. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I guess what I would like to say is that at least the game shouldn't take away your ability to play that way. Like, I understand, of course, that there are going to be people, like many people, who just like they want to look online for a build guide, they want to follow that build guide, and that's how they find that fun, and that's fine, right? Like, that's absolutely fine if that's what you want to do. That's fine. Sorry, I'm saying that's fine too much, but whatever. All good there. But I do think that it is important that the game not sort of like allows you to have that organic experience of just playing it and discovering things. I think it's important that the game doesn't take the mystery out too early, as far as that stuff goes, and that's why I think that's why something like Path of Building just can't be integrated directly into the game client like that. There are a few other things like this where, like, okay, so this is a random one. A lot of people have asked us. So in we have like we made a system a while back, which we'll probably put this in PoE 2. Where you can get a file, like a build file, and import it, and then it will like highlight the nodes on your tree that you're supposed to. It's like a plan for what to allocate. And this is the kind of thing where, once again, I'm fine with a feature like this, so long as a new player doesn't see that and is like, okay, well, I'm expected to like plan my whole build now. You know what I mean? So like, this is the kind of thing where like I'm cool with the idea of like, if you've got a build, you can export that, and then if you go to a website and you like download this file and then like import it into your game somehow, you can get that. But I'm less fine with the idea that just immediately like you're like, okay, we're going to give you a tutorial on like how to pre-allocate skills before you've actually before you've actually got the points for it and this kind of thing. Just because once again you get that thing where it's like, okay, now I'm like I feel like I need to do this. So UI like that I think needs to be kind of like, maybe not hidden is not the right word, but certainly not surfaced to a player who isn't ready to know that. Whereas if you go to the forums and they're like, okay, download this like this build file and then double click it and it's going to go into your game. That's the kind of thing where like that's fine, because you've already shown us the fact that you're like seeking this out. You know, you are looking for this, and then once you've done that, then it's like, well, yeah, okay, that's fine. We can have this kind of feature. But I guess that's kind of like, I guess my mind shows you a little bit of my mindset around this kind of thing.
It was a great answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that when we were still trying to keep this a PoE 2 topic, I think we're bouncing so much around PoE 1 and 2, but that's kind of why I love having a conversation like this with you guys. Because we could just go on for weeks upon weeks. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the minions, totems, mines, and traps, like we talked about with the scaling of them. You said that would be something that goes, the tooltip changes. I mean, that would be something to be fixed. But when we're looking at the differences of that, a lot of people, I think, have the perspective of that being the way it is in PoB, where it's telling us that, oh, the target is a boss and the target has this and this curses. That's not going to happen, obviously, when we're looking at a tooltip.
Right.
But will this be something that we're going to see on launch for PoE 2? And is there an initial actual structured plan to have this for PoE 1 in the near future? Or is this something you guys are considering to possibly implement later? Or what's the time frame here, if there is any?
This is an interview. Oh, what's this character gonna be? Oh, it's so much worse. It's that. Blade Fall of Impaling. It's actually so much worse. Blade Fall of Impaling Life Stacking Champion Warlock. I swear it'll be fine. Speaking of, though, let's just chuck that in so that it can start leveling. It was going so well. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. It'll be great, Bill.
I definitely am believe we will have that stuff in for the beta launch of PoE 2. I don't have an answer for you for PoE 1. It's not something like it's not immediate. Like I guess it's the kind of thing we probably could backport, but that's not first on my mind at least. So that's more like Mark would be the one to that. I guess it probably is possible to backport, but maybe not. I don't know.
It's ultimately easier to decide that once it is finished for PoE 2, and thus we can see exactly what it would involve to do so. And yeah, it's hard to know at this exact time. But I definitely want it. Have wanted it for a very long time.
Yeah.
Hence why we're doing it for PoE 2. It's just certainly easier to do it in that environment right now.
So with
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So something I've noticed in previous interviews is you talked about momentum was a word you used, and that you have great care going into keeping your momentum carrying with each character, so much so that there's different animations based upon if you're moving, etc. And some of the moves, like rapid shot, I believe, you can actually fire at 50% movement speed reduction, etc.
Nice.
However, while maintaining momentum, I know that there's also conversation about Path of Exile 2 is slightly slower than the other one. So how do you pair these two thought processes of wanting to keep it fast and keeping your movement speed going while Path of Exile 2 is looking a little bit slower than the original, Path of Exile? So I'm wondering, what is the mindset behind continual flow of movement when it comes to the characters in Path of Exile 2?
I think actually that momentum preservation is actually a really important thing you need if you want to have things be able to be slower while still feeling fast. Like it's one of those things where one of the things in PoE 1 is that, okay, if you have an attack that's really slow, it feels like garbage to use. And part of the reason it feels like garbage is because you don't have the momentum preservation. Like that kind of thing really helps. Like when you're doing a melee attack, the whole like full stop then attack thing just totally means that it feels bad. The momentum preservation effectively means that you feel like in your mind you kind of feel like part of the attack time was actually movement time, if you know what I mean. So like and effectively like so I've talked about this a little bit before, but we've got this whole step attack thing where if you're a bit back from a monster, you can effectively attack it from earlier. From further away than you'd normally be able to, than your normal distance would say, and we've got an extra animation to propel you forward. And what that effectively means is that the time that you would have spent running to the monster in PoE 1, you can now spend doing the attack from further away. So effectively get to have the attack be slower, but still take the perceptually similar amount of time as far as you're concerned. So that kind of momentum preservation stuff really works with that. But it has been quite a thing, like making sure that everything feels that way. And like there's even some attacks that kind of don't make like. There are attacks like let's look at ground slam, for example, which I guess is something we haven't shown in PoE 2, but ground slam is not a skill that you want to be moving towards the monsters when you're using, because it works better from further back. So you have to find a way to make it feel like the momentum is preserved while they're actually moving you forwards. So we've got this kind of like micro step thing and like some animation tricks and a few other things like that to kind of make it feel like you didn't actually come to a complete stop before you started it. While not actually moving you forward. There's like all sorts of tricks like that. So it has been quite a process, but it is really important because it just allows you to make the game feel fast, while actually kind of like making sure that everything's still readable and you actually don't have quite the same number of attacks per second as before. But on that clarity issue as well, just because I had it in my mind, while I was thinking about it, is that one of the other things in PoE 1 that actually does make it feel worse when the attack speeds do get high is that you can actually make attacks feel clearer even when faster if you take care in the animation to do so. So in PoE 1, they've got one animation for every attack, and in PoE 2, we have like 4 or 5 speed variations for each attack, and we've got them all the way up to rather quite high attack speeds. And effectively, like you start removing certain flourishes and details from the animation. You don't you make the animation simpler as it gets faster, and that actually makes the character feel less frantic. Like they're attacking faster, but they don't feel more frantic when they're doing so. And that's kind of a way to once again like improve the clarity of the attack without actually having to necessarily reduce the actual speed of it as well. So there's a lot of tricks there that we're trying to engage.
Is that translated over to minions as well?
Stop asking minion questions. No one cares.
Know about that probably. I mean, I guess that would be a thing we can do. Yeah. I mean, probably not specters,
not
specters, but you know, like it'll work. But it'll should be no reason why other minions can't do that. In fact, yeah, absolutely, they'll do that. I think the same team doing the the player character animations are doing the minion ones. So,
what's wrong with specters?
They should be doing that.
What's wrong with specters?
Oh, just specters use monster attack animations.
You're
right?
now talking about doing, what do we have?
So it's 700 monsters.
700 monsters times what, three
attacks each?
3 attacks per different type of attack. I mean, you're looking at, you know, a few years of animation work.
If you wanted to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I've already talked to Chris about that. I pitched a really good solution for you guys with the specters, but at ExaCon, you guys presented the idea with the Pokeball effects, which I'm very excited to hear about. Is there any type of like on the?
I didn't even notice that when I was looking at your build the other day. Just for clarity's sake for everyone else, Diggs has got a really good fully juiced build to play MF in the trade league, and he even built a real chest, not a greeds, so he could do solo higher tier stuff. And because it's a real chest, he built it with supported attacks have crit strikes and also supported by item rarity, and then just went ahead and put the whole bow attack in his bow and put all of his auras in his chest. So it's not supported by nothing. He's just not using it. That's great. Oh, that's rough. The auras really need item rarity. I don't even think I saw Herald of Ice in there. Better change that. You no longer have a 1 mana requirement, right? Item rarity has a mana multiplier, doesn't it?
Spectre topic. I also want to bring in Anime Guardian into this. Is there any other changes outside of the Pokeball structure that you guys have in mind when it comes to Spectres and Anime Guardian, when it comes to functionality, considering how complex and extremely anti-new player friendly both of these type of abilities are in the game right now?
I don't think Spectres need to be the most new player friendly skill in the world. Like, it's the kind of thing where, like, you know, it's sure, it matters, but I think that it can be something that is, you know, one of those things that can be a bit complicated. I mean, inherently, just the fact that it's you know, that you're spectering a monster immediately, like, you know, the possibilities open up hugely there as far as what can be going on. But there will be more changes than for sure. Especially, I mean, obviously we haven't talked about Animate Guardian at all yet, but we do have plans for Animate Guardian. I don't like the way that it works now. There'll be a new way. The Spectres, we talked about the whole Pokeball idea for that, which we're doing. In fact, we've got implemented already. And there'll be more stuff I'm sure you will like with regard to minions. Because we're going to be announcing the Witch before too long, and there's going to be a lot of minion stuff there. So yeah, there'll be a lot to say about it for sure at that point.
Well, and definitely for things like Animate Guardian, we need to not have the behavior of like, oh, it's going to die, unequip the.
Okay, here's my main thing I'm learning from this interview right now. If I ever get the opportunity to interview any of them, there is a 0% chance that I don't spend literal hours not just researching all of my questions, but also practicing them with other people. Because I feel like a lot of the things I might say the same way, when I hear someone else say it, I can hear, that's rude, that doesn't sound clever, or that sounds really simple, or that's not interesting. Even if I want the answer to that question, like if I ever get the opportunity to interview these people, I'm not just spending hours doing research on what questions, I'm spending hours practicing those questions with other people. not just on my own. Like, that has to be like that. literally like media training. It needs literal media training. Like, yeah. Isn't there? Yeah.
The gym, right? That just needs to go away.
Right.
Or log out.
Or that, or yes, or log out, I suppose. But yeah.
I wanted to follow up on one of the points when we were talking about attack speed, and you mentioned some of the ways that you can make the attack speed, look faster is by adding different animations or removing parts of it, and effectively, telegraphing that information visually a little bit more. Has that process influenced at all development time when it comes to things like the artists making these actual animations? Have you found that being any impact with development going forward as you're continuing to create content? Are you having to make multiple animations for each one of these? How's that been on the development side?
I mean, it takes time, but the rigs we have in PoE 2 for the characters are so much better than they were before that making like 4 or 5 animation speed variants for an animation in PoE 2 takes way less time than it would take to make one animation in PoE 1 on the old rigs. Like, it is just a massive speed improvement. I mean, the other thing as well is that our lead player character animator Ed is just really good at it. It's like he can make that stuff so fast. It's honestly incredibly impressive. But yeah, like certainly we do have to care about this because I mean, just the amount of animation that has to go into a single skill is quite high in PoE 2. But you honestly have to do it to make them feel good. Like the level of quality for a player skill is so much higher than it was in PoE 1 that yeah, it just takes there's just a lot more going on with that stuff. And I think the other thing as well, even for boss skills and stuff like that, there's a lot more care being taken these days than there used to be about making sure that like the skills all like respond correctly to like weird stuff happening. Like I remember being sort of impressed, honestly, when we were preparing for ExileCon, how not broken a lot of boss skills were with regard to things like CCing them with like freezing them and stuff like that. Like, it honestly is impressive. Like, I kind of saw that stuff and I'm like, oh, that's gonna look terrible. This is gonna look terrible. And then like actually they had like stuff to deal with all of those cases. Like, it's pretty impressive. So yeah, it is. But yeah. Having to do all those extra stuff definitely makes development harder, but it is totally worth it in my opinion.
Except of course when there was in the mercenary demos that boss and she spawns a baby to avoid more gross terminology.
Spawns a baby.
I mean, that one you had on numerous occasions where you're filming it and you stun her and then all of a sudden she has twins.
It spawned a second baby. I still have no idea what causes that bug. We haven't fixed it yet, but sometimes in that fight a second baby will appear.
It's there'll be some like precise stun timing where like she'll perform. I know the problem. I haven't fixed it yet, but and then she'll do the skill twice.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden there's 2 babies scrolling around, and I mean.
Still works.
Intended mechanic, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, in real life, sometimes they have
twins.
twins.
Sometimes you have twins. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. So a follow-up question. I mean, sorry, go on.
No, you go on.
I was just going to do a follow-up here because we're kind of talking the development side of things, and something that I've noticed that I liked significantly while my experience, learning Path of Exile was the music is phenomenal, especially on some of the maps. There will just be very, very good music. So something I'm interested to hear about is the music design going into Path of Exile 2. Do you have any plans to bring in like well-known artists to do maybe some of the tracks, or can we hear a little bit about how your sound and music design is going to be going into Path of Exile 2?
So we have 2 people working on music in PoE 2, and they're the same guys who work on PoE 1. They're very good at that job. Some of the music in PoE 2, like a lot of it's really, really awesome, and there's actually a lot more going on even than what they used to do. Like a lot of really kind of clever stuff going on with boss mechanics. Like they've got like clever stuff going on with phase changes. Like the one on what's the mermaid boss called? Sorry, I can't remember now.
I think Diamora, the song of death, or the siren of death. Yeah.
Like the phase change thing when she does her attack, like there's a specific music cue that happens, like exactly like it's real awesome. Like honestly, like You know, it's funny because I heard it in the sound booth, and I was like, "Whoa, my god, that was the most epic shit I've ever heard." And unfortunately, it doesn't quite hit as hard on some random headphones that I normally play on. But yeah, they're doing some really cool stuff. Just little stings as well. Like I don't know if you like they've got this thing where like, okay, you kill the boss and you get this like little musical sting, and then it like fades down the music for the area for a little while to kind of like give you a bit of space to breathe after the boss is dead, and then like the music will come back in another like 20 seconds later. There's all sorts of little details. So there's actually a lot more effort going in actually to integrating music cues into gameplay events in PoE2 as well. Yeah, I just think honestly, Camille in particular is just really good at that stuff.
I noticed
we're doing
what you're talking about how like the boss cues. When I was doing Shaper, you go into the bubble and it doles down the music where it sounds like you got water in your ear or something. And when I noticed that for the first time, it was a super exciting part about that, which is what spawned the question going into Big out too.
But yeah, no, we're doing a lot even more of that stuff.
I haven't watched a lot of Darth microtransaction. I've like seen his videos around occasionally and whatnot, but this is probably like the longest piece of content from Darth that I've watched, and so far I really like him. He's asking some good questions. He's got good flow. Like he's doing a great job. I just like I'm just not familiar a lot. Like I recognize him, like I've seen him around, but I haven't seen a lot of his content until like right now. This is the longest I've seen any of his stuff.
Love that.
Yeah, we have, I mean, that's more of a all sound, not just music, but like we have a few other examples like that when we have this whole when you're drowning, like versus the Eater of Worlds. It's your screen starts to go to black and all the noise gets suppressed. It's meant to sound like you're underwater. And like our audio guy at the time, like it was during work from home COVID time, and he sent a video of like he had filled up his kitchen sink and he had like an underwater microphone, and then for the male characters he's dunking his head in the kitchen sink, just like going making noises. And then for the female characters he's got his wife also doing the same. And I'm just like, oh man, the measures these guys go through to get this is amazing. So when you're going through that level of effort, and I mean, sometimes you go next to their desk and he's got a bunch of carrots there, and I'm like, okay, I guess he's just snacking on carrots. And no, he's holding up a microphone and like breaking carrots to make it sound like breaking bones. And I'm like, okay, I suppose, sure, I guess that kind of works. Like they go to some extreme measures. I know that's not really music, but it's still audio adjacent, and it's like so fun to see their process.
That's so cool. Another thing I wanted to talk about, we talked about bosses. We mentioned a few bosses from PoE 1, and we know there's going to be a couple of thousand bosses to my understanding in PoE 2. But something I was curious about, this is a community question actually, was if the differences on boss design in PoE 1 versus PoE 2 in the form, or the question will be in the form of the idea of having a simpler version of the boss, say Shaper, and then there would be Uber Shaper, then we have Uber Elder, and then the coined Uber Elder. Like, will there be those type of the boss designs, or are we talking about this is a boss, there's no other versions of it but that version, and if you want to fight something hard, it will have to be a separate unique boss fight? Or are we talking about different levels of difficulty per boss for the end game? Like, what's the plan there for PoE 2?
I mean, the short answer is yes, of course there will be Uber content. There will not be, or Uber boss content. There won't necessarily be one for every single boss, but I mean, maps, in the context of PoE 1, it's hard to envision this, but in PoE 2, like maps, technically they are the bosses from the campaign with slight modifications or in different contexts and extra skills and stuff like that. And so just thinking of random, like, you know, there's what used to be the hard back in PoE 1 a while ago, what used to be the hardest content was the core map, and you had the effectively what was Uber Malachi, just not with his own drop pool and stuff like that. So map bosses are already harder versions of campaign bosses. Except obviously in PoE 1's world, those bosses are often easier than the random rare monster you fought outside, which I do consider a problem. Like, it would be nice for the bosses to actually feel a little bit more difficult than what a lot of them currently do.
I agree.
However, when we're actually talking about things like Shaper, more pinnacle content, yes, like the Uber content is great. Personally, one thing I don't like, and I know this is a bit adjacent as well, is that the cost for accessing Shaper and Uber Shaper are identical, which means if Uber Shaper's drop pool is better, the cost of getting to Shaper is always going to be based around the rewards of the Uber content. And so people...
Not only was I going on about this just yesterday, I went on a massive rant about this on the podcast, on our podcast, the like 1 or 2 days after they announced it, before it even started, that this was going to be a problem. I'm really happy that someone over there agrees with the problem, because it is a problem.
Wanting to do non-Uber content now have to pay more money to get access, or in a trade league world, and I don't like that, and I do want to change that at some point. So that is at least a lesson learned. But like I've spent the last few days talking with like Andrew and Sean and Damo, a number of our designers, about like, you know, how can we make the next generation of Uber content? And like I was like pitching things to them, just random thought experiments. I'm like, what would Uber Dominus look like to you? You know, what is like, and then we're just like, oh, what would that be? I mean, you could have things like his Touch of God behaves differently, and like maybe actually like disintegrate sections of the arena, and like you could make an Uber Dominus. Like it's fully doable. One that is equivalent or at the same tier as the current Uber Exarchs and Cirrus, etc. Like that can be done with probably minimal work, to be perfectly honest. So these are just thought experiments. Again, I just go in these random, I'm playing the game and I just go on these random like, what if we did this, and like just see where it goes. And so yeah, I want even more Uber content in PoE 1. And obviously we want to see a lot more of that going into PoE 2. And I mean, all the way back to Adzeri, I think, was our first Uber boss. I mean, that's, you know, the access to that has changed, but it's held the test of time, so to speak. It's not quite in the same ballpark nowadays, but I mean, it's still pretty noteworthy, and given how long it's been there, it's done pretty successfully.
I mean, that fight came out before Ascendancy and everything. It was beautiful.
One thing I do want to make sure, though, going forward is if we distinguish, I want to make sure that the Uber and non-Uber content, they can have, like, for example, with Elder, you can have the Watcher's Eye and then the 3 modded Watcher's Eye, or a higher chance for Watcher's Eye, or say Forbidden Flesh and Flame, you can have the higher chances. But I would want them to have completely distinct unique item drop pools going forward, as opposed to like an overlap. I would want it to be, and at the same time make them not require the same cost to get in.
Yes.
So that would be a goal if we were to design any going further, just thinking about it now.
I just want to like mention, for me in my particular position where I can't kill Uber, I can kill one of the Uber bosses, can't kill the other Ubers, and I've cleared all the normal bosses at this point, and I'm on Softcore Trade League. I'm experiencing exactly the issue you mentioned, where it's like, all I really want to do is bossing. I love the bosses. I think they're super fun to do, but when I go to do them, I'm basically losing money to purchase fragments, then to do the bossing, so I have to basically farm my own fragments. So the call out that you're saying there specifically, where it's like the Ubers and the other ones will have different pools and be worth it with different fragments, that for me, where I'm still kind of newer into the game, I can't just, you know, trivialize the Uber boss and stuff. That's very encouraging to hear, I'll be honest.
That is good to hear. I suspect there is a good subset of people who like the fact that it's just allocate a node and then they get all the access they ever want. But I do think that was the wrong call. But I'm keen to see what people have to kind of say or weigh in on that one. I've seen a bit of feedback around it before, but I mean, now's the opportunity for people to, you know, voice their opinion on Reddit after this, I guess, and I will take a look.
Do you feel like there are a lot of work and time and money invested into specifically bosses in this case that you feel are underused for future developments? Because I feel like when we talk about introducing new pinnacle boss fights as a specific topic on bosses, I feel like there are other bosses that are so fantastically designed, way better than Dominus ever was. And when you talk about Uber boss, you mentioning Dominus, the only thing I'm thinking about is Medved, Vorana, Uthred, Olroth. What happened to those? Very few people are ever engaging with these. And those boss rooms themselves are fantastic. The mechanics are great. People are barely experiencing them. having access to those type of bosses. And for those of you not sure, no idea what I'm talking about, those are the bosses found in the expedition encounters. And making Uber versions of those was something.
So just for my own stuff, this is a really good point, right? But the way that's phrased is wrong, and I would find myself saying the same shit like that, right? If I was unprepared, I would say exactly the same shit. But I hear it and I'm like, well, you can't just call the thing shit. It's a really good fight. It's just you're saying these other ones are better. We don't even need to compare. You could just be like, what about these fights, which are fantastic fights that we could be making Ubers of that nobody does? Like, there's no reason to shit on the thing at the same time. I would easily fall into that trap as well, but that's the kind of stuff, if I ever got the opportunity, I have to weed all of that shit out of my vernacular for the, like, you just can't. It doesn't sound right. Right? Like, it doesn't sound right.
Thing I was talking about during Expedition League, I think that would be fantastic because there's incredibly cool design boss fights. Yet so few people in the community ever get to experience them, even during the league, even fewer after the league.
I mean, ultimately, yes, I agree. It's those also cross my mind. I mean, I have mentioned the same things internally. I'm like, what about Uber Olroth? What about Uber Lycia? What about... There is a lot of that stuff, and there is room to add it.
I think one thing that's important to remember, though, is that it is actually good to have content that few people are able to play. Like you want to have some aspirational stuff, you know? Like, if everything is just easy to access, then, you know, like, it's just... I think a lot of people, they sort of look at this, you know, only 1% of the player base will ever play this, therefore it's not worth developing. I don't think that's the right attitude to have when you're developing a game like this, because it's sort of, like, you just need that aspirational stuff. So just a random point that I thought of as you were talking there.
No, and I do agree with that. I 100% agree that, like, the moment that all of a sudden Olroth is found outside of Expedition or in some other ways, it also makes then Expedition less worthwhile to play and do, and less fun and less special when, like it can be quite fun when the meta is to do a particular league, and thus there are leagues that barely anyone's doing. But you can be the person then doing it, and because no one's doing it, those drops become valuable in trade. And, like, I mean, Ultimatum is, even though it only recently went core, is probably a good example of that, where it's like, I mean, not that many people are doing it right now, and you can see that in the fact that it's like...
Just to pause again, you're right? Like, it's not like... There's a difference... Like, if I was just sitting in their office having a conversation with them, right? Just sitting around having a conversation, speaking like that is fine. I wouldn't find that rude at all. I'm perfectly fine with all... There's nothing wrong with that. The difference is when it's a professional, like, interview for the public is different from a conversation between friends or acquaintances just sitting around, right? It's a different set of rules. That's why people have media training, right? Like, it's why people have media training. It's not to be dishonest. It's to phrase stuff better for public consumption.
You know, 7 fertile catalysts to a divine, which you could argue is due to divine inflation as well. But either way, like, you can now be like, I'm just going to be an Ultimatum player and utilize the fact that very few other people are doing it, of course, in trade leagues. And there is some fun to that. And then, I don't know, I honestly can't say what the value of the Trail Masters drops are. They might be worthless. They might be worth a lot. I honestly have not looked, but...
All right, we're going to leave that paused while this ad's running. But also, I want to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to take a quick little 3-minute break from this podcast. Thoughts so far I just got here? I agree with most of the questions Gazzy asks, but I do think he could use some media training. He's not great at like phrasing the questions for an interview setting. But I think they're good questions. He's just leading in wrong and phrasing them wrong. Otherwise, Darth microtransaction, I have not consumed content on intentionally until just now. He's fantastic. I quite like him from just this thing. The interviews, it's been great so far. Also, the amount that Mark understands me, just on like a spiritual level. Some of the stuff that he describes, I'm like, that's it. That's exactly how I play. Well done. You're doing the thing. You understand. I'm like, he understands me. I feel seen. Which is great. I love that. I love feeling seen. Don't forget that English is not Gazi's first language. First of all, Gazi speaks English better than I do. And again, there's nothing wrong with all of his questions. He's asking good questions. He has good ideas. These are all fine. It's just like a little bit of like, it's literally just a little bit of media training. He just isn't phrasing things in ways that get positive receptions. Right? He's talking as if he's just sitting around with friends, not for the public, which would be fine if they were just having a conversation between themselves. It's not like public appropriate, right? Like it's not right? Alright, I'm gonna pee real quick. 1 second. Let's keep listening.
It can feel special to someone that they are in doing Ultimatum and getting to do that boss fight because he has a drop that's worth a lot and no one else is doing it because, you know, it's not really the in-game meta. Whereas like right now it's very much, I guess, Stygian Spires, for example. And you'll probably find that,
I have no
not
idea.
that it ever is really the case, you'll probably find that the drops from those are completely worth absolutely nothing.
Just real quick, what are the blue stuff in my hideout? I have absolutely no idea. I didn't design my hideout. Coffee did. But exclamation mark hideout is a full link to all the hideout files that I've ever used. All of them are made by Coffee, and there's a link to all of them right there.
Something I wanted to check in on as well on this topic. You mentioned it not being worth running the previous version of it, and I feel like, well, what if the regular old expedition would be the source to get access to these uber bosses? But the only thing I keep thinking about when I was about to ask that is a core problem I think I have, which I know you, Jonathan, covered with Crip a little bit. You touched upon it, which was div cards. And I know this is something that brings back to some of the issues that I know that DM you've been encountering when it comes to wealth acquisition. And that is how like stacked decks and div cards is allowing players to literally have access to fight uber pinnacle endgame bosses before anyone in a new league start has even reached white tier maps. That is what the stacked decks is allowing us to do in the current state of the game.
Mark and I are both rather unhappy with stacked decks. That's probably the only thing that I have to say right now about
Me too.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there are issues with it for sure.
Well, like, there's two ways to look at it. I mean, yes, it was originally meant to be this, like, reward specifically from Putrid Cloister. And now it's like every second league's reward mechanic, and you're just getting them left, right, and center. But on the other hand, it's very fun to sit there and open them and hope to get the best thing.
I disagree.
There's both ups and downs to it for sure. But what I do know is that with div cards in particular, right? It used to be that, like, just thinking it from a less experienced player, right? Like, I'm not talking like farming burial chambers for doctors and fortunates and whatnot. I'm talking like you're in the campaign and what used to be that whole aqueduct, and you want to farm a tabula, so you farm aqueduct. You get your humility cards and get that. That's pretty far lost at this point, which I think is pretty sad. I think in solo self-found that has seen more, but I mean that's obviously a minority subset of the players. And not to say that we don't want to have the system work in both worlds. I'm glad it does work in solo self-found the way it was originally intended. It's sad to see it that's not really how it works now for Core League. So you go into your map and you farm whatever is providing the highest economical value, which in this league probably is burial chambers, obviously Crimson Temples. And not only are you acquiring, your doctors every so often, you're getting your constant flow of fortunate cards coming in for just divine orb sources and whatever. But, like, I don't know, what if I want to, just because I'm a little bit masochistic, want to run Ancient City? And, like, I mean, like, not that I'm going to, just for the record, I'm not crazy. But let's just say I wanted to, like, because I like the tile set, or I enjoy the boss fight, or I enjoy whatever about it, there's zero incentive for me to do that in a trade league, economically speaking, because I'm not going to be getting these doctors or various other div cards. I don't even know what div cards drop in Ancient City, to be honest, but I'm going to assume it's not as good as some of these others.
It's not good.
And I think that's really sad and that's lost. Now, if someone wants to farm burial chambers all the time, albeit to them, but I don't like the state in where you feel forced or obliged to farm a specific map, even though that might not be the map that you want to be playing because of the boss fight or whatever other factors. Or just the layout, like your build. Maybe you want something more indoor and enclosed, or maybe you just want something, more aesthetically pleasing or whatever. And right now, div cards kind of influence everything there. While also, sadly, we've lost a player wants to farm a tabula. It's just, again, not really happening. I mean, they can, but it's just not really going to be the case.
That's fair. I mean, wealth acquisition is always going to be a high priority in the state of the game trade league softcore where the vast majority of the player base exists. I mean, that's obviously going to be a main driving factor just as much as there is meta builds that the majority of players are going to, hence why they are meta builds, right? With that in mind, that obviously has a big impact on trading. And what's the philosophy in PoE 1, unless that has changed, is that it's too easy to trade, but you don't have any plans on, at least what I've heard, to neither make it easier or harder to trade. But that's PoE 1. How is that looking for PoE 2?
We honestly don't really have any plans to change anything on PoE 2 with trade, to be frank. Like, there's really not a lot. As I said, there's not really a lot I think that can change there easily without causing some kind of negative effect. So ultimately, we're kind of where we are. The most important thing, I guess, to say is that we are a game with trade. That's something that a lot of modern games are afraid to do, but we think is important. So
it's worth pausing there just real quick, because that point about stopping to farm a tabula and blood aqueducts being something we all used to do, and it being sad that it's not something we do anymore. Well, they did that though. They literally caused that by making the humility drop rate so low that if you just progress to somewhere that drops like chains that bind instead and just farm a low tier map, you will literally finish 3 chains that bind sets before your friend who stops in blood aqueducts to farm a tabula finishes their first tabula. The reason isn't that it isn't worth having a tabula right at the beginning. The issue is it used to be stop for 45 minutes to farm a tabula in Blood Aqueducts and then enter maps with a 6-link. And now it is stop for 3.5 to 4 hours to farm a tabula. And by that time, your friends are just starting red maps. It's just not worth it anymore. They did that with the drop rates. Like that was... It was worth for most people, not for the fastest people. It wasn't worth it for me even before the drop rate. And many like degenerate people will be like, oh, fuck it, I can survive on a 5-link. I'm not stopping for this. But it was worth it for a lot of people. Like a lot of people it was worth it for. That it just isn't now. But they did that. Like that happened because they nerfed the drop rate so much that it isn't worth stopping to farm there anymore. So I'm not really sure how they're like, oh, it's sad that farming a tabula isn't a thing anymore, when it very much felt like an intentional stop you from doing that thing, the change that they made. Just a weird thing that I wanted to stop on. It's weird because they caused that.
You know, there must be trade. We don't think it should be easier than it currently is. And so here's where we are. So you know, like I guess that kind of really is the end of it. But yeah, I mean, trade's obviously important for many reasons that we've gone over many times before. But yeah, it's just super important that we want to be a game with an economy.
So I have a question for PoE2 that I don't think has been asked before, but hopefully I'm not asking one that's already been asked. Hotkeys. One of the questions I saw in the chat earlier was that a gentleman was wondering whether or not there is going to be additional implementation of hotkeys available, meaning you can have more skills on your bar and use them in any given build. Are we going to be locked into the same amount of abilities, or is there going to be additional action bars, etc.?
So one thing that is different about PoE 1 versus 2 is that in PoE 1, you could actually have more active abilities technically than you could in PoE 2 if they weren't supported. And so that means that there were cases where you were sort of incentivized to do that. Now you have 9 skill slots, and you can get more skills from items, but that's okay. In the case of the mercenary, you might have 4, but I really wouldn't. 4 is probably the most you would get extra from items in a character, for the most part. Which means that realistically, most characters will have 9 skills, and some of those are probably going to be reservation effects. Now, the UI for reservation effects, all right, you know what? I'm just going to say it. When you die, you no longer have to recast reservation effects.
Oh, nice.
So that means that the reason to have those bound is like no longer necessary. And so then the number of actual skills that you would want to actually cast then gets lower. And that means that you generally don't have to... the number of skill binds, I imagine, should be enough for the most part. So I'm not really concerned that. But we've still got the ones we can go control, click on buttons. And Can you actually rebind those individually? Like, can you rebind? You can, yes, that's fine. So if you want to have more binds that are not like visible to you, but still there, then you can still do that just like you can in PoE 1. So I think that we have enough actually. But yeah, like there were some things we were doing to effectively make it so that I think just the way that PoE 2 is, it doesn't require you to have more binds than what we had in PoE 1, particularly. So yeah, that's kind of my answer to that.
And I do believe for controllers, you mentioned decrypted.
Yes, I've already talked about the way the binding works on controller. Where I believe the number you technically get is 22, but that includes other things that have specific binds on PC, like dodge roll and stuff. But that's another whole thing. Yeah.
Well, then I got another kind of not a follow-up, but another random PoE2 question I'm going to throw at you here, which is that, from my understanding, I've heard we're going to have more Todo Ascendancies going into PoE2, but I didn't hear in particular how we are planning to acquire these Ascendancies. From my understanding, Lab is a PoE 1 related thing, will not be in PoE 2. So are we available to have information on how to unlock Ascendancies at this time?
So we haven't announced the specifics, but there are Ascendancy. There is special stuff for doing Ascension, like that we've created. It's different in each not to give away too much. There are different things you have to do to get the points. Like the first set of points you get in a different way than you get the second set of points and the third set of points.
Okay.
And so it isn't just like it's not like there's one activity you have to do. There's more stuff you're doing, and I think it's more interesting than what PoE1 had going on. So I'm not going to talk about the specifics of it, but effectively, there are quests. There's a quest in Act 2. There's a quest in Act 3. There's a quest in Act 4, and they're pretty interesting things, I think.
And just to note, he's saying 3 things. There are 4 sets of points.
Oh yeah, there is an in-game one, an in-game set as well. But that's there's the in-game set as well, of course.
Yeah. I mean, anything but the lab will make me happy, so I'm good.
Well, hopefully that will be the case.
Yeah, Trap's coming back to the game. Follow-up question.
We definitely. Well, okay. I'll answer that seriously.
Please do. Actually, I want to know. I dive into this all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do appreciate the fact that people don't love the trap gauntlets in lab. A lot of people don't love them, which I find a bit sad because I personally do actually kind of have a soft spot in my heart for them. But yeah, I understand that. Like we're being a bit more considered with regard to that kind of stuff. But I mean, we still like to have sort of occasional mechanics that are sort of interesting like that. But I understand that the lab has some issues.
On the topic of action bars, now there's quite a few people that clearly has never played a proper Minion build, and they don't understand that it's far from lazy. But at XLCon, you guys mentioned that obviously from what we've seen and experienced, the ones of us that played PoE2 pre-beta, was that the gameplay is very, very much more active than we have in PoE1. And on stage, you guys all said that the Minion playstyle will also be more active. So I'm just very curious, specifically to the Minion playstyle, how on earth are they going to make that more active than it already is? Because I have situations, just for reference here, for context, I have builds where I do not have enough slots on my action bar to put my aura. So if I die, I have to literally change my skill bar to enable them because I have too many skills to use. So how is that going to be more active in PoE2?
You might be right. You might be right that it won't be more active, but I think that the activities you're doing should be better than the ones we have now. So I guess that's what I would say about that. I think like there are definitely quite a lot of skills to use with minions and in PoE1 as well. But yeah, I think we can do better than what we've got there. I guess
that's the semantics based on specific wording. That's not like it was clear what was meant. It was very clear and obvious what was meant. That's just pulling them up for like no real benefit to anybody. That wasn't for clarity's sake. That just wasn't needed. Just move on.
Yes, I don't want to say too much here because we're going to be announcing a bunch of Minion stuff later. But yeah, I guess that's my point there. Unless you've got anything else to add there, Mark.
It's too hard to explain without revealing stuff we don't reveal. But
there's some very different mechanics going on.
Better.
It's better.
For sure.
That's basically what you told me at XLCon. You just smiled at me and said, it'll be better, trust me, bro. And I'm like, okay. I mean, I do trust you, but I mean, a little bit of context. I just needed to have that on record.
Right. No, I understand. Well, there'll be before too long, there will be a video that will explain a lot of the stuff. And you know what? I'll have another interview with you after if you want to clarify some more specifics. Then I would say.
I'll hold you to it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
So I have a question in relation to PoE2 campaign in towns. So something I noticed while I was playing through is that the only time you really experience other players, as is designed, is within the town. So you go to a town, you see other players there. But the point of the players being there, at least in my current experience, doesn't matter. They're only there to kind of give breath to the world and make it feel alive is the way it feels. They're not really there to interact with. So I'm wondering if going into PoE2, you are carrying the same philosophy of the towns and players will see them in the towns in order to just make the world feel more active? Or do you have anything planned around social interaction within towns and a reason to go there as opposed to being in your Atlas, hide out and just trading with the people that come in? Is there a reason for us to go to towns continually? I guess would be my real question.
So I think I'm going to kind of divorce this into two parts here. So one of them is there a reason for other players to be in town other than seeing them? I guess probably not really, because we're kind of a game where we never like to force people to have to engage socially if they don't want to. Like, it's a thing you can do, it's fun to do that, but it's not something we sort of require. Like, we are a game, you can play multiplayer or single player, and there should be no advantage to either if we're doing our job correctly, although I'm sure many people will argue about that point, which we don't have to worry about right this second. But effectively, it is our intention that multiplayer and single player should be relatively equal as far as like wealth acquisition and power and so on goes, and therefore we don't want to kind of force people into these larger things. But I actually do agree that the town cycle in PoE 1 isn't as good as it could be. And there's a few things we're actually doing to deal with that, and there's kind of it's a little bit of a mix. So one of them is that in PoE 2 we actually have an NPC who will identify all the items in your inventory for free.
Oh, wow!
Reduce the number of and we will reduce the number of scrolls of wisdoms that drop, and that will mean that is one reason to go back to town, to get all your stuff identified for free.
Wait. What if we just didn't have wisdom scrolls? Just fucking throwing it out there. What if instead of an item that was a wisdom scroll, you still drop stuff on ID'd, but you just put a little UI element like right here, and it's just identifying stuff, and I can still identify everything in my inventory the same way as before, or have a little decade cane to ID them there or whatever. But instead of having an item in my inventory that I have to collect, it's just fucking right there or something. Like, it just doesn't need to be an item. It just doesn't.
So that's that's one thing. There is the flask thing as well, which is a little bit different, but I don't want the reason that you're going back to town all the time just because you need to refill your flasks all the time. Like, that needs to be something where it's like that happens sometimes, but it's not like just constant, right? It needs to be like sometimes you run out. That's a consequence of the fact that there needs to be some kind of gameplay around flasks, and so therefore there needs to be some bottoming out that can occur, and thus you go back to town to deal with that. So that should happen once in a while. But the other thing as well is gold. The vendors are not good enough in PoE 1. They need to be better. Having a currency that you use with vendors means that we are putting a lot more effort into actually making the vendors matter. Like, you're going to want to check them. You're going to want to find the stuff in them. So that's something that that we're doing to try and just get that feeling of like you're going there, you're checking out that stuff. So I think that's another thing that kind of makes the town cycle a little bit stronger as well. I think probably one of the games that had the strongest town cycle to me was Diablo 1. That game, just for some reason, you just like the town was so like I just remember going there every time, to always checking all the vendors and stuff. That game just had a really strong town cycle for me. I think it's partly because that game, which is not something we're going to do by the way, but that game didn't really have regen. And so that meant the town was kind of like a bit more important even just from that perspective. Like, there was a lot more kind of like I don't know, I don't know what the word for it is, but it's just like it was a lot more living off the land almost feeling of like like you're struggling for every potion and so on. So the town cycle, just having a heal was a thing. But that game had a really strong town cycle. I don't think we're going to go that far, but at the same time I do think that the town cycle in PoE 1 was not strong enough, and we're trying to make it better.
Well, we've even got the gambling, which was there at ExileCon, and which is obviously use of gold, which is pretty good for like targeted upgrades. Like, if you need a ring, then you gamble for a ring. Again, not so much to be utilized. Well, we'll see, but it's more of a like early game through campaign gear problem solving thing, as opposed to obviously end game, which I cannot predict exactly how it will play. Obviously, if D2 is anything to go off, I mean, people did it obviously at end game as well as throughout the campaign. So who knows?
You mentioned gold, and I want to follow up on that and ask, how are you approaching the difficult balance issue of, well, gold's too scarce and I feel like I always need it. Oh, if it's too common, then I feel like the drop doesn't have any value when I receive gold. What's your philosophy behind gold acquisition and how you're approaching how much people should have at what given time?
I mean, ideally, I think it needs to feel somewhat scarce, because otherwise, you don't value it as a currency. So there needs to be stuff you want to buy, right? And it needs to be that, so gambling is one way to make that happen. Is like there's good upgrades to get there. But I agree, we have to be a little bit careful with it. And the other thing that's important as well is we really don't want to make a gold so rare that it becomes a currency that you want to trade with. Therefore, that kind of means that, like, you know, the intention is not that you trade with gold. The intention is that you trade with currency, and the currency is supposed to be, you know, by currency I mean, you know, like PoE1 chaos orbs and stuff like that. Yeah, we can't make it so rare that you kind of compromise that. Yeah, like it is a tough needle to thread, but I don't know. I guess you probably weren't around when we did that Ruthless with Gold League, because we did some testing around that, which I don't think exactly hit. We did a PoE1 league for that just to sort of test it out, and we learned some stuff from that. And yeah, basically, like there's stuff to do there. Yeah, I mean, the reason that we even added gold in the first place is just because we felt like it's something that you can drop that feels like you get a little bit of reward from something without having to drop another item that you actually have to pick up. So it's a way to kind of like bolster the feeling of drops from monsters in a nice little way there, which is and it really, like, we're sort of looking at things of like, okay, how many items can we have a monster drop?
So this gold thing, I don't know how everyone else feels about it, because I'm a little bit torn. Because on one hand, the goal that they have in mind, that they describe for how we would use and collect gold, the goal sounds great. It's going to be used early. It's a generic vendor currency to pick up stuff from vendors, mostly used during the axe or very, very early in the end game just to get some basic gear off the vendor, basically replacing things we would use, a transmute or an alteration or a wisdom scroll, or like whatever those different currencies that we currently buy vendors off, as well as the vendors having like overall better items, and then you use the gold to purchase those. That idea seems great, but there's this big screaming alarm in the back of my head that goes, how are we going to keep that? Okay, how is it not going to be relevant in endgame? And if it's not relevant in endgame at all, well, it was an item in my inventory. It was taking up an inventory slot. So if it's not relevant at all, and it's automatically picking up gold that takes up an inventory slot, I'm going to get mad every day. And I don't know how we deal with that. Random question, but when do you do side quests in your axe to just not go back and deal with them once you're finished? Oh, I just know all of the side quests that give passive points, and I usually do them as I pass them, and then I just ignore the rest of them and never go back.
While still without causing the kind of like ridiculous explosions that we managed to get to in PoE1. And we realized that if we wanted to kind of do it the way that we wanted to get it to, having gold, then that would mean that the number of items that you felt like you were getting, like the number of actual physical items on the ground, would be too low. So yeah, as I said, gold is a way just to make it feel more rewarding in some ways with that stuff, and giving you something but also has the nice little stuff with vendors and so on that I also quite like. So yeah, I think
all
that you know, the other thing is, I guess it's interesting as well, is the reason why PoE1 didn't have gold. There was kind of this feeling at the time of like we wanted to get away from all of the gold sinks that games required. And so I think that we probably went maybe a little bit too far with that philosophy. Like the reason that flasks were invented was to make it so that you didn't have because you didn't have the gold sink of potions. And like the way that works in D2. Yeah, that was the original thinking behind that. And then no repair as well, you know, and so on. So we had all these things where like, okay, if we get rid of all the gold sinks, then we don't need gold anymore. And that was kind of an explicit goal. But I think that we threw the baby out with the bathwater a little bit too much. And I think that, you know, it's still good. The vendoring thing is still, I think, nice. So yeah, that's kind of why we're at here.
I'll pass it to Ghazi.
I think they mentioned that gold won't take up a slot in your inventory. Misremembering. Maybe I'm misremembering. I feel like gold was taking up a slot in my inventory at ExileCon. Did I misremember that? It could be me that's wrong. It's happened before. It'll happen again. And that's the data. Right. So, but that brings up a different problem. I don't get any of the feeling of reward really. Well, do I? Let me think for a minute. No, okay. I mean, if it doesn't take up a slot in my inventory, then I guess I don't care. But it, like I said, the idea, the goal they're explaining of how it's supposed to work, I like. What I don't know is how they actually accomplish that. I don't know how that actually happens. Better, we're gonna fix that. It is only a matter of time before we get sockets in the Atlas tree. That was always gonna happen.
For the next question, then I got one more follow up on gold after, guys. Just go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to continue on the gold topic real quick about the original feeling that I got from testing it out and whatnot was that it was a really good way for you to be in the last act of the campaign. You realize, shit, I'm having problems. I'm gonna need to upgrade my gear, and I realize, oh, my one of my rings is from Act 1. I can go to the gambler and try to see if I can get an upgrade. Perfect. Go. Then at ExileCon, I had different takes from different devs without throwing people under the bus. Some people told me that it was meant to only serve as just that. Easier gear progression during the campaign, early stages. You can gamble some loot up, and you can then try to get some easy upgrades as you progress, and then it becomes less and less relevant as further you progress in the game. And another dev told me, you can do gold find barb style plays in the game, and that's going to be a perfectly viable play style. That's something you can look forward to doing. And I
don't know who said that. I don't know who would have said that. That doesn't
okay.
that doesn't,
so
that
the first
sound
one is
like
the correct statement.
Yeah, the first one's more correct.
To a lot of people, and no one said that.
I don't know where that second.
I don't know where. Yeah, I don't know where that second one came from.
And I don't want to know.
Yeah,
I don't want to know where it came from.
Right.
Oh, good. Yeah, all right. So cool.
So my follow up to the gold then is, one of the things I learned, because I just started doing the solo self-found hardcore and all that stuff, and what I was really kind of excited to find out was that you can use the vendors to kind of trade your currency around, and acquire the different pieces you need. So how are you approaching, because it sounds like the gold is specifically for you to make vendors a little bit more useful. You've mentioned this a couple of times in different interviews. So I'm wondering, how are you making sure you don't step on the toes of the vendors being important in that part of the game of acquiring currency and trading it? How are you approaching the gold is now a primary source for the vendors? Are we keeping the same mechanic of being able to exchange currency, and I got this, so I can exchange it for this, and the knowledge helps out your solo self-find grind, etc.?
I do actually think that we should retain some of those kind of like currency to currency type recipes, because I don't think if we put a price in gold on currency, I worry that will break things in the economy in a way that I don't like. It's a little bit hard to explain exactly why, but Chris honestly would have a much better rant about this, because he was very, very worried about this exact situation with gold and if there were gold prices for currency.
Yeah, that's a blatant no-no.
Yeah, so that's a no-no for various reasons. But effectively, I do think that having the kind of like those fixed trade things can still be useful. So I think we'll probably. I don't know if it'll be exactly in the same manner that we have right now, but there'll be something there'll be something to be able to do that kind of stuff, to effectively give a floor and that you can always use this way to get this currency item if you really need it and you're willing to. You don't want to do trade for it. There's a way to do that.
So, just a final thing on the gold, and before we jump to another question, seeing as it is more for the beginner early stage of the game, can we then assume that we're not going to end up in a position where we get wasted stats like, hey, you're going to reflect 3 physical damage to attackers, or in this case, hey, you're going to have a percent increased gold fine for endgame modifiers, or the fact that in the endgame, are we going to still drop gold if it's now going to be a less and less, inevitably a completely irrelevant?
That's a very hostile way to phrase that question. Again, this is good information that I would like to have. But you've made it sound so hostile. Like, that's a valid question. And it could have just been phrased in a non-hostile way.
Stat in the end game.
So I think that the gold sink at end game will probably be top end gambling.
If you watch through this again, every time one of the hostile question comes and Mark has to answer it, there's a really huge difference in his answer, and he's probably not even aware of it himself. But there's a huge difference in the way he answers those questions to the way he answers the other questions. So like, he gets a really good question and he sort of adjusts, sits up a little bit, and is like really excited. He blurts words out just really, really quickly, and he's really excited to talk about things, and he moves at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and he's really excited about things, and he's in it. And then when he gets the hostile questions, he's stuttering and he doesn't quite know what to do, and he's like rethinking how the way he's going to answer it. And it's because it feels like being put on the defense, because it feels like an aggressive question that he now has to defend the answer for rather than explain. And that's the difference. And that's why that's why media training stuff is important if you're doing real interviews like this, is because it's not meant to be an aggressive question. That's not what he means. That's not his intent. And the question is valid, but because it comes across as aggressive, it puts the person answering into the defense state, and Mark doesn't handle being on the defense very well. He's actually just not very good at being on the defense like that. Chris is. If you come at Chris aggressively, he handles the retort to that really well. But not everyone can. Most people can't. Most people will stutter or slow down a bit, think a bit more about what their answer is because they want to phrase things the right way, because they feel like they're under attack, even if it's subconscious. And that's what's happening here. I'm going to go back 10 seconds and you're going to hear the answer in a bunch of stutters at the beginning that you don't hear when he gets like non-aggressive style questions. Right? We'll just go back a little bit.
3 physical damage to attackers, or in this case, hey, you can have a percent increased gold fine for endgame modifiers, or the fact that in the endgame, are we going to still drop gold if it's now going to be a less and less, inevitably a completely irrelevant stat in the endgame?
So I think that the gold sink at end game will probably be top end gambling, like effectively like you just get an extra chance at a nice gamble. And there's some stuff around that I am now just suddenly considering. Sorry, I just had a game design thought here that I'm not going to say on stream, to do with interaction between the drop system and gambling that we need to have a discussion with after this.
Mm-hmm.
Because you probably understand what I'm thinking about there. Yes. Yes.
Sure.
Whatever. Anyway, there'll be some expensive gambles you can do.
But we don't.
That'll be what you want.
We don't have a gold fine.
Sorry,
right?
No, we don't.
Like, we don't
Both
have that on gear at all. I don't know where that's coming from.
No,
both of them. Both of them are doing the same thing. Both Jonathan and Mark struggle with that. Most people do. I mixed them up just then, but But both of them struggle with that. Chris is one of the ones that doesn't. It's rare to find somebody who can handle aggressive questions like that and still come back in full swing like it's normal. That's not most people when they're put on the defense, even subconsciously like that, will stutter and slow down and repeat things and get that thing, right? Like that is the normal response. But you're right. I messed up the names when I was talking about them. My bad.
Asking because we have irrelevant stats right now, such as that, and like region 2 HP. It's like you're never gonna notice it, so it just feels like a waste of stats.
We are there's two things here, but we are working harder to make sure. Like, so I've talked about before, like light radius. Obviously, it's just a full miss stat right now in PoE 1. In PoE 2, that increases your minimap reveal radius, which is smaller in PoE 2, like by default.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a little bit smaller.
I didn't know that.
And there's another thing about that as well, which a lot of people again might see as a negative, but I actually think it's much better for just playing and exploring. Right now, like even though you haven't revealed the radius of the minimap to see an exit to an area, and this was at ExileCon, the minimap icons will show like very, very, very far away, so you can just like you can see where an exit to a level is, even though you're not even remotely close to it. Those minimap icons now only show up once you are actually close enough to reveal them in that radius. So it'll make it much harder to find points of more exploration is required to find points of interest, or stacking more light radius is a way of
I don't think this is going to be a thing that people will do, to be clear. But I think actually to your other point there, like, okay, useless stats do suck, right? Like that is okay.
Yes.
There are games I could mention that have had a problem with this, of having a lot of stats you just don't care about, the values that you don't care about. So for number one, generally speaking, a stat, if it appears, should be something you can actually feel in your character, right? Like that is important. That being said, you do want to have at least a couple of misstats, just because that is a thing. Like, and like light radius was literally in the game for this reason. It's a stat that you're like in PoE 1 that's there to be like, oh crap, I got light radius, right? Like you want one or two of those. Now, I don't think that you want more than one or two of those. I think that that's enough to kind of be the kind of light radius. You know what I mean? Like you want that, like you want to exalt something, and that's what you get to be an occasional result. But another thing that we did discuss is that we were kind of like, okay, the tier 1 version. Well, I don't know what they're labeling tiers with these days, but I'm going to say tier 1. Whatever the top tier of a given stat is, should be something that you care about no matter what stat it is, right? If you're getting tier 1, like strength, that should be a thing that you, I mean, I guess people do stack strength and this or that, but you know what I mean? Like the top tier version of whatever stat it is needs to be something you actually really do feel like, oh yeah, that's awesome. Like no matter what it is, right? So like if a stat is like, I wouldn't care about it no matter how much of it I got, then that is not a good stat. With the possible exception of light radius, which, as I said, exists entirely to be a foil.
Except
we have done some changes to the core mods on items and have considered this for sure.
Right.
I think we look explicitly at them and it's like, will you ever want this?
Yes.
And if the answer is we were like, nah, like well, of course not, then I think we have, even at highest value, then we've just like, then throw it away.
Right. It's actually interesting because a rookie mistake, I think, like there's kind of a lot of these actually. There's this whole like, you know, like in the realm of more is not always better, that I feel like we touched on earlier. I think it can be a bit of a rookie mistake when designing item systems to think that, oh yeah, you want the mod pool to be just absolutely like you just want to add all sorts of shit to it. You actually do not. You want to actually, the core mod pool, like the things that can just drop on anything, you actually want to restrict quite down to a sort of quite restrictive set, because it actually makes it more fun that way when you don't have all sorts of random shit you don't understand. Like you want the actual core set to be like what's the word we were using when we were designing this? It was like something like damn it, there's a perfect word for this, but it's like core in some way. Like I feel like they're kind of no, there's some word like that. I can't, that escapes me right now. But it's like you want the stats that are on your base items to feel like they're all kind of like major important things. Like you're not just got some random like, you know, chance to do X when Y happens when blah whatever. You know, like those are fine to have on like some special niche case that you can craft, or like some corruption outcome or some weird thing like that. But the core mod pool needs to be very simple and very understandable, which I think is important.
I mean, there's other small changes as well. Like, I mean, resistances are useful. However, a resistance coming from a weapon is something that we've removed, and so it's more about you want a good weapon. You're rolling the weapon.
Right.
The weapon's there to deal
Nice.
damage. It's not there to give you resistances.
Right.
I like that.
So having the stats be localized to individual slots is something that I think not in every case, but like they should always like that is I think another important thing about like if I want more of this, I need to concentrate on my boots or whatever it is. Like you need to the slots should have some identity there.
Yeah, and then your gloves are your hands. Your hands are used mostly for casting spells, attacking with weapons. So your gloves have more.
Which Tavern Talk is this? I can't seem to find it. I want to watch it from the start. Apparently it's not on YouTube yet, which is really weird. I'd have had it on YouTube instantly. So we're currently watching it in VOD form from direct from Twitch. I would have just watched it on the YouTube, but it is not on the YouTube yet. And I mean, we need to watch it. Getting some good info in here. Lots of things I'm excited about too.
Damage centric things, whereas your helmet is more about eyesight, and so you may have things to do with accuracy and critical strike chance because you can see better, or say crit multi because you can see weaknesses in the enemy, and and obviously boots movement speed because that's how you run. So having a lot of those things. So there are we've gone back and reevaluated all that, and there are some overlaps with PoE 1, but there are
a lot of the decisions are the same because they were good decisions back when they were. But then, in fact, actually, there were some cases we just straight up removed some mods that were added later to go back more to what we had when PoE 1 first released, because there are things that I think were too complicated that got added to the core mod pool.
So I have kind of a random thought and follow up on the itemization. You're talking about items and when they're good, it should feel good, should be, part of the fundamentals of the item, etc. But you also mentioned that you're having an idea in town because scrolls of wisdoms are going to be less. So I'm assuming we're going to have somewhat of a progression path. If we go out, we farm the gear, we go back to town, we identify them. And in that moment of identifying is when the player has the opportunity to have a dopamine hit of oh, I got a good item. Mm-hmm. So have you considered during that identification time to have tiered, let's call them animations that happen depending upon how good of items you identified. So let's say the guy, the identifier, really cool. Your item has 3 or 4 tier 1s you identify. Or you got one really good one. The game can tell it's a really good one. So it has a much bigger identification. Or the guy has a better voice line related to that. Is there anything like that we can expect?
I think there is something we could do here. And that so cool. I appreciate the suggestion.
Yeah. I'm on board with that.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable thing I think it's a reasonable suggestion. By the way, the word I was looking for before was fundamental. You said it, and then I'm like, damn it, that's what I was looking for.
There it is.
The mods should be fundamental, is the word. So thank you for that. So two good things in one sentence there.
All right, I'll take a maybe because I'm a dopamine addict, so I'll take the maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. On the topic of modifiers and whatnot, we briefly, though we went through, I wanted to talk a little bit about crafting. I know we tackled this a little bit on ExileCon as well. I believe that the biggest take from it was that the philosophy, at least then, was that the idea was for crafting materials would never take away modifiers, except for, I believe there was Chaos Orb, which would take away one and re-add a new one or whatever it was.
No, I wouldn't say that. We're changing how they work. So Chaos Orb is remove mod, add a mod. But the philosophy around that was actually that one came about because we were saying, okay, how can we make it so that you'll actually pick up an item on the ground, like a rare from the ground, and ID it at endgame? And we've got a few changes around this, not all of which we've announced yet. But the Chaos Orb change means that currently any rare that's on the ground, it's only as good as the base type, really, because you can just alch and chaos and it's effectively the same thing as any other item that would be from the ground. So the idea of changing chaos to remove a mod, add a mod is just to make it so that you can pick up an item from the ground, ID it, and then it can be a near miss for something good, and then a single chaos orb can fix it. or make it worse. But the key thing is that like you're often going to be like,
my
okay,
luck,
oh, this is almost a
make
good
it
item. I
worse.
use a chaos orb. Was it good?
Every
Nah, it
time.
wasn't. But then sometimes you use it and it's like, oh shit, now it is really good. You know what I mean? So it's in order to make it so that ground items actually matter. Like that was the thing behind that. But something we kind of I'm not going to say lucked into because it became a goal at one point as well, is that there's actually no longer any crafting in PoE 2 that requires you to just dump like ridiculous amounts of currency into something. Everything now is really more around like you use it once and carefully look, and maybe you use a few. But like the way that Chaos Orb works now, right? Like generally speaking, like sure you might use a few Chaos Orbs on an item, but you're certainly going to be paying attention after each one, and sometimes it'll just brick the item and because you like, let's say for example you had like a high tier damage mod on it, but the rest of the mods were kind of lame, so you can use a few chaos orbs on that, and like if you don't remove the high tier damage, then you can make the item better. But if you like, it's likely that after a while you will remove the damage mod that you were hoping to preserve, so you might make it better, you might make it worse. But the thing is that it's no longer the case that you're just dumping a bunch of crap in until you get a certain role that you like, and that's true across all of the different currencies.
That does that not just sound like it's describing ROG? Isn't that ROG crafting? Like, sort of? I'm going to be honest, I love ROG crafting, and I don't like crafting in this game. But that's real similar to ROG crafting. I'm on board with it, to be honest. Like I'm on board if it's gonna be like similar-ish to what ROG crafting is right now. ROG crafting is way easier to hit like basic usable stuff. It's inspired by ROG, yeah.
So we have.
That sounds amazing.
So there's just no more of that kind of stuff going on. It ended up being good, and that's true even for a few other systems, I guess, around where we're just making sure that we don't have that kind of like it makes the crafting better. There's that. But then there also, I suppose, the thing we also mentioned is that you can't rarity downgrade anymore. We removed what's called scouring, and so that kind of also means once again that you care about white items on the ground too. You actually that has that effect as well. So like that kind of changes it changes how things work quite a lot. That I think has changed the philosophy of crafting pretty significantly. And then of course there's the other crafting systems in that PoE has as well, where we're always trying to make sure that for PoE 2 we want to make sure that we isolate them a little bit more explicitly to specific domains. So that you don't have to consider every single crafting system in the game when you're crafting, say, a weapon. There might be these few crafting systems you have to consider, but you don't necessarily have to consider, like these 10 other ones, if you know what I mean. So that's something, another little change that we're trying to do to kind of just like make it so that for a given weapon slot, at least, you're sort of thinking a little bit more and about like you're restricting the level of amount of shit that you might have to deal with.
So, I mean, I love the fact that I don't have to spend another 300,000 alterations on the amulets, which happened back in Standard League 8 years ago. It's a little different nowadays, but it's still this whole spammage of just spinning the wheel till you hit what you need kind of approach. And it's kind of annoying for your...
See, it's happening again. Like, he's right, but we just addressed this. Like, they just addressed how much better that is. And, like, the same sentiment that he's saying right now instead could be said like, I'm really happy to hear that. I can't wait to try that new crafting thing. You could be looking at same sentiment, but you could phrase it positively instead of negatively.
Wrist, but there's still the other problem that I think a lot of people are disliking, and it's when you have endgame content farmed, you're getting a good base item to work with, and this high item level 86 weapon can roll a tier 12 life mod or tier 12 fist damage. Is there any plans like raising the bar with the minimum tier can roll on the higher item levels to allow people to work at a more higher success rate on the higher type of item level items that they drop?
there is some information that's relevant here that we're not talking about yet because there's still some more item stuff to do. But it isn't really what you're saying. It's a sort of different thing that's just sort of relevant to what you're saying. So unfortunately, I can't really talk about that yet. But I do appreciate where you're coming from. Let's just say that. And we'll leave it at that for now.
I agree, and yes, the same hesitation as just being we're not ready to talk about it yet.
Yeah.
But our current plan certainly improved that problem.
Yeah.
So I have kind of a more broader scale type of question here. Is the PO2 or PoE2 lore and kind of setting of it a direct following of where we left off in PoE1, or do we have a different setting entirely, parallel universe? Have we gone down that route and discussed that much yet?
So we're in the same world. It's about 20 years later. There will be some characters that can come back for that reason because they're 20 years is short enough time that they can still be around, which is why we picked it. But I wouldn't say you need to have played PoE1 to sort of understand the plot of PoE2, really. I mean, there's a lot of nods and stuff like going back to certain locations and various things like that happen. But you can certainly just play it for what it is. The storyline as such is like independent of PoE1, but it is set in the same world. Yeah.
Good stuff.
20 years has actually proven. Well, I was going to use Alva as an example, but it's nice to not have to recast the characters, the same ones we want to use. And you do want some of the same ones to appear. And it's nice to not have to completely remake them with 20 years of aging. But then I was going to use Alva as the example, but she's a kind of a time traveler anyway, so who knows what's going on there regardless. So, but yeah, there are other characters that will appear, and it's nice to not have to recast everything for them or get the same voice actor to change their style because it might not work. And but in some cases we might intentionally do that, but allowing for us to bring back some good characters, and thus 20 years, I don't know how I'll sound in 20 years. Maybe I'll sound the same, actually. I have no idea.
Zana? Right? I want Zana. Please bring Zana back.
Idea. But yeah.
Does this mean we get to kill Piety another 500 times?
Piety is gone.
Are you entirely sure? Because she keeps coming back no matter what we do.
Of the 600 bosses, I think she's 500 of them or something. No,
I figured as much.
We're done. We're done with
She is proper dead.
Yeah.
Done.
Another question I know from the community was sorry.
Uber piety.
There's one. Is it pre-impaled by Malachi or post?
You fight her with Malachi's scepter just impaled through her, and she's just got that there. No, anyway, continue. Sorry.
A community question is regarding the uncut gems and the gem NPC, PoE2 related skill gem acquisition. Is it something you can go deep to, or a little bit more detailed description of how that will work for the for in PoE2 in general?
I guess there's really not a huge amount to say, really. Like, you find uncut skill gems, you use them, and you pick what gem you like. It's pretty much as simple as that. So yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. Yeah, that's it really. I mean, what else can I say?
So how is this then connected with the gem rewards from quests? Is that something we're gonna see in general, like the acquisition throughout your campaign for quests?
Right. So we actually did have a conversation recently about whether the NPCs, when they give you a quest reward, should just give you an uncut gem, or whether they should present to you a choice of the rewards you would get from the gem of the same level. So in general, we do, like, the uncut gem level, like the tiers of them are kind of related to the quest rewards you would get from a given quest. Like, you kind of get a quest for each one in order. But we were unsure whether or not we should actually give you the uncut gem and let you use that interface, or whether we should not do that. Because if you give someone an uncut gem, it means it's tradable. So that's kind of like a potential kind of weird thing. So that's kind of the reason why we're saying not giving an uncut and actually just giving you effectively the ability to use an uncut on that character via that NPC, which is probably what we'll end up doing. But I mean, the tighter question was is merely just that we make each tier in the gem is kind of, you know, where you could effectively see those tiers as like the list of the question rewards you're going to get through the game, right? Something like that.
All right, fair enough, fair enough.
So a follow-up to the setting of the PoE2 question. I've noticed one question that's come up significantly in chat. People were wondering about cinematics. Can we expect cinematics throughout the campaign, or one to get us in the mood for the setting at the beginning? Anything you can share there?
I don't have anything to announce here.
Okay.
I'll just leave it at that.
All right.
There are cinematics. That's what I just heard. That's confirmed.
Yep.
I do have another question for the community, which was regarding weapon swap mechanics.
There's no way. You don't plan on doing cinematics at all, and you get asked a question about cinematics. The answer is, nah, we've never really focused on them. We don't think it's that important. Moving on. To avoid the question is also saying yes. That's a yes. We've got some cinematics. Why not just confirm it? So that they can get the hype of looking at the cinematics. Right? Alright. Real quick, while this ad breaks on, I'll be back in just a second. We'll restart this video in a minute and a half. I'll be back in just a tick. Which cinematic on your first character is like? Yes, absolutely. Because it'll be during the beta, not live. back. I've listened to this podcast 4 times today. Alright. Let's see, go again.
Mechanic, which waves into something you and I talked about earlier, DM. And that was, I guess the issue question is MTXs, when you put your weapon on your back, is the MTX going to be visible on your back?
Yeah.
So usually speaking, so MTXs can override things on your back, depending on the MTX. So it's actually already the case with quivers, which maybe you didn't notice, that a quiver will sometimes disappear on your back if you put an MTX on. So effectively, the MTX takes priority usually over the like non-MTX thing, if that's, you know, if it needs to. But I imagine the specifics of that will come down to the individual MTX, basically, like what, you know, whether or not it looks like it's going to intersect too much with the attachment. And there might be some other things we can do in some cases that I haven't really considered until now, about like moving where the attachment point is or something, which I could maybe imagine us doing. Like it's something we have to consider at least when we're building them. But
so,
yeah.
That's fair. There are 2 more questions to the weapon swap approach. And one is in regards to, there was a question whether or not you were able to use different types of weapons for dual wielding when weapon swapping. That was apparently not possible to use 2 different types of melee weapons, so do a dagger and a sword or something.
Yes, so we did restrict the. So this was something I was very sad to see go, but yeah, in PoE 2 you can't just use like an axe and a sword on one, like you can't like have an axe in one hand and a sword in one hand. You can use them between different weapon sets, but you can't use them at the same time. And the reason why that happened was actually because when we were during the discussion of like all the stuff around weapon swap and all that sort of stuff, we kind of like the whole reason we designed the new skill tree, the specialization points and all that sort of stuff, was because of the fact that we were trying to find a balanced reason to be able to use, say, an axe and a sword, and we weren't able to find one that could really work until we came up with that whole specialization point system. But what we realized when we did that was that, like, okay, well, we still haven't solved it for the case of dual wielding them at the same time. And we honestly just couldn't find a balanced way to make it really acceptable, short of having all sorts of skills that specifically call it out, which I really wasn't that keen for, because I think that it would make the skills kind of overly complicated and annoying. Like, and generally speaking, if you see a skill that's like, oh, when you're using an axe with the sword skill, then it does X or whatever, like you kind of assume then, if you see that skill, that, oh, this should be a skill that I have to use in this situation, even though it wouldn't necessarily be the case. Sorry, I'm being a bit disorganized here with my thoughts, but
yes.
Effectively the issue was, yeah, we, as I said, we couldn't find a balanced reason to have both. So then we're like, okay, well, the amount of animations we have to make that work is like really high. Like if we actually supported that, it would probably be more animations for those cases than it would be for not those cases. So then we're kind of like, well, if there's no good reason balance wise to do this, and it's going to be a huge amount of animation work, maybe we should just drop that and not do it. And as I said, it may be a bit sad because I like the idea. Like, there are especially a few cases where I'm like, we should really be able to find a way to do like sword dagger or something like that. Like, that's kind of cool, right? Like, there are things like that that I thought would be kind of cool, and maybe we will do that one day. But at least for the time being, we just decided, you know what, we're just not gonna allow heterogeneous dual wielding. So there are the cases that are specifically allowed around like scepters. Like scepters you can use with.
Hang on. Don't tell me it's rigged. I've rolled on like 9 things and that's the first one. Don't rigged me. That is perfect though. That is perfect because this character, real quick, it needs, without having auras on, it somehow needs full ailment immunity and immunity to poison and immunity to like all damage over time effects because of being the kind of build it is. And I was really struggling in my head to figure out how to solve every single problem at once, because there were going to be a bunch of defense problems. Solved. So we'll just scrap it for the jewel. If this build flops, I'll just scrap the whole build and the jewel will go back on the market again for someone else.
Different weapon types and all things like that. They're not really a weapon though. But yeah, generally speaking, you can't use an axe and a sword together. And I'm sad about it, but it is a thing that didn't really have a purpose. So we're not doing it. Yeah.
Fair.
How about PvP? Oh, go. You want to go for it, Gazi?
Oh, I just had one last part of it, and that's snapshotting. It still exists in PoE 1, by the way. How will that work when it comes to specifically with the snapshotting of skill tree changes in reference to like spirits, the reservation mechanics, for example?
It does not snapshot. It snapshots the but spirit reservations are reserved. Like the amount of spirit you have still has to be enough to maintain the things that you. Actually, hang on. Am I even getting that correct? Like, okay, so hang on. If you got an aura, right? When you cast the aura and then you move to the other weapon set, like spirit reservations in particular, I believe, like internally, technically, you have two different skills. One of them is in weapon set 1 and one of them is in weapon set 2. And so it's like you cast it on both in both weapon sets, and then when you swap from one to the other, it technically changes one skill out for the other. This is kind of getting into the internals a little bit of the game here, but like
that's interesting.
So snapshotting occurs for anything that isn't a spirit reservation, right? If you fire a fireball and then you change weapon set, that fireball is snapshot the stats you had when you cast it.
Mm-hmm.
But the spirit reservations, when you cast when a spirit reservation is enabled on a weapon set, it has the stats that it would have under that weapon set. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay, right. So there's a little bit of a complicated detail there, but I should hope that it actually, in reality, will feel intuitive when you're actually playing it. Effectively, you get the stats that you have at the point when you're doing it. But as I said, internally, the way that works is that you've actually when you've got a spirit reservation enabled on your character, there are technically 2 copies of that running. One is kind of like one for each weapon set, and then the one that's running comes to the fore as you switch. Is the technical the back end of how that works.
So
for whatever
what I'm hearing is then that snapshotting for the spirit reservation, because permanent minions, if you go back to minions as well, they will have a reservation such as auras on the spirit, so that will function the way you're saying.
Yes.
But you're also telling me that the way we snapshot or can snapshot in PoE 1, which is only limited to one specific minion nowadays, would work in PoE 2 as well, because that is a temporarily summoned minion. So you could snapshot a
temporarily summoned minion will effectively snapshot the weapon set. But the thing that I should say though is that this isn't technically snapshotting, because the way that the weapon sets are implemented is that your character at all times has multiple complete copies of your stats and all your skills loaded for each different weapon set. So actually you have 2 non-snapshotted weapon sets of all of your skills. Sorry, this is getting way into the deep internals, but
no, this is
effectively,
great.
like, if you change your items, then that will change the minion. But when you change from one set to the other, it doesn't change them, because really you have when you've got like a temporary minion skill equipped, what you've actually got is 2 different skills, one for weapon set A and one for weapon set B. We don't like present it that way, but that's what's going on under the hood.
Yeah.
And so, effectively, the set you cast it on it will use that set that you have.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I got you.
Right.
Makes perfect sense.
I know. To a new player, that must seem completely incomprehensible, but I can assure you that it will seem relatively intuitive when you're using it. I hope.
It's perfectly logical. It's all good.
Okay.
All right, so I have a question on a completely different topic. I actually got 2 of them. Right? So it seems obvious in PoE 1, at least in my experience, that PvP is not a focus of the game. It's in the game, but not really, right? So I'm assuming we're keeping the same philosophy going into PoE 2. This is not a PvP center game. Maybe there's an arena somewhere you can smash each other, but that's about it.
Yeah. And the reason
Yeah,
for that is
sweet.
really just that we have been punished each time we try to really. Okay, I say that like it's the player's fault. It's not. It's our fault ultimately. But yes, PvP releases have not gone well for us. It has not been something the players are calling
Sure.
out for overly. So it's just kind of something that we're like,
I don't even think that's like on you as much as you made that sound like it's on you. Like, it's on you in the way of you did it and didn't realize that no one in the ARPG sphere gives a shit about PvP. It's not that you did a bad job. It's bad now by today's standards because they've never updated it at all. It wasn't really bad when they put it in. It's just that nobody cared. Nobody cared at all. Nobody wanted to do it. And because nobody did it and nobody cared, it never got updated. Right? And so now by today's standards, it's still, yeah, okay, sure, it's quite trash. But if you put a bunch of development time into making PvP better, still no one would care. Battle Royale is a little bit of an exception, purely because they did it as an event. Every time it's existed, it's been an event for the weekend. If Battle Royale was a permanent feature, nobody would play it. You would never get a game. Battle Royale is very fun when it's brought in for the weekend and the masses go, hey, this would be a fun thing to do for a few days. Right? Like, having it available for the weekend, great. If they put it back in for a weekend later, great. I'll play it again. It's fun. If you leave it in the game as a game mode, no one will ever get a game because you'll play it a few times, you'll be like, that was fun, and then you'll forget it exists and never goes back because PvP doesn't really have a spot. Like, we don't want it.
like we have no reason to worsen support for it, but we also have no reason to really like go ham on it either. Which maybe we'll try again. Maybe we'll try again one day, but not for PoE2's release. Certainly.
I guess our non-traditional form of PvP is more to do with like not that we fully embrace it nowadays. Regrettably, is racing.
Yes, racing is a form of PvP that Path of Exile has succeeded at to some degree. We should embrace it more. I'd like to do more there.
I agree.
But it's something that it's a bit of an unusual form of competition as far as most games go. But it has been a thing that kind of has been something that people have liked. So I'm hoping we can preserve the racing scene for PoE2 as well, for sure.
In that spirit,
Does that mean,
oh, go on, Gazi.
No, I was just curious if there's any interest in reintroducing the seasonal races, which was very, very attractive back in the day with the descent races. You mentioned that earlier with Maelstrom of Chaos area.
I agree that the races were cool. The problem was just, and it's unfortunate, that we just didn't, to get like all business speak here, we just didn't have the kind of like return on investment from that, unfortunately. Like, it was cool and the community loved it, and I think in the long term probably it was a good thing to do even so, but like having to make all of the effectively cosmetic microtransactions, which is effectively what they were, like the alternate art uniques and all that sort of stuff, like having to make all that stuff and then just make sure that all of the race mods were interesting, and like just doing that whole, it was just a big amount of work, and we just didn't really have anyone internally who was able to do that work really well, who wasn't busy doing other stuff. Like, it's the kind of thing I think that we should be doing. Like, honestly, we should be doing it, right? I'd love to, but it's like, we just need to find the person who's going to be able to take charge of that and make it happen, without consuming too much development time, because it was really cool. But the funny thing about it is that, as cool as it was, and I mean, I enjoyed it. I actually played not too much, but a little bit of that. Some of the races where it was more didn't require so much skill, I think. So I sort of enjoyed. I enjoyed doing that stuff. But funnily enough, we didn't see an increase in players when we ran race seasons. We just didn't. Which is
So I would assume they've already looked at this, but races with race seasons right now, I think that the benefit of that isn't in the amount of players that play, it's in the amount of players that watch the races. other games get away with competitive competitions like this and turning them into profit, but the way that that's usually done is through sponsors, you know. So I don't know if that's something they'd be interested in doing. That's a hard one, because it would be really fun to have the proper like race seasons back. But at the same time, that whole thing seems like a really solid answer as to why not. It's not that it isn't cool or that we don't want it, it's that it's the return of investment of doing that just isn't good enough. And it's real hard to argue with that, even though it's cool and I want it. It's real hard to argue with that. Like, yeah, we also agree it is cool and we want it. But whenever we've done it, we haven't seen a return and it wasn't worth it. And it was just a waste of time and a waste of development time and wasn't worth the effort. So we stopped doing it. Like that's fair. That's a fair answer. Can you talk about how they work for people that weren't around for the race seasons? So back in the day, race seasons, there used to be a whole bunch of, I'm just going to use some random times because I don't remember the exact specifics, but it'll give you the idea. There'd be, let's just say, 40 different races over 2 weeks. And they'd be at all different types of the day and all different types of races.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Some races would be 10 minutes long, some races would be 10 hours long, some would be Descent Champions, some would be Headhunter only, some would be like a whole bunch of different race events. Nickus, I think with a 6-month resub. Yeah, so there'd be a whole bunch of different race events, and competing in any of them would get you some race points towards the total for the whole race season. So you could definitely win. You could definitely win like some of the random prizes, and you could definitely win some of the like top prizes even without getting first ever. So if you got like second, third, fifth, but you were involved in a whole bunch of different races, you'd end up with a lot of points. And the point system would have like MTX rewards. There'd be proper rewards for like end game for like the people who won, and then there'd be a bunch of like smaller rewards that were still pretty good for if you just got enough points over the course of the season. It was a very cool system. It was very, very fun. And as much as I'd love to do it again, if it wasn't profitable and it was a waste of time, then I guess we won't see it again.
I don't really know why that. I guess it just sort of engaged players who were already playing. So it just kind of wasn't really something that was moving the needle as far as like, you know, getting players in the door. And that's kind of why it ended. But as I said, I still like it though. Like I want to run it. Like I like it. So yeah, we should try and do it more, but just needs a person internally who's going to do it.
Recycle past league challenge rewards. There's the reward structure for the
races. I do not think that's a good idea, because those rewards were sold as exclusive, and they therefore need to be exclusive.
Well, they weren't sold if they were challenge rewards.
So when I say sold, I mean sold to the community, like, you know, as in the community were told.
Sold as in marketed.
We were told this, and so therefore we don't want to go back on that. Which is the same reason, like we're careful around that stuff, because like that fairness of that stuff is very important. So yeah.
So in PoE 2 then, because I'm hearing a lot of like custom challenge type of stuff, are we expecting the return of custom leagues? Maybe this is a question I already asked that I might have missed.
There's no reason. Yep. There's no reason we wouldn't have that. It's just absolutely a feature that we would have. I mean, it's not like hugely popular, but it's also no problem at all just to kind of have going there. There's some. I think there are probably some custom league features we could do that would improve it a lot. In fact, I honestly want to revisit that again now that I'm thinking about it, because like there's some cool shit I think we could do around that stuff. But yeah, it's just kind of another one of those features where it's like it is what it is. People who like it, and you know, it stays how it is.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, Ghazi,
right.
you got another question you want to follow up with?
I have
or should I go
one
down the
small one. Yeah, I got one small one, and it's touching a little bit about you, Jonathan, what you talked about with Crip recently, and it's the aspect of free respecs for your character progressing. And your statement, correct me if I'm wrong, was that you would prefer to see information to be provided in a more digestible and effective way to the newer player or the player themselves, so that they could make a sound assessment and a decision of their character's progression to not need the respec points to begin with. Now, I've been working personally with written guides for almost a decade, and I can tell you right now that they don't read it. They don't read the guides. So they're not going to read the tutorial in game either.
Well, to be clear, what I was referring to there was the feature we discussed earlier, where you can see when you hover over a passive point what the effect that will actually have on your character. And also, just to understand, I'm not saying we should have less respec points than we have now. We probably should have more, honestly. But I don't think that just giving out more and more respec points is the solution that the tree needs ultimately. I think that it is more to do with making sure people understand how the tree works. Which is why the features like the informational type stuff, I think, is actually the better way to go. But sorry to
no, I just feel like people just don't read it. They take the POB and they think they read the guide. And
I do think they'll read. I do think they'll read like plus 25 DPS on this skill, right? Like versus this other one that's plus 10 DPS. Like they'll read that. I agree they're not necessarily going to read an information dump, but I think that there are ways to present information that players will see and appreciate. And it's just a matter of making sure that we're doing that. Like I don't think, like, I agree with you. Like, a lot of people actually suggest the things where, oh yeah, we should just give them this big screed of information about this. And I'm usually of the opinion that actually, well, once again, like, yeah, nobody reads that, right? Like, they're gonna watch you have to. They might watch a video on something if it's right in their face, and not too long and not too complicated. They might look at like a plus 20%. Plus 20 DPS like number that's there, but they're probably not going to go off and read a big screed about how some particular mechanic works. So yeah, I agree. We have to do that. But as I said, I think it's just a matter of presenting information really succinctly and well, and making sure that we can find just good little UX ways to do that.
Speaking of player,
I guess my sorry.
Go on.
You want to go, guys?
I guess my yeah, I'll take it. So I think that my question goes down to, do you really think that making sure that information is available for the players to make that decision, that assessment, is going to be enough? Because when I heard this in the interview, my reaction was, I don't think the majority of the community will feel that is a fair solution or a good enough of a solution compared to having increments of, hey, okay, you've reached this point, you can now use one free respec.
All right, well, I'll ask you this question then. Do you think you should be able to make mistakes on the passive tree?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, if that's the case then at some point there's going to be people who are unable to allocate the correct points, even regardless of what information you give them. That's just a thing that can happen. So, is the problem, if people have to be able to make mistakes, then on some level, is it possible?
Oh, that was so good. Oh, that was really well done. That was good.
Like what solution? What solution? Like if we're going to give them all the information that they need. If you want people to be able to make mistakes, then yeah, there's going to be that situation. I don't know what else we can do. You know what I mean? At what point do you say, at what point does it become the fault of the person allocating the points? You know what I mean? Like if people are able to make mistakes, then there has to be a point where that is the case.
I'm going to die
either way. It's just a question of where do you draw the line?
You can put all the tips you want in the game. I'm still going to die. You know?
Yeah. So then,
the correction to the mistake.
Countdown.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Shit, I meant to click pause. I accidentally clicked there. Shit, quick, someone, what time was I at? Uh-oh. Does anyone know what time of the VOD I was just at? Yikes. I clicked in the bar. I made a horrible mistake. Oh no. Four hours, 8 minutes. You know what? Let's go to 4 hours, 6 minutes and see if I hear something we just heard.
Spec points to begin with. Now, I've been working personally with written guides for almost a decade, and I can tell you right now that they don't read it.
Yo, that was spot on. The first reply from chat, 4 hours, 8 minutes. That was spot on. I just went to 4 hours, 6. That's literally 2 minutes ago. That's it's so tiny. It's in the corner. How did you even see that? That's well done. All right, we're gonna go to 4-7 then. We'll just play from there.
Oh yeah, we should just give them this big screed of information about this. And I'm usually of the opinion that actually, well, once again, nobody reads that, right? They're gonna watch you have to. They might watch a video on something if it's right in their face, and not too long and not too complicated. They might look at a plus 20%. Plus 20 DPS number that's there, but they're probably not going to go off and read a big screed about how some particular mechanic works. So yeah, I agree. We have to do that. But as I said, I think it's just a matter of presenting information really succinctly and well, and making sure that we can find just good little UX ways to do that.
Speaking of clarity,
I guess my sorry.
Go on.
You want to go, guys?
I guess my yeah, I'll take it. So I think that my question goes down to, do you really think that making sure that that information is available for the players to make that decision, that assessment, is going to be enough? Because when I heard this in the interview, my reaction was, I don't think the majority of the community will feel that that is a fair solution or a good enough of a solution compared to having increments of, hey, okay, you've reached this point, you can now use one free respec.
All right, well, I'll ask you this question then. Do you think you should be able to make mistakes on the passive tree?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, if that's the case then at some point there's going to be people who are unable to allocate the correct points, even regardless of what information you give them. That's just a thing that can happen. So, is the problem if people have to be able to make mistakes, then on some level, is it possible? What solution? What solution? If we're going to give them all the information that they need. If you want people to be able to make mistakes, then yeah, there's going to be that situation. I don't know what else we can do. You know what I mean? At what point do you say? At what point does it become the fault of the person allocating the points? You know what I mean? If people are able to make mistakes, then there has to be a point where that is the case.
I'm gonna die
either way. Where do you draw the line?
You can put in all the tips you want in the game. I'm still gonna die.
Yeah. So then,
the correction to the mistake is the respec points that you do get access to. No, I absolutely buy the argument to it personally. All I was saying is that my reaction to it was that I personally didn't see that being considered a solution based on the community's reaction. But I might be wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong on this, because I think that the arguments you're presenting is more than valid, and I actually agree with you personally. I'm just trying to see from the other players.
As a random bugbear, by the way, and this is a thing that happens all the time, but it is a bugbear of mine. Is a lot of people will phrase feedback in terms of I think other people will think this, and whenever your feedback is in this way, I always kind of take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, because it's what if everyone thinks that other people will think this, right? They're just not even a thing anymore. You know what I mean? So it's one of those funny things that that I've noticed can.
Is a pet peeve of mine. It happens all of the time. People are trying to be upset on the behalf of other people who didn't ask them to be upset about it. It happens everywhere, from social justice warrior people to content creators trying to represent a community. But I personally don't try to, and never will try to, represent new players and new player experiences and unexperienced people, because I am not that. And I am not going to understand what your problems are. unless you directly tell me what your problem is, that's not the point that I can come from. I can only come from the points that I have. So if I've got a problem, I'll tell you what my problem is. But what I'm not going to do is stand there and say, this is the problem that other people will have. Unless those other people have been like directly telling me, this is the problem I have, right? You get new players come in and say, these are the problems that I have. And then I see that problem pop up quite a few times from new players. Great. Now I know new players have this problem because they've told me, not because I think new players might have this problem, right? So I'm loving having Darth microtransaction on this interview. I said this a few times during the paused bits, but I had not really consumed Darth microtransaction content at all for any meaningful amount of time before this podcast. Just because he wasn't like making content around games that I really cared to sit down and absorb, right? So this is my first longer exposure than a few seconds to Darth microtransaction, and I am super impressed. I'm super impressed. He seems good. He seems entertaining. He's phrasing all of his stuff really, really well. Like, I'm just really quite pleased. I would be very happy. I'd be very happy to have him in more interviews. I might consume some of his I've joined PoE content now. Just because of this.
Happens sometimes, and I always take feedback a lot more seriously when it's like, I think this, rather than I think other people will think this, because like then it's like, well, then we know it's a real problem, rather than kind of like I'm assuming I believe someone else might have a problem, you know. So like that's just one of those random little bugbears, and it actually happens internal to the studio as well. And I try to call people out inside, like our designers in the studio will sometimes present arguments of this nature, and I'm always kind of like, you have to be really careful the moment that you're like, I'm going to assume something about other people, because it's a thing. So that's just a random. It's
very common. It's
hugely common. Yeah. This isn't just like something that you do. Like everyone does this, but it's just something that I always have a little thing about that.
You know, speaking of other people.
All of that being said,
oh, sorry, Mark.
There will still be there will still be respect points offered. Right?
Yeah.
It's just then we have to answer the question: how many mistakes is it okay for someone to kind of make? And I think I can't remember how many regrets you get throughout the quests in PoE 1, but like. We kind of, you know, do you say that someone can make 200 mistakes, or is it more like 20, or is it more like, 15? And obviously 200 is extreme. That's like, 1.5 full character respecs at the end game. So like, or more. But like.
That's a really hard question to ask or to answer. I feel like it's slightly more than we get now. But how much more? I don't know. Because if you give people 200 respect points, then your decisions don't matter. Nothing's important, and you can make any mistake you want. It's not really a mistake. Right? That's a hard question to get an answer for.
Yeah, you account for, say, 15 errors, and hopefully by that point they've learned, and that assumes no regret orbs are dropping, right? Like there are ways to then acquire for more mistakes. And it's a very, very different scenario if you're talking about like, I just want to completely change my build, which it's a whole different topic, but I mean, that's what re-rolling is for, I guess, generally, if you don't want to, cough up the currency for it.
Speaking of a whole different topic, one of the questions I'm seeing all the time is people are wondering, it is cross-platform, but does that mean it is cross-play? Can we get some clear, some clarity on this right off the top? Console and PC interacting, yes or no?
I do want to be more clear about this, but we haven't quite gotten to the point where we can talk about it yet, unfortunately. But it is something I think is important, and I'll just leave it at that. And then we can confirm everything about details around that later on.
I tried. All I can do is try. I'll take it.
I know.
I'll take.
I'm going to tell you what that answer tells me personally. They very much want it to be crossplay. They want it to all be the exact same thing. They want me to be able to play on my computer all day, sit down on my couch, play another hour of the same character with a controller on my console and the TV on my Xbox, go over to somebody else's house who's got a PlayStation, log into my account, play on it. But they're struggling a little to get the either the legal right or the technical ability. One of those two things is the problem. Not their willingness, but either the technical ability or the legal right to do so. One of those two things is the problem that they're hoping to overcome. That's what that tells me. Like, listening to that answer, that's what I hear. I hear we would love to do this, but we can't right now.
Go ahead and get for it.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's funny because like whenever you're dealing with other platforms, it suddenly becomes a thing where you can't just like you can't just say something when you've got like another stakeholder. You know what I mean? Like you actually have to like really. So that's why it's kind of one of those things where like, you know, you have to really know, like, you know, contracts must be signed and other things have to happen.
Let me shoot another one at you and see if this one's fair enough. Okay, so let's talk about talking clarity in the game. That's why I was going to start with the other question. You're talking about this earlier. Loot filters is an obvious, amazing thing I wish other games had in because it does make the readability of the game a very high tier. Now, in going into PoE2, I'm assuming we're going to have loot filters. How about in-game customization of loot filters without having to import them from other websites? Is this something that potentially will be in PoE2? Are we expanding upon the loot filter system?
Well, honestly, I don't know that we need an in-game. Like, I don't know that we're ever going to be able to make an interface for that that's better than some of the websites that exist to do that, honestly.
Fair.
Like, it's one of those things where like, you know, this is another one, like a very similar question people have asked in a similar nature is, hey, why isn't the trade site in the game client? And it's exactly the same thing. Like, I think a website is actually a better interface for being able to do that than a game client necessarily will be. There's probably a few things we could improve feature-wise in loot filters, like just minor things to do with like, you know, like just some of the features around what you can mark up and a few other details like that. Like I think there's a few extra little visual styles we could add and bits and bobs like that I think could be cool. Yeah, like as far as like the actual interface for it goes, it's still just putting a file in a directory, I think is probably is fine enough for that. Of course, my hope is that you won't need a loot filter in PoE2 initially, but it's still cool to have the customization that people can do, especially when they're talking about like they're trying to find specific stuff. Like it's always good to be able to do that. So
did you say my hope is you won't need a loot filter? Is that what I heard? That is what we heard, right? My whole gaming PC seems to be frozen. That's interesting. Well, the stream PC isn't. Oh, here we go. No. Is it just PoE? Well, it broke something. It's not frozen, I just can't interact with my computer. I would think the glue filter is not entirely his control. Means to hide things. I mean, have you seen how like divine orbs and stuff like that look by default. Because it's questionable. There we go. It was PoE. I had to end task. They don't? They're just grey. They just look like grey items. Like, they're just nothing. Yeah, Divine Orbs and Wisdoms look exactly the same. Like, they're just grey items. So I think we'll always need loot filters. I don't think it's worth working on loot filters. Like, Neversink does all of the job. Like,
it is certainly my hope as well that in PoE 2 you will not need it beyond formatting things to look more important.
Yeah, sure.
As opposed to just hiding 99% of everything.
Because the community obviously are going to have the things of like, this is valuable, this is valuable. That's what they're deciding, and so obviously they're going to want to make loot filters that highlight, you know,
like,
what the important shit
it's
is.
cool that like white background, red text equals expensive item. Like that is, you know, and it's big and right in your face, and you're like, that's awesome. You immediately get that.
Right.
Without having to read, you immediately go like value. There's something valuable there just because you see the color.
But then we want the community to be the ones deciding what they think is valuable in that regard. So that's why the kind of like community maintain that. But ideally, you shouldn't want to have to filter items out entirely in PoE 2.
How does the decision of, you see somebody, you're saying like filters as an example, you see something that a third party will make where you say they do such a good job, we don't necessarily need to improve upon it, it's already there, people can use it, whereas opposed to other things like path of building you're talking earlier, it's like we don't want to implement that in the game because this actually has negative connotations. How do you as a team come together to decide which of these you're being allowed to, okay, the third party does this better, and how do you decide which ones, well, we like what the third party are doing, but we think we should do it in the game? How does that thought process come together?
I guess a lot of like, well, so I guess the thing there would be like, how many things have we actually done ourselves? And I think
the trade website.
The trade website would be one of the big ones. And that one really, I'm just trying to think back to why the motivations there were. It's kind of like, there was a lot of dodgy stuff around like third party. No, that wasn't really the main part though, was it? What was there around the trade site that was kind of the main reason we did that?
It was absolutely destroying your
I can't remember exactly, but at least like
efficiently.
I could see a world where it's like if that.
I remember.
I think what was it? It was PoE XYZ or something at the time. Don't remember. Like if that was gone, like.
Oh, I remember it now. That's right. It was all the RMT ads. Yeah, that's right. Those third-party websites would covered in RMT ads. That was a that was like that was a bit of a that was a bit of a
You know how much money those RMT ads are paying now?
I have no idea.
It's ridiculous. All of us streamers are getting offers from it on a weekly basis. It's hilarious how much they're paying.
But even, you know, it's funny though, because even with that one, we were like, we don't want to ban like the API. We don't want to actually like remove that. We're just like, let's just make a trade site that's better, such that we outcompete them based on that being a better trade website. Which
it
kind
is
of
funny how much they're offering, but this is
kind of crazy because like even ad companies are doing like they're being told. Even PoE Lab has had this issue where those kind of ads have snuck in, and they've been trying to work hard to make sure that doesn't come. And even then, it still sneaks in every now and then. It's almost impossible to stay away from. But it's actually active work around it.
But I mean. We sort of like I think it really just comes down to exactly what I was saying before about like the new player, like, you know, will this feel more overwhelming or less overwhelming if a new player sees this as part of the expectation? So I mean, I'm happy for those things to exist. You know, there's all sorts of like crazy tools out there, and honestly, like it would be cool if we did more effort to some APIs and things like that to allow more stuff like that to exist. I think it's fun when the community makes those tools, but yeah.
You know what I'd pay for? The ability to not get rate limited. The ability to not get rate limited. Please. I just want to use the trade website without wanting to punch myself in the balls. By the way, that's one of the things I would not say if I was in the fucking interview.
Yeah, it really just comes down to, you know, is it new player friendly or is it not new player friendly? Like, can we do a better job or can we do a worse job? And these are the factors that go in to that, really.
But like on that topic, so can we then assume based on what you guys just told us, that you guys are happy with the sheer quantity of third-party tools that people are utilizing, or in many cases even expected to use.
That's not
well, okay. So there are some I certainly don't like. You know, like there are things that I think cross the line a little bit.
Any
but,
names?
Well, I don't know if I want to really really do that, but you know, like sure. There are some things that I kind of don't love so much. Maybe you're more more happy to
overlay one. He
names
doesn't
Mark
love
than
it.
I am, but
I'm positive.
No, I'm not, I won't.
Yeah,
There are
let's not
some
do it.
tools. There are some tools that are like okay, talking about some that are not allowed. For example, look, sometimes you go and trade with someone. Sometimes I go and trade with someone. And they have unreasonably put all of that currency in the trade window faster than a human could. And I'm like, all right, that's questionable. And yeah, I could do something about it. But then I'm like, well, the fact that this many people need that is a development problem I want to fix. So, for example, I think in 3.24 we're going to be pushing for if you control shift, well, you know, you can control click all your currency into the window. If you do control shift click, it'll put all of the currency of your inventory into that trade window all in one go, right? So now you don't need to have
Excuse
this
me?
illegitimate...
Excuse me? You can't just drop that right now. You have a whole department of people angry at you right this second. That could have been a huge post. That's so great. You got a whole department of people who are not putting sugar in your coffee when they make it for you next. And then they're going to leave it on the bench for an extra 3 minutes so that it comes to you just not quite warm enough. That's great, though. That's actually fantastic. Okay. Great. Cool.
Third-party tool in order to do that, and
once we have that feature, then we can potentially start banning the people who use that tool.
Well, sure. I'm not to say there isn't people being banned for it or not. I'm just saying, like, I've gone and traded with someone, and I see someone, and you know, like, sometimes you go into like 300 latency, and you want to control click your entire inventory of divines or chaos into a window, and it's like with the 300 ms latency, it's like, oh my god, this is taking forever, like, come on. And then sometimes you go to that same person to trade, and then it's like brrr, and you're like okay, I don't know. That's questionable.
No one reports them because we love those. We love those
Well,
people
sure,
who buy a lot
there's
of
a
things.
reason- there's a
Nobody's
reason-
reporting them.
Yeah, I know, because there's a reason we don't.
That's
There's a reason we don't ban for that.
I could easily just be like, all right, I'm just gonna become a police here, or I'm gonna be like,
but it is against terms of use, because technically you are doing multiple actions on one thing, and so that's against terms of use. But at the same time, we've kind of been like, you know, like, I mean, it would feel a bit bad for us to ban people for that, right? You know, like,
yes.
Yeah.
So,
but at the same time, we recognize, you know, so but therefore we come up with a solution to the problem. We do that, and then now it's like, well, now there's no reason for this tool to need to exist anymore.
So this is something I've talked about before with them, which they can't openly admit to because it becomes a problem if they do openly admit to it. But I am 100% positive that this is true. I guarantee it. They don't actually specifically care about following the exact rules that they've given us. This is very, very much in the spirit of the rule, not in the wording of the rule. The best example of this is that something no one ever brings up. Something they've never talked about. Something I'm hesitant to talk about, just in case. But I don't think it's a problem. It is one action, one click. That's the rule. Our trade macros, every single one of them, says thank you to the person with one click. And then either leaves the party or kicks them out of the party. That's 2 actions. That technically has been breaking terms of services for like 8 years now. But they don't care because that's not the spirit of the rule, right? That's not what it's for. That's not why that exists. So they don't care. No one's ever got in trouble for that. But they can't actively admit that they don't care necessarily about the rule. They care about the spirit of the rule. And if you think about it for just a second with your head on, you know what they're trying to stop. You know all the things they're trying to stop. You know whether a thing should be allowed or whether it shouldn't be allowed. But if they admit that they don't care about those sort of things, then you'll have people finding the line, find the new line, and then you hold them to it, right? Like, you can't do that. And typing is technically 9 actions. So it's specifically server-side action. So this doesn't do anything on the server side, and this doesn't do anything on the server side. It's not until I hit enter again that a message is sent server side. Right? Then server side gets sent the string of my text. That's one action. Right? But yeah, there are many examples of this where they don't really care about like the letter of the law. They care about the spirit of the rule. And when you're doing things that are unfair, you do get banned for it. But some things that technically cross the line, they just don't care because it's not for that, right?
More, and that's an example of the kind of thing where we're kind of like, yeah, not so great.
So sometimes there's implement the tool in the game, and sometimes there's just remove the need for its existence and do it ourselves. So I mean, ultimately they achieve the same goal. I mean, another thing is the fusings and jewelers. We're going to add I guess it's more of an accessibility feature, which is that it's really only for getting 6 links or 5 links on 5 sockets and or max.
Hang on 1 second. I want to pay a lot of attention to this because that sounds really important, but I'll just answer this question first. Also, Guzman, any trade macro in existence, Pee-wee Trade Helper, whatever. What type of maps do you have on your bossing atlas? You run singular focus to help you get map bosses. I don't run singular focus when I'm trying to drop maps from the thing because it stops all the shaper and stuff maps. If I took that in the tree, it's because I sometimes take it when I'm doing things and then I sometimes don't take it. And I must have just like left it on in the tree. That was my bad. It will even delete a cortex. Yeah, it always has. Hang on, we've got to go back a little bit. Excuse me.
Just remove the need for its existence and do it ourselves. So, I mean, ultimately they achieve the same goal. I mean, another thing is the fusings and jewelers. We're going to add I guess it's more of an accessibility feature, which is that it's really only for getting 6 links or 5 links on 5 sockets and or max links and socket counts. So it won't be used for getting a 5 link on a 6 socket, but we will have it that like if you hold the fusing, you can shift click fusings to keep spamming it. If you hold it down, it will use fusings at some rate per second. I haven't determined how many it uses. I don't want it to be like
and that way you can
fast
6 link without having
So it might be faster to click, but you'll save the mouse hand a little bit. It also obviously controller will get the same thing, so you can just hold down the button. It'll be like ding 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 ding.
Ruining the marketing team. I love it.
I don't know how fast it'll be. No.
Sorry, we just had someone from community just messaging us, but hey, you're spoiling our features.
Hey, how about shut the fuck up? That's what the message was.
There will be plenty of people who can see and appreciate this later as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So a real question then, just to make sure that I heard you guys correctly. Was this something that is confirmed for next league?
It is. The tasks have been sent to someone with the target version of 3.24.
Correct. Okay.
We can never promise things will be done. At least in this case, but the the goal is to do so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One other spoiler. Sorry, Nick.
Hey,
Oh, man.
skip forward. Come on.
No, I just
Spoilers,
this is
more.
specifically for DM. I am really, really trying. This is a different kind of spoiler. I'm really trying to make a hideout, a microtransaction hideout at that has contained within it an entire tower defense minigame. I really want to do this. So you can hit a button and send the monsters going, and you can build blight towers.
Log in.
I want this so much, and I will try.
Get your Magic Flame characters ready.
I don't know when, but it is.
Well,
I think it is.
I'll play that. I'll play that all day. Practice blight. Hell yeah. Also, Brandy XP. Thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. I very much appreciate it. New definition of hideout warriors. Imagine me. That'd be great. That'd be great.
Solitary blithe enjoyer in Path of Exile will hold down that tower defense no problem. And as
you make
go on, guys.
I just want to say, if you make sure that has like a leaderboard or something, or high scores or something, you actually make that shit engaging. Then I think we're gonna have a lot of people doing that, especially the people coming from the Warcraft 3 custom games times.
Get you with all of that.
For sure.
So many
spoilers.
spoilers.
Go ahead.
Yeah, as we're getting towards the end of it here, I know we've been keeping you guys quite a while, so I figure we're starting to wind down now. But I wanted to give you guys an opportunity at the end here to shout out somebody on your team. Let's go, Jonathan, you, and then Mark. Can you drop one person on your team that you feel is doing a particularly amazing job lately going into the Path of Exile 2
That's
development?
so rough.
And
Everyone.
My goodness,
Everyone.
that's a real hard one to just like single out. Oh, you first, Mark.
Give a compliment. I'm digging for some positivity here. Is what I'm trying.
There's so many people though. There's so many people.
You know, I know. I reckon. You know what? Blake has been doing a real good job managing the environment team, and he doesn't. They don't honestly. The environment team don't get called out a lot because they're not responsible for gameplay.
Sure.
And so like they don't tend to come up a lot during conversations like this, but Blake,
I thought it was for a second.
He's done a real good job just managing that whole team. Like I can
unlucky.
You can ask him for something and it just comes back great. So he is someone that I think is real good. And as I said, he doesn't get a lot of kudos because he's just environment just doesn't tend to get that as much.
Shout out to Blake.
I mean, there's too many people. I mean, you've got like Sam running that animation team amazingly. You've got Ed, who was already mentioned, doing the character animations, like all the player character animations done by Ed. Just amazing, right? You got Sam handling getting 700 monsters worth of animations done.
Hold on for a minute. I'll be leaving soon for 9 weeks off the grid. Brandy. What the hell are you doing for 9 weeks off the grid? I don't want to spend 9 hours away from my phone or computer. Is this voluntary? To currently be unsupervised for 9 weeks. I get anxiety if I spend 9 hours away from the computer, and that includes the time I'm asleep. That's probably not healthy now that I say it out loud. Bring in the stream deck. Fair. Alright. Back to it.
You know, like, it's ridiculous. You got Jason and the design team making pretty much every single boss, putting them together, like setting them all up. You've got Felipe doing every single player skill effect. Well, Felipe and Gabriel, but Felipe is like, pushing boundaries constantly. All the awesome new VFX stuff you see is like coming from his brain, his mind, and the player skills in PoE 2 just look phenomenal.
See, this you took the chicken way out, which is to name lots of people.
I know,
right?
because
It's a hard question. I know.
I'm like, you have to name one, and that's hard, right? When you have to name one, that's hard.
I mean, you got Dane making all the items, and the items look ridiculously good. You've got Joey handling the entire character art, all NPCs, all monsters, concepts. She's running that team. I don't know what to. And then
we're gonna be here while he just lists the name of everybody in the company in no particular order.
Okay, I'll give a special note to Tyler because he is relatively new in the grand scheme of things, and that dude is like outrageously good.
VFX.
Yes, VFX. He is just so good for being so new. Like you get these people that come in occasionally, they just have the eye for what looks awesome. He made most of the boss effects you see in I will say it's most probably, yes, of the boss effects you see in like things like all the ExileCon bosses, and just like an absolute champion when it comes to that. He did the Voodoo King in Affliction, which again is using some awesome stuff going on there.
Well, the fact that you're able to list so many of them off the top of your head, you know, inspires confidence, I suppose. And, you know, it looks like you guys enjoy the team.
Oh, 100%.
Sure.
It is very important to me and to us, I guess, that we know who everyone is and exactly what they're doing. And we talk to these people almost every single day. Our style isn't middle management. We talk to someone who tells everyone else. Like, we talk to these people, we engage with these people all the time. And it makes it just the level of passion going on here is just amazing. And you see it in these people. We certainly give them the opportunity to, you know, shine. Hopefully they see it that way as well. But at least I feel that happened. I mean, I can speak to that because that was me, right? You might not know this, DM, some people do, but like 11 years ago, I started as QA in this company.
Oh, really?
And now I am one of the game directors and currently like running PoE 1 and alongside Jonathan for PoE 2.
Mark likes to tell the story about how I wasn't going to hire you.
Yeah, he wasn't going to hire me. To be fair, not his fault. I walked in and these guys just asked me some questions in the middle of the room, and I didn't know this was the interview. And then I was like, and they were like, "Sweet, thanks for coming in." And I left, and I was like, "Okay, well, I didn't get that job." And I just thought it was a casual conversation. I didn't realize it was.
That's because casual conversations are how we do interviews.
Now I know this is how things happen, but my my expectation of how companies worked was very different to how this one works. So. Anyway,
it's all good, man. My first interview, I showed up in pajamas because I didn't know it was an interview, and I did not get hired. In case you were wondering, so yeah, I've had similar experiences. But yeah, I want to thank you guys for your time. I want to thank the
Darth, just real quick. Even if it wasn't an interview, where the fuck were you going in your pajamas? What do you mean? I need more of whatever the fuck that story is. What do you mean? How do you show up anywhere in your pajamas by accident? What the fuck is happening?
The whole team, all the people you mentioned, and I really appreciate you answering some questions. I know we had probably some hard ones. We had maybe a little bit more softer questions in there too, but it was enjoyable to have the 2 hours and change you guys have shared with us here today. So thank you for that. And last thoughts or anything you want to mention here at the end as we're wrapping up?
I think we're good.
No, thanks to everyone, including you guys, obviously. And good luck with killing the rest of the Ubers. I have been watching all of your boss kill videos, DM, and I really enjoyed your Cirrus one. Yeah, it's good fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm after this, I'm doing hardcore solo self-found. It's a character I'm working on now, and if I die, I have to gift 100 subs, and I'm trying to make my way to Beat Shaper. So that's the current goal, and it's been a fun progress learning Path of Exile. And Gossi, you got any last mentions, call-outs, anything you got going here, brother?
No, Previ got me roped into playing a bow build, so I'm doing Bama. And it is.
That's a minion build.
Bombardment is crazy good. Whoever designed that, chef's kiss, dude. Holy
That's
shit,
just
dude. I don't
another
think I've
minion
ever
build.
enjoyed
That's
a
not
bow
a bow
build this
build.
much in my entire life, and I've played this game for a decade. So I'm very happy with that. Outside of that, thanks so much for joining. You'll find Darth Microtransaction on Twitch, Gassy TV on Twitch. You'll find this entire video, if you didn't catch it from the beginning, on youtube.com/Gassy TV as well. Big shout out to both you guys for joining in, Jonathan and Mark. And we will have another one with Jonathan after the reveal of the witch, apparently. Booked and confirmed.
Ship it and clip it, boys.
Ship it and clip it.
All right. Thank you so much for this, and we will see you next time.
Awesome.
Thank
See
you.
you later. Bye.
Cheers.
All right.
All righty. We are wrapping up here. Go.
All right. Wow. There was a lot in there. There was a little more hostile than I would have liked. But a lot of good stuff in there. Probably regretting saying he'll do that second interview. I don't think he meant to come across like that. I think a lot of the questions he had were valid questions. They were just really phrased in offensive ways, and they could have been phrased in very positive ways very easily. He always comes off as very hostile, even in his stream. Yeah, and I get that feedback a lot too, that I sound hostile quite often, which is fair feedback. But I would like to imagine that if I got the opportunity to do that, that I would be able to be less hostile, or in fact not hostile at all. I am self-aware enough to know that I would need to practice. I would need to get a team and have them help me prep for it, to make sure that I'm phrasing all of my questions in like the correct ways and whatnot. But I would absolutely be doing that. Alright, give me some game sounds back. But it comes out as inconsiderate. Yeah, so I'm a lot more understanding of that because I get it a lot myself, right? Like, I come across to people when I don't mean to come across to people as like aggressive, dismissive, like a whole bunch of things that like isn't me, but it is how I'm perceived, and I'm perceived that way because of how I portray myself. Like, it's still on me, right? So when I know I'm going into something like this, something important, something that's different from just normal content where we're just talking to people, there's some like mental prep time involved to make sure that you get the shit right. Right? No. Fair. I watched a ton of you anything. We chill as fuck. So it's actually something we've been working on for the last, I don't know, year and a half or so, maybe 2 years. I'm bad with time frames. I think that I'm significantly better at it now than I was 2 years ago when I didn't know I was doing that. It wasn't about like changing who I am as a person or changing my opinion on things. It was about learning to phrase things in a less aggressive or less dismissive manner. Like I didn't change how I feel about stuff, and I didn't change the way I like what information I'll share or like what I'll tell people. I changed the way I tell people something.
Here I go again.
When did you start streaming? I don't know, like 6.5 years ago or something.
I can't do this just yet.
It's a pretty standard Aussie trait. I mean, that plus autistic. That's, you know. Realistically, I learned how to mask better. That's what really happened. On a scale of 1 to 10, how pissed do you think the marketing team is? They're still 4 months out from the next league? They're not 4 months out for the next league. They're like 2, right? Yo. How pissed do I think their marketing team will be? Realistically, not very. Not very. Like enough, like enough where it's like, yo, what are you doing? But not like enough where you're like, what the fuck are you doing? Like that, right? Like that level. Not that. Instead, what are you doing? Shut the fuck up. But with a smile on your face still. Like that level. That's how annoyed I imagine they are. Like there's a smile on your face still, but you've got your hands up in your air, but you're also laughing at it. That's the level I imagine of annoyance. The spoilers are light, right?
Get your magic find characters ready.
Khaliphus? With a 20-month resub?
I can't do this just yet.
That was 2 very big spoilers though. That could have been pretty hype moments. But I mean, they were pretty hype moments. I'm pretty hyped right now. That is only 1 step below the perfect solution I was asking for. Which is miles and miles better than what we currently have. I missed it, just got here a bit ago. Do you want the 2 spoilers that happened in that interview? Everyone else is spoiled. You're joining us? Yes, please. Spoiler number 1. When you are trading people currency, you'll be able to do some Control-Shift click nonsense. And instead of dropping transmutes in one stack at a time, you will put all of the transmutes in your inventory into the trade window all at once. Or whatever currency it is you've picked. If you're trading an inventory full of currency, it'll just be Control Shift, click once, boom, all currency in the trade window, all of that kind. Not all the currency you own, but all of that kind of currency that's in your inventory. So that's very big. And then the second one was that you'll be able to like hold shift and then hold down a jeweler orb or fusing orb and just have it spam for you. It'll be the exact same rules as you spamming it right now. It's not going to stop on a 5 link. It's not going to stop when it's only 5 sockets. You won't be able to set that. It'll just be spamming for itself. That's all. It'll just be spamming for itself. So it's just saving your fingers, really. As I've said this 100 times before, if I were not a streamer, I would have an auto-clicking software on my computer to link and fuse stuff. That's the only thing I'd use it for, but honestly, it hurts so much that I stopped doing it. Like, it's been over a year. Like, I don't link things anymore because my hands hurt. It's just an accessibility problem. The only reason I don't have any of those things installed is because it will get you banned if you do it in front of people, and I'm a content creator, so instead I just stopped. I just don't try and link things most of the time because it hurts my hands, and that's all. So it's just an accessibility thing, and it's great. It's great. It's huge though, because now I can go back to like linking stuff myself again, which is always more efficient, and I used to do it all the time. Now I just save up 1500 fuses, not because I'm sick of the not because I don't want the gamble, not because I don't want the long streak, but because my hands hurt. That's the reason. My hands hurt, my fingers, my knuckles, too much clicking, it hurts. And turn it into 8% area of effect. Do you think that's worth corrupting? There's only one listed. The truth is I don't know, but I don't think so. In most cases, I would value the implicit strength more than I would value 8% AoE. I think that that's a worse implicit.
Luck. That was the last time I'll have to sully myself with those three.
I ain't gonna lie.
Your question. Well, ready to go.
Sail.
Well, time.
See? Always keep your eyes on.
Remember, humanity needs us.
Oh man, that whole thing. That was a really good interview still. I'm really impressed with Darth microtransaction. I'm gonna have to go follow him on YouTube. I should do that now, otherwise I'll forget. YouTube, go. YouTube. Darth microtransaction. There he is. Right there. In case anyone else has also seen him for the first time. and wants to, there's that link.
I can't do this just yet.
To be fair, I like clickbait titles and thumbnails. I only dislike dishonest clickbait titles and thumbnails. Clickbait, in theory, is a good thing. Because it's literally just trying to convince people to click on your video. It's a good thing. If it's done right and it's not dishonest. Have a questions if I can ask them? Sure. Ask away. Speaking of Penance Brand, we can give away Penance Brand. It's just sitting on my account. Does somebody want to play it? This is limited to just our share everything private league, not people who are in trade. We can't, I don't give away builds in trade. This is just the private league thing. To make an SRS Guardian and then switch to Penance? Honestly? Also worth making Pathfinder for Penance Brand? It should be. I haven't done the Pathfinder version though, but it should be. And then do I just make an SRS Guardian and then switch to Penance Brand? So you got two options really. I think Penance Brand is really bad for clearing. And you're not really going to be able to overcome that problem, especially in solo self-found. There are two ways you can deal with that. Storm Brand of Indecision is a very, very small amount different from Penance Brand. Basically, if you could set yourself up to be able to swap in Swift Brand and Storm Brand instead of Penance Brand and probably Hypothermia or something, like one other link, and you can fit in your build Brand Recall, you could do Storm Brand of Indecision for all of your mapping and then be Penance Brand for all of your meaningful bosses. The only thing you would need to do, probably to begin with in solo self-found, it would just be Fizz to Lightning would be the other support. You would have Fizz to Lightning and you would swap that for Swift Brand, and then you would just swap Penance Brand of Indecision for, you would just swap Penance Brand of or whatever the hell it is, Dissipation, with Storm Brand of Indecision. And it's the same build otherwise. So then you can have a really good clearing skill that single target is like acceptable, but not off the chart. But then just 2 gem slots and you're like, boom, off the chart, single target. I can go now. So you could do that, or you could start with the SRS Guardian and then get your whole mapping and everything and completed and get to the point where you want to start doing pinnacle bosses and invites and then do a full respec. That would probably be faster because I think it is more powerful, especially off the bat, but it does require you building 2 full sets of gear, leveling 2 full completely different sets of gems, and then having 2 different playstyles, which is up to you. Like I think both of those options are fine. but you know, they both have drawbacks for different reasons. Would you suggest this or Caustic Arrow Pathfinder Dependence brand? Oh man, you're just full of tough questions. Here's the problem with that question. You're asking me, and two things about me. One, I don't play solo self-found, so my amount of knowledge of what is functional in solo self-found is very small. I would suggest asking the opinion of somebody who knows better about solo self-found. But two, my favorite class in the game is Pathfinder. I always want to play a Pathfinder. Pathfinder is the answer to every problem you ever have. So I'm always going to think Pathfinder is the better option. The biggest problem in solo self-found with a Pathfinder is that a huge chunk of solving all of your problems comes from a taste of hate. And my experience in general with solo self-found is that you won't fucking get one. And until you get one, Pathfinder kind of sucks. That might be different this league because you can juice farm the spires and like I did like I did like 2 shit Venters and Goldworms on, no rarity and no quant flasks at all, and found a taste of hate every single day that I was MFing. So it might be less of a problem now. Like this particular league, finding a taste of hate might not be that hard. But in general, not having a taste of hate is usually the cock block in solo self-found stuff for Pathfinder to be good. Why does Taste of Hate solve Pathfinder defenses? So usually you have somewhere in the vicinity of 80 to 100% increased effective flasks on a Pathfinder. You also generally cannot afford armor. So you're always wearing something like a lightning coil, which are very easy to find. You're probably going to be in a lightning coil pretty quickly on a Pathfinder to league start solo self-found sort of thing. The other option is if you're using spells, you might be in a cloak because it'll be either 40 or 50% fizz taken as something else. But 40 to 50% isn't enough. It's not enough. You're still going to die. You're still going to get one shot. So with 80 to 100% increased effective flasks, a Taste of Hate can be as high as 30% fizz taken as. So that brings you from 50 to 70%. And then you get like a helmet for another 8 or something, or 5, depending on what kind of helmet you're using. And now you're only taking like less than 20% of the physical damage as actual physical, and now you don't die.
I can't do this just yet.
Learning and forcing myself into solo self-found. Yeah, that's fine. is going to be my absolute biggest problem. Honestly, the cast speed on that is not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Obviously, I'm not like spec'd into this at all right now, so it's bad. But that cast speed is not the worst. I thought that was going to be way worse. I don't really have that much cast speed. Not really. We'll chat. 22567, right? Yeah, 22567. It spells Balor. Balor. But like on an old phone. The gem vendor in the library, does have any gems that you can't buy from your hideout? No. No, it does not. The hideout vendor, that gem vendor didn't exist to begin with. For a very, very long time. Library was how you got all of the gems your class didn't have access to. For some reason, library is still in the game, and it is still technically a little bit relevant early because you don't get access to that vendor until Act 6. Which, I don't know if I find that necessary anymore, but
I'm getting really tired.
Once you have access to that vendor, you don't need library for anything. And before that, we bought a chain gem for 1 exalt. Yeah. Before that, there were no gems available. And then we used to have, I've still got these tabs in hardcore. We all used to have tabs. I had a tab that was just full of blue gems, and a tab that was full of green gems, and a tab that was full of red gems every league. So that I would have like all the gems saved for when I decided to reroll, or more likely inevitably died and had to reroll. I would have the gems that I wanted because I had taken them all and put them in my stash. That sounds so dumb now, but we used to do it all the time.
Bannon was a man. Remember, we do. Now that time and tide wait for no man. Good day.
The same shit in remove only tabs. Yep. I thought about clearing them out, but every time I see them, I get a little bit of a giggle. I'm not sure the vendors would stay in stock with how much you died. Okay. All right. I'm not saying that's not true, but I'm not sure what I did. I did die a lot though. My favorite death is still slowly dying to bleed over 3 seconds with 2 anti-bleed flasks on my bar. And just full of charges that I never used. That was my favorite death. Yeah. On the lab farmer. It's supposed to be. Oh well. Oh well. My favorite is when you lost my biscuits. Why was I wearing that? I put biscuits on a Hierophant build and then died in my first map. Oh yeah, give me the biscuits. I'm gonna go quant farming on this totem Hierophant build. It's quant farming. I'll make your money back, no problem. This is back when it was like the premier neck that was actually expensive, and Blakey was like, yeah, all right, I trust you. Here's my Here's my expensive amulet. Go make some money and pay me back. And then I ran one map and died. I was like, well, your best ghost is gone. Shit. No, the no is something different. That's from racing. That was apples. Yeah. Apples is now a non-issue, but it's one of the I forget what mechanic. The boss of some coin. Of some coin? There's a boss of some coin. That on death used to explode for a whole bunch of chaos projectiles. And I think I killed us twice during that hardcore race event. Well, to be fair, the first death wasn't really my fault. The first time we died to apples wasn't really my fault. That was just, it happened and we died. But then we leveled back up, got somewhere close to the top of the leaderboard again on our second run through as a duo. And we're running maps and Blakey tells me, yo, there's like a few minutes of this map still being incursion or whatever it was, whatever the map mod was, that it's still bosses. He was like, we should just wait. We should just wait. And I was like, no, we'll be fine. Don't worry about it. He's like, if the boss killed us last time, we should just wait. I just launched the map anyway. Invasion. And he was like, fuck, all right, I guess we're going. And what do you know? We fucking died to apples another time. And I don't think there's any way for me to not get blamed for that second death. You know, he specifically said we should just wait 4 minutes for the hour to tick over so invasion leaves. And I was like, nah, we'll be fine. Let's just go. We'll be fine. And then I killed us 2 apples a second time in the same event. Oh. Oops, Daisy. We were both in like top 10 as well. Like we were in the slash ladder when we died. No, I have a 3rd place Demi instead of a 1st place Demi. Yes, that's my fault. I think I can get away with the first death not being like my fault specifically, because we were just there and it just happened, right? Like we were all there willingly. We were all there willingly. It was just a thing that happened. The first one, okay, sure. But then the second time, re-leveling, going back in, being actively told we should wait, and then ignoring that and launching it anyway, definitely my fault. Not even my favorite time that I killed Blakey in hardcore though. Not even my favorite time that I killed Blakey in hardcore. My favorite time killing Blakey in hardcore was when we were leveling. You bent over? Yeah. That's we were leveling together, just some new classes or whatever, and had it on all of our leveling twink gear. And there's one thing you weren't supposed to do ever: never talk to the missions, because they were dangerous. And I was in front, moving through the zone quicker. I don't know, two screens in front of him. And I talked to, I think it's Vagan, the weapon master. He goes, let me bend your rear for a moment. And then I just like leap slammed away and didn't even warn Blakey that he was on the screen. And it just like leaped on top of him and one tapped him, which was definitely the reason you don't run them to begin with twink gear on. No, I definitely said bend your rear. That's what he says. He says, we bend your rear for a moment. That was my favorite time that I killed Blakey. That was malicious intent is what that one was. That was straight up malicious intent. That wasn't like a mistake or a misjudge. That was like, I wonder if I can kill him. And then he died. And I'm like, oh. Also, Ildris and I used to continually try to kill each other while leveling. It's like a standard thing. You'd go leveling together. You'd be in like, was it like Act 3 where the titty bitches are, where they like fire in a row, and you would try and be the one in front, and you would try and like activate them all in a line so that they would like fire directly at you, and you just wanted to sidestep it right at the last minute so it would fire a whole barrage directly into your friend who was following you and kill them. That was intentional all the time. Ooh. There's so little chance to slam the +2. It's not nothing. Oops, sorry about that. No, we wouldn't even say oops. We'd say suck shit. See you in maps, dickhead. That's what we'd say. We didn't even pretend. Didn't even pretend. Yeah, it's always been see in maps. Bye. Always.
The Magi are fools. You've made a wise choice.
Okay, here's the problem. I'm not ready to take this yet. I'm still Stormbrand. Fuck it. Let's go. Let's just lose that. Or keep just that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Find and slay the cultists of the King Mist. Please tell me. Tell me this works. Means affected by flat spells with their spell. Nope.
Hail, Godslayer.
Please tell me you can do this to this one. Doesn't say release 4K wisps though. It says find and slay cultists of the King Mist. Well. I should have brought Cascade with me, but I didn't think it was going to work. Fuck this quest. What's happening? I'm desecrating the corpses up, and that counts as killing them. Find and slay cultists. Every time I desecrate a corpse up, it counts. I'll be done with this quest in just a moment. Shit, that's cheating. It most certainly is. At this point, they'd have to ban half the server and 3/4 of all of the content creators if they banned for it, though.
Ah, I see you have a junior. Let none stop you. Yes.
Now I've got to do find and disrupt the King of the Mist. This is going to be a bossing build. Man, I don't even know if this is going to be a build that works. Forget about bossing for a minute. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to kill things. Like it's going to be a bladefall build. Honestly, that base cast time didn't feel that bad. What's the new build? Bladefall of Impaling is the new build. Possibility help with any of this or not? I'm going to be honest, I don't think I remember using it. I think I might have just forgotten that it existed. My bad.
Good day.
It's kind of what I expected. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, we need a lot more int. Okay, why do I need int? Okay, well, I'm going to need it for that. Yep, cool. Honestly, let's not even take that yet. Let's not even take that yet. Okay, let's see what my crit ends up at. Not enough. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Not enough, though, is the answer. Okay, so I do that.
Hail God Slayer.
And then I put, for now, still only 46% crit right now. It's a little bit rough. Can I get... I could. That's not very good crit strikes though. That's a lot of crit strike right there. Well, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt so much. Okay, does it even do anything? Can I use Eternal Blessing Zealotry? I definitely can. But it should be Pride. I just want to see real quick. I mean, this is on level content, right? Do more damage, please. Morning. I'll want to buy damage. Yeah, about that. You scale damage through life and you have 8 pieces of gear on that don't have life. Is also a good point. Oh my god, you know what I need? A cold iron point. What am I doing? I'll bet we've got cold iron points everywhere. I bet we got plenty of them. I bet I can just pick up a cold iron point from our trade right now. A very polite message. Yep, cold iron point. Yes, please. And throw away the rings. Oh yeah, they're also doing nothing. I mean, technically I don't have brutality in right now. Also don't have the dissolution of flesh in right now either. Yo, an envy. Not an envy. Several envies. Okay. Somehow that's significantly less damage. That can't be. Oh, right. Okay. Fine. Yeah. All my cheese leveling scaling is non-existent. Okay, let's look what it looks like without spell cascade. Honestly, that area is still fine. I thought it was going to be shit without spell cascade. I don't think it is. I think that's fine. Because of that. Languages, some of it might be cultural. No. Gazi speaks better English than I do. To be fair, I don't think he did like a terrible job or whatever. I just think he needs a little bit of like media training to be able to do those interviews well. Like his questions were fine. They're just that none of them were phrased fine at all. That's like, they just weren't.
I can't do this just yet.
Interesting. I thought I couldn't put any other auras on with Divine Blessing. Supports an aura that creates a permanent aura around you, changing the reservation cost, making the temporary. Oh, temporary. Wrong one. Not Divine Blessing. Not Guardian's Blessing. Okay. Oh. Oh. Your non-blessing skills which reserve mana are disabled. Oh.
Hail God Slayer.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think if I wanted to see people with media training but politics and not Twitch, that's a different kind of training. Media training in this got all of the big streamers have plenty of it. All of them. Media training used by politicians is some bullshit they use to like trick you, basically. Politicians are trash. But media training doesn't mean not saying what you think or not saying what you mean. It means learning to phrase questions in non-inflammatory ways or reply in non-inflammatory ways that also minimizes the amount or the possibility of being misunderstood. It's not about changing what you say, it's about changing how you say it. Right? So all of his questions were mostly pretty good, and I wanted to hear the answers to them. But like, for instance, when he was talking about but to pick one, just as an example, the bosses, the Dominus fight versus, and he was like, yo, you know what would be really cool? These new bosses that are really cool, who I can't remember the name of, the one from Expedition, whose name I've forgotten. That was a great example, right? That fight from the Expedition fight, it's an amazing fight. That could be an Uber. That's a fantastic example. That's a really good thing to put forward, right? Hey, what about Olath? Sorry, what about Olath? Really good fight. But the way he said it was something along the lines of, Dominus is a trash fight. Don't worry about that. This one's way cooler. Right? And what that does is it, first of all, it insults the person who made the Dominus fight, who, if it isn't one of the people sitting on the couch, they definitely know who it is and are defensive on the behalf of that person. If it wasn't one of them, I don't know who made it, but that's already, you've put them on the defense. You didn't need to say that. It could have been, without changing the meaning, Dominus is a really good fight. I think that Olath, the new one, would be even better suited for Ubers. Have you looked at that? Same thing, but all you've, it's the exact same thing. But what you've done is, instead of making the people you're talking to either defensive on behalf of themselves or defensive on behalf of their friend who made the fight that you just shit talked, you've led them into exciting territory to talk about instead of defensive territory, right? And that's the sort of thing that media training helps with, is redirecting how you ask the question, not what question you ask. Same thing for answers, how you answer the question, not what answer you give, right? You're not meaning to change the answer or the attitude or the anything. You're just meant to make it so that you can't be misinterpreted and redirect things in generally a more positive, forward moving thing. It might shock you that I've done some media training, quite a bit of it. And if you've watched a decent amount of my content, it might shock you that I'm perfectly capable of doing all of those things and leading conversations where I want to go and not offending the person I'm talking to. The problem for me is that that is an active thing that I have to prepare for, not a thing that is the default way I talk. Right? Like it is a very much an active thing that I would need to prepare for. Oh, there's 3 of them, but they're offline. No, those would be so good for this. Oh, that's such a good idea, though. Goza's got one. Formidinus has one. Beresmere has one. And Guy Doing Stuff has one. Okay. 3 of what? More of Conquest. More of Conquest would be a fantastic helmet to use for now, at least. What? How? Where? Where? Where am I looking? Oh, there's more in here. And it's got white sockets. Huge. Okay, so that makes me unaffected by poison. I will probably need to throw a divine on it. Oh, balls. I gotta get that to 20. Okay, so there's at least one 20%er. Okay, we can get that later. Okay. Hang on. All the DNs or dots are hell when you have Dissolution in. So I'm going to be immune to Ignite, immune to Burning Ground, immune to Poison, immune to Bleed. And eventually I can get immune to Caustic Ground too. But there's definitely still going to be some problems. Some other problems are definitely still going to exist. I don't like strange unique items. I keep check if I see them. Fair. Okay. All right. So I have one thing that might work. That might work. Let me grab that from myself. Damn it. What's it called? There it is. Why did that take so long? What's going on? Mana siphoners won't be your friend? Yup, true. Hello manager, it sounds like you're going to be immune to more than I am at the moment. I thought about this a lot. I was going to be struggling a lot. Like a lot. But I won the roll on this earlier. And this is going to be able to make me ailment immune. So that's going to help a lot. So that'll get me ailment immunity, and then I'm bleed immune. Sorry, I'm poison immune from the helmet, just unaffected by poison. So that's great. So then I have to deal with bleed and corrupting blood. I won't have to deal with ignite at all. Burning ground comes from a pantheon. I won't be immune to everything, but I will be immune to most things. Use some jewel with shock avoid. I'm gonna need something with shock avoid. I don't have anything. I'm gonna need something with shock avoid at some point. Do you like I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that before. All right, let's see what else is available. Come on, you're wearing a mushroom shirt. I still don't know what it is. Am I supposed to? Okay. This might work. Surprised we don't have a blade fall amulet around. Thank you. Okay, well, I guess I'm keeping that for now. Okay. Next things next. Where are you? Oh, I didn't even do rip. Might not even take this. I might actually just take this. Might just go impale on that. By the mana and reservation mastery side instead of the raw effect, it's mana reservation. Oh, increase reservation efficacy of skills. Wait, is that life as well? Wait. Oh. Oh. I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't realize at all. Swelly as a king? Oh. Can I even go kill Katava right now? Maybe. Wait. I can get to Katava? Can anyone kill Katava for me? I did not have the damage. I did not have the ability to kill this.
I don't suppose there's time to convince Innocence to put some clothes on for this battle.
Oh, I hit no. Hang on, I'll invite you. And I'm nearly at the next thing. I'm coming. I should have done this first. Like before respecking, I should have killed Katava first. I got excited because I realized I was high enough level to put stuff on. And I was like, fuck yeah, let's go. I can be the build.
Death was such a gift. Allow fate forward.
Over here.
This I shall strike you down.
Okay, is that flower footprints? I kind of want them. That looks real cool.
May a new dawn arise. It's a
By the light. For freedom. By the heart.
Sail. Got a few shock avoid jewels you can take. Do any of them have life on them? Or cast speed? I think at this point any solution is fine. So I'll take anything I can get my hands on.
Kill the stranger. Dawnfall. Bid the darkness.
Too good to one of the energy shield.
My realm grows closer.
We've lost the way. Oh, you found it.
The Wild One's power is mine. This is not the end.
If this damn shield didn't have a life roll on it, I'd be using this chest. Wait, not that one. The other one. Never mind. Thank you. Okay. So real quick, what does this look like? Okay. So then, transferences. Thank you. Okay, so let's start with Bladeful. Nope, let's just start with this one. Yes, but I don't need this one. It's elemental damage. Okay, so we got rid of that. Obviously, the anoint is going to be trash now. There's a jewel there. There's a jewel there. Eternal Youth will get stopped when you get hit though, except I don't think it does. See? See how I was still regening? It actually does not stop when you get hit. Okay, so I'm going to be able to take that to put all of my energy shield on. So the reason it doesn't stop when you get hit is very specific wording. Basically, less life regeneration rate, total life recovery per second, energy shield recharge rate applies to life. Okay, so let's... Is there a way to read what energy shield recharge does? No, but basically it gets stopped whenever you lose life from taking a hit, or from whenever you lose life from, etc. Right? This thing makes it so that you don't actually lose any life at all. You reserve life instead. You don't actually take the damage. So Eternal Youth stays on always. This is like crux to the build in my head. It will just always be on, which is fine because it's not actually my life pool. My life pool is the reserved pool, so this doesn't give me infinite regen. But my life pool is my mana pool as well because of the shield. Well, and blood magic. So using Dissolution of Flesh with Eternal Youth should keep all that working. It should keep all of it working, basically. So I should be able to. I should actually be able to use Petrified Blood now and have this work. The reason for that is because I have a total of 40% recoup. As long as I have a total of 40% recoup, this should work. Something hit me. Come on. Yep, regen keeps happening. Look. You get hit, regen keeps happening. It is still doing the reserve thing, so I will eventually die unless I don't take damage for 2 seconds, but the regen keeps happening. I thought that was how it would work. So the trick to getting the Petrified Blood to work is that you must have at least 1% more recoup than the Petrified Blood takes. So by default, no quality, everything as normal, Petrified Blood takes 40% of that damage. So you must have at least 40% recoup. Are you not going to be wearing a Defiance? I don't think that would do anything. I also don't have a Defiance. But I don't think that would do anything. How does Defiance interact with... During the session setup, you ditch Dissolution? I don't want to ditch Dissolution. Dissolution gives me way more life and thus way more damage. Like it's a more multiplier. Let me see how many life nodes it took. Mores are huge. Okay, so I'm just thinking about what I do now. Let me look at my tree that I had planned. Ah, yes. You don't do anything anymore. Yeah, so I have to figure out how to get bleed immune. Burn immune comes from the Pantheon. I really want to lose this as well, but I don't think I can afford to. Nope. Yikes. Okay. So we need to get a bit of int somewhere. And dex. Okay. So. We don't actually have any of those amulets to test anyway. So let's see if there are any index amulets with good resistance. Okay, what are my resistances like right now? Horrendous! Look at what I'm streaming as Defiance and Warlock and Abandoned. I didn't even know you were doing a Warlock thing. Why, hello.
Why, hello.
Let's have a look, shall we? Watch stream. Oh, never mind. I lost my screen. Oh, there we go. Oh, so it's just doing this thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's no dissolution, but I'm just about unkillable.
So doing this would definitely give me less damage.
I mean, if you do the Adorned, I haven't finished messing around
but
because I couldn't do single target.
I can do it. I can do Adorned too, right?
Yeah, I mean,
but it's definitely an option. I don't have any of those amulets.
Well, you can have this one because I'm not like I couldn't make this character do single target.
Okay, well that's certainly an option. I'm gonna call it the fallback option though. I think I would rather do the dissolution thing because I think it's way more interesting and has the potential to have more damage.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I've got more auras on and stuff like that, so 20k life in an aura versus the dissolution. What is it? 20% more on dissolution?
Mm-hmm. I can use all those auras. I'm still petrified blood.
Well, I've got an extra aura on then compared to you.
Do you not have petrified blood?
Yeah, you can see it right there.
Yeah. So why would you have an extra aura on?
because I've got Malevolence, Petrified Blood, Purity Fire, and Vitality running.
Right.
You would not have one because you would need your life pool to not be reserved, right?
Well,
as much.
I just need it to be at least 51%.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. Try it and see.
Yeah, I don't think it changes auras. It's just I think that way is definitely more defensive. But right now, I'm trying to figure out how I get res cap.
Problem.
Res cap is my first problem. I'm in fucking 38, negative 21, negative 46, negative 31. And I have to get shock avoid. I wish I knew where that shock avoid pair of boots went that we made. Because we made a shock avoid pair of boots and then it stayed with the build that we never actually used the storm shroud with. Like it never ended up.
Was it on?
I don't remember. It was on one of them. I actually legitimately just do not remember what it was on. But we had a pair.
It wasn't on the Hex Blaster, was it?
Nah. I think. I'll fucking double check.
It would have had to be in the Hex Blaster or the Bomber, right?
Yeah, we checked the Bomber. Had a different pair of boots.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It was one of the builds that I made. It was the one right after Minions. What build was that? Because it would be so much easier to replace the pair of boots. No, not these. To replace the pair of boots on that build, whoever's running it, because it's not actually using them.
After the Minions was Flame Blast, wasn't it?
Was it Pizza Sticks? Yo, who's got Pizza Sticks right now? Ah, you know what? It's no good anyway. I need to be crafting energy shield gear.
Yeah, you do. It's so much extra life.
Yeah. Thing is, we don't have any woe essences.
We did. I think Pineapple used them up on stuff. Something.
Yep. My Spectres dim level 35, which should let the Spectres be 87, but they're 86. I don't think they ever go to 87 anymore. I think that was changed like over a year ago. I want to say over a year ago. Yeah, I did dirty things to us and stuff. Let's see. Well, that helps solve some stat and resistance problems. I can use that for now. Let's see if we have any 6-linked Val Regalias.
Actually, I've got a present for you. Let me dig into my stash. Because this character that I was setting up, I happened to get a fractured Val Regalia.
This Failing Totems dude has all your gear, right? It's like the third thing I've come over to cast Master for. I wish it wasn't corrupted. It can't have a life roll, which is a bit awkward, but it'll do for now.
It's 2 chests in Officer you can have a look at and see if you want to do anything with.
Let's see what we got. Ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. 95%, huh? That's not the worst. It's already crafted. Ish. This one's way better. Oh, and it has pride. Oh no, that's Purity Fire. I thought that's a pride for a second.
It's like, wait, it had pride? What the?
It will. It will once I put it on. Well, clearly I just take that one. That fixes dex and int problems on its own. I think I don't need that amulet. I think it fixes my amulet. It does. That's a great stats to have. Those are the two stats I needed. Okay, I no longer need that amulet that I just picked up. Great. Fantastic. Back on the market it goes. Ba-da-ba.
Put some other stuff in OTAB, boots, gloves, helm. Might not fix res issues for you.
Let's see.
It's all like beginner gear.
Can't use the helmet. Gloves, sort of okay. Definitely good enough to put on. There's so many rings and amulets from running that. Yeah. Okay, that's getting a little better. Just positive on the chaos res. That's good.
Oh yeah, I had a high life and energy shield belt as well. Just put that in there.
It's got resistances. Strength is good for life as well. Came up to 6k life. It's got okay resistances. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to use the belt. I need to fix res somewhere. Something chronic, but I also have to have the recoup. Put 3 Mavens. Fun fact, I've never fought Maven before. It's going to be fun to brick these set. I bet you succeed on the 3rd attempt. I thought it didn't, so because it only counts ES from gear. I don't actually have the Ascendancy yet, so I'm missing a ton of life. From equipped armor items, you're absolutely right. The energy shield on the belt doesn't do anything. I did not know. I thought getting energy shield everywhere would be a good idea, but it's just actual energy shield on the like real piece, not like rolls on jewelry. Okay. I'm just looking real quick, see if I can find an amulet worth putting on. Went for hybrid armor ES pieces for physical mitigation, but it's probably not ideal. Depends on whether you're doing dissolution of flesh or not. If you're doing dissolution of flesh, you'd be way better off doing evasion energy shield hybrid pieces. You can get a pretty reasonable amount of energy shield still on quite a lot of those, but evading damage is a lot better than mitigating damage because you need to evade or not take damage for 2 seconds. This is a kind of build that would much prefer to be running evasion, any amount of evasion over what tier do we think Defiance amulets are? Not tier 0. Definitely tier 1, I would say.
T1 seems about right.
Yeah, not quite as rare as Mageblood and Headhunter, but definitely still like right up there. Still real high. Okay, well, if the energy shield doesn't work on the belt, then let's have a look for a belt with just the most amount of juicy resistances that I can possibly get, because I need a solution somehow. Ildris has the best belt in the world. I lied. No, I didn't. I scrolled down a bit, saw a better one, and was like, wait, never mind, fuck Ildris's belt. And then it's also from Ildris, just a different belt. Okay, it should be really easy to color this correctly. It's just 2 red, 1 blue, so I just 1 red it. Okay, so that's good. That's good. That's gonna do a lot. Okay, I think we'll be okay here. I think I'll get a functioning build out of this. I don't know about good.
Godslayer.
I don't know if it'll do a lot of damage, but it's gonna function. At least 1 red. At least 1 red. At least 1 red. Okay, so I want 2 reds, 1 green. There we go. Easy enough. Okay. Got that belt. TY. Or Ildris. I just asked him to log in and then give me a belt. Okay. I think I can fix... Well, that's going to be rough. Okay, let's have a look. This is a very picky build. Turns out. Okay, I definitely want that. Pen spraying kills the spires too quickly? It does. It does. It's a real problem. See if there are any chance to avoid being shocked with life. That would be the absolute best. Yo, I have one. Huge. Oh my god, this one's got cast speed. Ah, it says online. Mrs. Puppet is not online. What are my resistances still? Lightning. Ooh, okay. Okay, that could be quite useful. Frog has this. That's actually kind of huge. Okay, so put that one there, put that one there. However, that gives me only how much chance to avoid shock? 71% chance to avoid shock. And I need this, which has lightning, to be in my gear still. So we're gonna have to put that here. Oh, no, hang on. There's one more socket right there. It's good that that's got lightning res on it, because that's the one that hurts me the most. Okay, so I have 71% chance to avoid all ailments right now. Do you have an open suffix on the gloves? I do, but I don't think you can craft chance to avoid shock, can you? No. Eldritch on boots. How much can you get? Yes, but I don't think I would craft it on these boots. They do only have 110 ES and like a 18 res. Slap temple shield on. I fucking wish that worked. I wish that worked. That'd be great. That one though. Because the lowest ember it's 30 to 35. Ooh. So that will definitely be the longer term solution. Ooh, we're up to 12k already. Okay, on the tooltip. Did you put the Adorned in? Oh lord, no. I do not have enough dual sockets for that yet. I'm level 69. I didn't have the points for this yet.
Hello.
Yes, I can. Hang on. Chance to avoid being shocked. And then right there. Okay, that's ailment immune, poison immune. Okay. That's good. 112% chance to avoid. I've still got an amulet and my resistances are well within usable now. To the point where I could use a Defiance and Destiny and just do that instead. But that is a gorgeous ring. What is this one? Okay. 8 Chaos, Damnation, Large Cluster. I don't know why they didn't ping my thing, but it didn't.
Balor, what do you do if you see a spaceman? Park the car, man. Lol.
I don't get it. I don't get it. There is your damnation eye though. Okay. Last step. Parking space. Ah, I see. I see. Okay. Okay, so we need some cold and lightning res. And as much life as I can possibly get.
Maybe Balor can get this one. Why can't you trust a sewing machine? It's never what it seems.
I hate it. That was good though. I didn't hate that one actually. I lied. Here's one. It's me. I've got the amulet I need. Which is, oh, never mind. It's the same one that I stole earlier and was like, okay, I don't need that anymore. No, I do. I do need that actually. Okay, I mean, here technically it sort of functions. Eternal Blessing, Pride, Petrified Blood. Where'd it go? I had it just a second ago. What did I do with Petrified Blood? Continue equipped gear. Oh. So it is. So it is. My bad. Okay, so I don't need vitality anymore. But I do need petrified blood. I do need... I do need a flame dash. Otherwise I don't have the ability to dash over things. Now technically I should be able to use a cast when damage taken. Technically. But let's have a look at what we got. So plenty of life recharge. Okay. Let's just see how horrible that damage is looking real quick before we set up the rest of our stuff.
I can't do this just yet.
I mean, this is like not as bad as I was scared it would be, but not as good as I was hoping it would be right this second. But I also don't have the second Warlock Ascendancy yet that gives me like a fuckload more life, right? So we're definitely going to need to like get more cast speed, but like I'm able to kill things. Does a crafting bench work within a Corey's lock? I actually have no idea. And as I get more life, not only do I get more spell damage and more spell crit and more base damage, we also get something else that I can't remember right now.
It is time to hunt. This one is captured. I now will take it.
The cast speed is all adrenaline. It is. I'm going to have to get adrenaline though. I don't have it yet. If I had really good gear, I'd be really tempted to use that amulet that gives you like 40 flat life per red socket that was open. I'd be real tempted by that. Station. Yeah, right now I need the amulet though to res cap, so I can't do that.
Blessings.
So watching this, what's the next build? Yo, I'm not ready to abandon this at all. Like, I know how much scaling is currently in my build, and it's fucking not a lot. Getting an adrenaline that which was taken would be very, very, very cool, because then I wouldn't have to take this whole Ascendancy node. Because I want to take this and this. I want to take those two. But I'm going to have to not take this one. I'm going to have to not take that 30% increased effect of non-curse auras to instead take adrenaline. But this will be quite big. Okay, real quick. 15.4k. $17k. Jesus. My next one is another 40%. Have a point I could pull right now to take it? I do. Gotta get some percentage stuff. 18.2. You get the other two characters now? Oh, we should definitely give away the brand one. So, anybody on real excited about the brand one? I know earlier people were saying there were two people that were excited about it, but neither of them were online. Anyone remember who those people were? So, wants this brand build? Take that off, take that off. Take that. Take that. Put this over here too. What else is missing? Other than flat. Oh, the thing I always forget. Charms. The brands I want to try the Hex Blast. So there's two options with the Hex Blast. I can give it away right now how it is, which is pretty good. Or I can upgrade it into its life stacking variant that's already proved to work and like triple its damage and then hand it on. Or I can just give you the path of building to upgrade and give you the build as it is and you can experience both. Well, this one's ready to go as soon as somebody wants it. The path of building because you figured you wouldn't. For this, I've already got it. It's in the video. Upgrade for 3 days now. Yeah. When you get home, remind me. You can grab the Hex Blast, Shadow. And I'll give you the path of building. We already have a lot of the gear. I'll give you the one for life changing, life stacking changing. True. Leveling shield. Okay, well, when someone asks for this build, it's ready to go. Oh, it can sit there until somebody asks for it. Oh. And we'll give the Hex Blast one to Shadow. I don't think you need to remove the life first. Okay, next, Flasks. Next thing is Flasks. This is the worst part about moving on builds all the time, by the way. Like, by a long shot, this is the worst part. It's that I have to roll Flasks every few days. Efficiency of jewelers spare. Yes, 4,000 of them. Come get some jewelers. I have so many jewelers, apparently. So let's see, we've got the onslaught, we'll need that. Diffusers. Oh, not there. Yes, 900 of them. What do you need? Flask. I just need a few duelers. Come up. Hang on. Let me look. I was going to say, just type in chat. But you probably did, and I just didn't read it. I don't see. Am I blind? Whisper me. I could be blind. Cast speed is OP. Onslaught is good. It's me. Oh. Hang on. There we go. What the hell? Wait, I just accepted an invite and ended up at your height. What the fuck just happened? You can invite people to your hideout? Oh, I remember that. I've got plenty more if you need more. Plenty more if you need more. Start turning those down. Plenty more, plenty more. Just say more and take more if you want them. Okay, flasks. I need an amethyst flask. And a phasing flask. Oh, preferably a higher level one. A little bit confused. There's just too many people all at once. I also have some fuses. Where was he? Where was he? Where was he? Where was he? Is this one? No. Which one was Castmaster? Failing at totems. That's the one. I don't see you. I'm blind. Did you see my favorite page? Nice. Still want to keep some. Same rule for everybody, by the way. Always give whatever you can. But always keep enough so that you can deal with your own shit. Just give out whatever you've got extra. Okay. Onslaught, Quicksilver, Amethyst, Quartz, and what? For now, actually, probably a Diamond Flask. Until I get crit capped without it, right? I can't use a Life Flask in any way, so... Damn it, I need more glass blowers. Let's get rid of these. These are all for leveling. You can go on already. Tempted to save up fuses now. I always do that. You'll do. Come on. What do you got? It's not ideal. I think I have an untainted after this. Nice. %, reduced effect, but oh, that's actually fine for that flask. The problem being I need a reduced effect of curse somewhere. It's gonna have to be that. That's the least important one. Ooh. Wisps. That should be a command. That should be a command. I don't know why it's not a command. Oh, it is a command. The one variation of that you didn't try, it's that one. That sounds about right, doesn't it?
Get your magic find characters ready.
What was I after? Curse. Hey. Zickles. Thank you very much for the prime. Nailed it. That's exactly how that said. Absolutely nailed that one. Nailed that. Zickles. It's more fun to go Zickles. That's so much cast speed and reduced charges used. That's way better. Well, I don't want to roll over that one. That's so good. No one's using that on a Quicksilver. Literally 0 people. It's actually like already several days back. Okay. Come on. Roll the thing. Roll the thing. Roll the thing. The thing is curse effect. Roll reduced effect of curse. I double dare you. You know what? I'll just get cursed. I'll just get cursed in a minute. There we go. Something useful. That'll do. Oh shit. Anyway, have we got any glass blowers in the guild? No. We got some of those and they'll become glass blowers. It's the vendor in town. +1 or +2 level of all minion skill option is random on drop or crafted. On boots and gloves, to socketed, that's delve drop only.
Remember.
On a helmet, it's craftable. And it's to all, not to socketed.
Always keep your eyes on the horizon.
Use when charges reach full. 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 I don't need that anymore. Oh shit, that was exactly what I wanted. Literally rolled over the thing I wanted. Perfect.
Hail God Slayer.
Okay, need a party for tier 16 untainted. I'll fucking come. Let's go.
Hail God.
How hard could it be? Need a vulnerability. Boom. I'm good. New baubles for witch stones. Wish I'd known that. Yes. In fact, if you're on Trade League, this was true yesterday. You'd have to check the market again today. But if you're on a Trade League, you can actually go to somebody on trade, buy 200 chaos worth or 250 chaos worth of blacksmith whetstones, walk to the vendor in town, change them into baubles, and sell them for 500 C. Like, literally. Wait, is this not where we were going? Where were we going? Do the same with sex since the market price has been higher than the Karak price. Wait, really? Alright, we're following whoever's the blue dot. We're always following whoever's the blue dot. This is perfect because most of the gems that I just picked up for this build were like level 1 from the vendor, because I was in the classic me style, not prepared for the change at all. So run one of these, boom, all my gems will be like appropriately leveled. Chisels are 1-to-1 in trade, and Karak sells 20 chisels for 8C. What the fuck? That's fucking hilarious. What? That's the best thing I've ever heard in my life. Karak sells 20 chisels for 8 chaos. Chisels sell 1-to-1. How many people do you reckon are sitting on like 100 Karak missions they just never use? So they could just like launch buy, launch buy, launch buy, launch buy, launch buy until you run out. I think I have more than 100. Oh. That'll do. Close enough, I think. currently have Zealotry on as my extra aura, but it just occurred to me that will not... Will it affect impales? I actually don't know.
Keep an eye out for gold.
Thank you. Thank you for all the gem levels. And I guess 2 more real levels as well. Those count. No matter whether white, yellow, or red? Correct. Does not matter at all. Sorry. Oh, this is fine. It's fine. I'm good. I will have to roll better energy shield gear if the build shows like that it has any legs at all. If the build shows that it has any legs at all, then we'll think about crafting better gear, and then I'll probably need some woe essences. It doesn't need to be standout fantastic. It just needs to show me that it can work. If it shows me that it can work,
Ascend with precision.
the tied together wearing concrete shoes. Really? You reckon? I'm level 69. I have none of my cast speed scaling at all. Also, I'm thinking about putting haste in instead of zealotry, just for more cast speed. Also, perhaps... Oh, perhaps Spell Echo's a mistake? Oh, I'm bleeding. I'm not immune to bleed. I'm not immune to bleed. I didn't get immune to bleed. Fuck. I was actually tactical. I was going to go to that coward's trial. Tactical.
Hail, Godslayer.
Right? Much. So we're at 78% chance to crit so far. Which, remember, this skill basically only does damage when it crits. I'm getting all of my crit from life, which I just don't have enough of right now at this level. It basically just doesn't do damage if it doesn't crit. No one else want to come for this coward's trial? It's good XP. Surely other people have got leveling builds.
I can't do this just yet.
How do you get life from crit? Right here. 5% increased critical strike chance for spells per 100 maximum life. 5% increased spell damage per 100 maximum life. Why does it only deal damage when you crit? Do you scale the impale effect? It has 100% more than 100% effective impale on it already. And I'm about to have 7 impales from being a champion if I can do lab without dying. What I hadn't thought of is how I was going to be immune to bleed. don't know how I'm going to be immune to bleed yet. I do not, and I would very much like it. Wait, I'll come back in a second. I'll come back in a second. I'm coming. Oh, I see. Oh, we're going for +2 arrows again. Let's go +2 arrows. Here we go. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. That's not ideal. That's unfortunate. Oh, I was going to type back in so he could find me again. And how's it feel mapping with swapping to Stormbrand? If you swap to Stormbrand, it's fine. It's not that bad as Penance Brand either. And if I was in a trade league, I could fix it so that you could keep Penance Brand on. 8 fails in a row since the... Oh, that's rough. Nobody else is coming? Nope, looks like it. Let's go. Use the especially with a great single target, the juiced up res compared to Stormbrand. It's true. Like the slower clear was really not that big of a deal. It would have been if I was like doing the kind of maps where you just like speed them, right? But I was doing like juiced maps. So like I had tanky dudes and it was real nice to have that juiced single target. How do you join the private league and make yourself eligible for it? So there's no real eligibility requirement or whatever. We just let anybody in. I'm concerned that basically once BPL happens, everybody will end up in trade, or like a majority of people would end up in trade. So I've basically just stopped inviting people, which might be a stupid idea. But I'm like real worried about having people restart, just have too many people leave after the BPL weekend happens and go to trade, because there's like a lot of min-maxing to do and a lot of people have been really interested in that. Do filters work well for MF? No. Good starting point, but for MF you should pretty much always be making your own filter. You can always start from one of mine and start removing things, but you should definitely just be making your own filter if you're doing MF stuff. But I'm lazy. I feel you. Do you know if reveal the light would reveal light and the light would I have no idea. Actually, no idea. Thank you. Been crashing first time I've run into it. It's different for everybody. Somehow. Okay, well those 2 life nodes brought me from 18k to 21k tooltip just for 2 levels. That's a lot. That's a lot for just 2 levels. Shit, I'll come back. Yeah, it's still good. I'm going straight back in. Just because you said it'd be bad mostly? I didn't mean bad. I just meant not as good as an early one. It's almost like you're triple dipping on life for damage. Almost, yeah. And with access to one of the headhunters? No, that might save it, actually. Plenty of Fizz's extra things. That might save it. I was assuming we wouldn't have one. Are you fucking kidding me? What is that? Who puts that in? Who puts that in? That's so rude. That's so very rude. It turns out scaling life is a great idea. Who knew? Uh-oh. I'm in a corrupting blood to death. Oh, I'm in a corrupting blood to death. Oh, I didn't die. Applause, applause, I live for the applause, applause, live for the applause, applause. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I died. Okay, I'm not corrupting blood immune currently. That's a mistake. I'm not talking about me having a headhunter chemical. We were talking about a physical wonder. Not on this character. This character is not headhunter appropriate, whether it's wearing a cold iron point or not. Oh, yes, Brandy. What Shadow said? Every time you change renderers, it change. Basically, you've got to repopulate the shaders. So you basically need to play for like an hour or so, just testing it out and seeing how it feels before you'll have an idea of whether it's better or worse. Bum, dum, bum, 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 bum. Ooh, cryptic blood go. $191. $191. Okay. So you're still MFing, but you're still having to give the build away? It's already done. I'm not MFing at all. I'm a Bladeful of Impaling build. A horrible idea. I'm currently level 74. I've already encountered problems. I've died to bleed and corrupting blood a whole bunch of times because of dissolution of flesh. So I'm gonna have to fix that somehow. Recoup doesn't work on damage over times. As the idea looked really cool. It's certainly working. My deeps is going up. Defiance also doesn't work on damage over times. Excuse me. The solution for right now. What am I going to do for right now? I mean, for right now, I could do what? And life reservation from Warlock help with dissolution. Don't I already have the life reservation portion? Yeah. I already have that. So I'm gonna have immune to burning ground. That's going to be one thing I have to have, which is going to come from here. I'm going to have to do that to get immune from burning ground. Let's see. Throw your hands. I'd recommend a life flask to fix your bleed problem temporarily, but it's way more fun to see three hands up in the air and go, ah! Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. So I can get corrupting blood immunity on a jewel. There's some other life reservation stuff on the tree. Is there? Where? I mean, obviously an enlightened would be fantastic. But I took the 20% increased life reservation. I took this wheel. Yeah, I've got the mastery. It may be that I just don't get to run haste, but I really would like to run haste. Nice. No, why you gotta be so rude? Ooh, okay, so we could do that now. Stack more multipliers. Can we? Wait. No, we can't yet. I need one more life wheel. Okay. My bad. Is Herald of Purity a damage down from pale builds? Ooh, Herald of Purity instead of haste would work, I guess. That would give me a lot more life available. I don't know, man. I'm getting so much cast speed out of haste though. So we've dealt with poison, we've dealt with that, we've dealt with that. What else can we deal with and how? So we can take those out. Can you give me a third? There's no way haste is the long-term answer. I think it might just be better to have my mana open. My life open, rather. Because it is just like killing my... what do you call it? Killing my available life. Okay, so that can fix my corrupting blood problem for right now. By getting... Blood cannot be inflicted on you. On any jewel. If they exist. Obviously, when I say any jewel, preferably a jewel that has life on it, since that's everything I need. But I would also take cast speed. Let's see what's on. What is available? What is available? What is available? Could take a slower bleed Pantheon instead of Burning Ground. I could. And then play better. Lol. Lol. Look who I'm buying this jewel from. Global physical and damage and corrupting blood. Cool. Prismatic with Club Gold Mastery, an option points to be used instead of the Jewel Socket. It means 2 extra points, but it's not a terrible idea. Wait. Where's... Oh yeah, corrupting blood cannot be inflicted on you. So not like right this second, because I'm desperate for points and super low level, but definitely an option. It's definitely an option. Okay, so next level I get that one. That'll put me at 7,000 life. I need it to be over 10, but we're getting there, considering I'm level 74. $25K.
The goddess is watching.
That number's scaling up real quick as I get levels. Real quick.
Practice makes perfect.
Ooh! Why did my pet blood turn off? Yo, why did my pet blood just turn off?
Where there's a golden key, there must be.
I didn't do that.
Door.
To make me a believer. Is there too much life from damage? Some auras just turn off automatically, but they don't even use. Like we're not even using the. Why?
Let the day dawn, golden with possibility.
I have no idea. Yeah. Weird. Okay, let's see what happens with this. It's not bad. Look at me avoiding traps. Bleed. Go away. He'll die if you didn't because they scale off health. Yeah, I know. I know. Traps are a huge problem. I should have done lab while I was just blasting Stormbrand. I should have just done lab then, so I didn't have to do it now. 100% chance I need an Uber lab carry, by the way. There's like a 0% chance that I could do Uberlab.
Every traveler draws close to the end of the path. The essence of an empire must be shared equally amongst all of its citizens. Finish this. You are inexhaustible.
Honestly, that wasn't the worst damage I've ever had on Mageblood. Like I am like, I'm a few levels over now, but even taking that into account, other than to stand there and watch you die, I can get through the traps, I think. I just have to go a little slow, but I definitely cannot do as Uberlab as are right now. Where's the thing? There it is.
Dark influences.
Yeah.
reside in dark places.
Give it to me. More life.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To enter defiles the effigy.
One defiles the emperor. Big.
Prove yourself, Ascendant. You are inexhaustible.
Yeah, cop that.
Those who
Cop
stand
that.
should never outnumber those who kneel.
Dreams and all of them ended in spires without death is good for me, but strange. No, just depths is like 1 in 10 or something like that. Either 1 in 10 or 1 in 20. So you'll get a depth eventually, but it's not like super common. I think the people that were doing it in T16 saying they were like averaging 1 every 4 maps or so. I haven't actually done it myself, so. So my big question about this build is actually Eternal Youth. I'm not entirely sure whether it scales its regen, like the amount of energy shield I have is now energy shield recharge is now life recharge, or if it's the energy shield mechanic is now applied to my life and scales off my life value. I would be tempted to say it works the way I hope it does, because I currently have 0 energy shield because of the warlock thing, and I've still got Eternal Youth running. But the next point in warlock might stop Eternal Youth from working, and if it does, that could be a problem. That could be a problem.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep.
That could ruin my plans.
Easiest trap of them all. I die for the Empire.
What the fucking weird kind of sentence is that? Okay, so this one gives you and nearby allies. How do you test that? I'll know very, very quickly, immediately. So right now Eternal Youth is on. That's why my health doesn't disappear entirely. Right? I have no regen, or at least very little regen. It's all coming from Eternal Youth. My life regen is 78. My life recharge is 3,269. So when I take the next Warlock Ascendancy, it will tell me. I'll know then. %40 impale effect for quality. Almost level 18. 40%. That's huge. Okay, we got one additional impale from that Ascendancy. Now I'm thinking I currently have no way to get above. I would have to put a life flask on. So I could put a life flask on instead of the diamond. And that would... I could roll corrupting blood on it. Anti-bleed, so that I had an anti-bleed flask, and it would also let me proc the adrenaline. That might be worth it. Or we do this one. That'll get us a banner. Nearby enemies take physical damage without costing me life reservation, and 30% increased effect of pride, which is 38% increased damage taken. Both of those are pretty good options, to be honest. Adrenaline does give you cast speed. Adrenaline gives you a lot of cast speed. think I want to go for the adrenaline option. Give all your past builds already. No, the Penance Brand one is sitting there waiting for somebody to ask for it. I tried to give it away twice. Everybody guess we won't know until we know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to work the way I want it to. But I'm not 100% sure until I take Warlock. Why is it not as good as the others? I don't know. I think it was pretty good. I mean, it did like all the Ubers and whatnot. I would have thought some people wanted to play it. Everybody MFing, I guess. I don't know. I'll keep trying to give it away till somebody takes it. If no one takes it in a few days, we'll gut it and put everything on the market. So that all the gear's back available. I take it, but I can't really be bothered to level another character. Don't know a character to use, couldn't use it until Sunday. Right. What's MFing? Magic Find. Just like a big thing right now. I need more damage than this. I need more damage than this. I need like a Val Discipline or something. As well. This is going to be a little dodgy. Even if this works how I envision it, the next like 10 levels is still going to be dodgy. Because it's very, very, very level dependent on having a buttload of life, right? So don't expect it to look good until I'm probably at like 12, 14k ish, somewhere in that region. We're just gonna struggle until we get there. Magic Find is MF. Mother fathering. Yeah, no guarantee that this works at all, but if it does work, it's still going to look dodgy until it's higher level. Hey, hey, hey. It does nothing with dissolution? Oh, rip. Ranger, Vortex and Cleave. Did you find a guide and experience enough to make my own? Yep. There's plenty of Ranger guides out this league. Pathfinder is one of the most common builds that are being done right now. People are doing it as Magic Find, but you don't have to do it as Magic Find. You can just build the same build and then just not put Magic Find gear on, put real gear on instead, and just be way stronger. My biggest thing will just be finding the next warlock NPC. Just in the next grove or whatever, because I've already done that one quest. I just need to find the NPC. Get a lot of life out of that. Hopefully. And both very fun. Nice. Those are both good builds. I would definitely suggest for the next one something self-hitting though, like something that you attack with, since you've done 2 proxy builds, damage through minions. It'd be a good contrast to be directly hitting yourself, unless you're just really into that. Just fine too. If no one's one of the pennies around, I'd like to give it a go. You're the first one. You can take it. It's yours. Come in game. I'll hand it over after this map. Any ranger builds I can get a guide from? Did anyone do, who did the self-cast version? So there's 2 versions. There's a totem one from Palstron that was really good, if you prefer the totem version. And Garatha. I think Garatha did the video portion in Zizerans. I think that was a collab, I think. That's like a self-attack version. So it depends on whether you want to do it through totems or through yourself. They're both very good, and it is very easy to swap between them, where if you decide you don't like one, you want to try the other, because they're both very similar. For the sake of knowing you've got 4 charms there instead of 3, you're actually missing a charm. Hang on. Let me pull these out. Hang on. There's a charm in here. There it is. I think it's that one. No, that one. Right. So there are 4 charms here. These are the mapping charms. Hang on. Those are the mapping charms. And then I swap out the onslaught one for 12% as extra when I go bossing. And I swap it out for this one instead if I want to do Uber at Zero, because you need to have damage from critical strikes cannot be reflected. So I swap that one out for my frenzy one if I'm going to do Uber at Zero. That's where it currently is. But those three on the left, they're the standard wear all the time ones. Quick double check of my tree. Yep, that's everything. I love it. One life node. It's like, here's 2.2k. Here's 250 life for one node. Like, yep. Thank you. Okay. Speaking of life nodes, though. You go hunt the dude. I need the warlock dude. I need that last node. It's so much life. I think. It's so much life. I think. Really? Come on, buddy. Warlock, where are ya? Come to me. Oh, I need to kill this guy, I think. That was not bad. Hides a glimpse of Chaos helmet. Sure shouldn't. I had one with. What the fuck is that helmet? I will stop and have a look at that right now. Do you know what base it's on? The ultimatum helm. That doesn't help. What's it called? Like, what's its base? Find it. Val mask. That should be. That's not even listed. Sure? Let me look it up. Glimpse of Chaos. Yeah, it says Valmask. It's not even in Filterblade. I mean, I'm gonna put it in boss drop, sure. I'm gonna put it in boss drop now. But it's like literally not there. Fractal Thought and the Vertex. That's all that's listed on the Valmask. It literally doesn't exist. Well, I'm fixing it now. Thank you. While I'm here, those silk gloves have been raising in price because I guess people are corrupting them. Just gonna put them there so they show up. There we go. There's no show that's gonna melt in without being noticed. I mean, like, like what? Oh, not Valmask. Valmask. I mean, it's, I don't know how I could have done anything with that. Like, there's nothing, it's not, like, that's just a list of all the bases that he knows about and their current prices. Like, it's literally just not there. Must have been told by now, right? I know. And then noticed because I wanted the final wave reward, which was a corrupted ephemeral edge. Of course, that was hidden as well. Yeah, but that being hidden's fine, right? That probably should be hidden. The only way you're going to see it is... the only way you're going to get one of them that's like good. The chances of getting a good one there are slim to none. And if you do, it's going to come from Ultimatum and you're going to know to hit Alt. But I mean, I guess Valmask could follow the same rules, but the fact that it's not in there at all is weird, right? That's like it should be, that should be there. That should be there. Hiding 216 corrupted maps is so much harder than you think. Not that it's actually hard, it's just that it has to be updated on every filter in existence. It's such a pain in the ass. Right, hang on. I'll be back in just a moment. He's visited the bathroom. Right, I'm back. Alright, gotta go find this Warlock NPC. I'm still heavily against the fact that we have to find the NPC to get our points again, by the way. Just saying. I already did the quest, so just like be in town somewhere once I found you or something. I don't know. Be somewhere. Oh. I'm worried. I'm starting to get worried. The Warlock isn't going to be good enough. This feels like one of the best ways to possibly use Warlock. Like, Marina spills is good for Ubers. Look. I think if I was building an Uber farmer specifically, I don't think I would pick the Marionette build. But I did manage to kill some Ubers on it, and it was relatively easy to do comparatively to like other normal builds. Just so it's definitely capable of doing it. But I don't know if I would like intentionally call it an Uber killer. It's rather just a build that's capable of doing Ubers. Oh no. Rip. That's an ouch. That's just part of playing hardcore. She knew what she signed up for. Okay, everybody, I just want to look at the vendor. Go away. Nope. Nope. Sure, whatever.
Learning.
Come on, Warlock. Show up, Warlock. I need to use this whole Ascendancy. You're already weak as piss Ascendancy. I can't have it also not be fully in use. Uh-oh. Just hunting the Warlock. Are you it? Are you it? Nope, you're the Huntress again.
Tread softly.
You die rather well.
Tread softly.
Nope. Nothing we really need. Come on, Warlock. If anyone happens to see the Warlock while they're mapping, please let me know. This is fucking miserable. Oh. Fucking Huntress again.
Tread softly.
Don't think there was anything. Oh!
Just as I've been. None. Stop here.
Good catch. How did you see that? I was looking everywhere. Oh. Well, I'll take the perfect spider thing in case somebody wants that. I got skills. Working eyeballs. OP. OP. Okay. 7.2k life. Let's hope this works. 10k life. Yo. 33.7k. Twitch or YouTube better for view count? I get you subbed on both. I mean, wherever you want to be, really. Both is fine by me. Either is fine by me. Now, technically I could take one of these, but I don't think I care about any of them. Yeah, I literally don't care. Kind of gears are useful when the spell to some moment at indecision to level with. Axioms replicable. Yep, exactly those things. Nah, I don't. Like the minimap icons, they're not on this Ascendancy. They're on the other one. The Tincture Ascendancy. However, we did just gain like 3 and a bit K life. And like went from 25k to 33k on the tooltip. Our crit is 100%. Is it 100% without the crit strikes gem? Because that's what we really want. No, not yet. But it'll get there. It'll get there. 50% damage. It's definitely more than that. Because it also doesn't impale unless it crits. And that's not in the tooltip. And it's got 147% increased impale effect and 7 impales. It's real important to get that crit cap. Real important. You could even say it's critical. I don't think I could. Oh, since the build struggles for like the next 10 levels, I should really just like not do the downstairs, right? Like this makes it super difficult comparatively, like every tier, all the time. I should just skip this for 10 levels. Just grind maps, get some XP, right? Though I will say, I will still consider the build a failure if I'm like level 90 something and I still can't do the downstairs for my maps. Then that's bad. That's bad build. But I'm okay with the idea of skipping it to level, right? On some, especially on something that's so life, like important. Wow, that's actually already so much better. turns out impales are fantastic. I remember last time I ran this exact map, that boss took like so many more times to die. Two cooldown points instead of the shield. I mean, yeah, like the spell works with 2 cooldown points instead of a shield, but this whole build would fall apart without it. So Bladefall of Impaling specifically is very much about the impale. It is very, very much about the impale. Without the impale, it's incredibly weak. So it has a 10% base crit on it. Critical strike chance 10%. Right? But the important part is 147% impale effect. Critical strikes impale enemies on hit. Guaranteed impale if you're scaling crit. You don't need crit multi or nothing, just crit. So the shield is giving me 5% critical strike chance for spells per 100 maximum life and 5% increased spell damage per 100 maximum life. So that mixed with Warlock giving us flat scaling based on our life cost and flat scaling based on our life cost, making it blood magic, giving us a buttload of flat life there, gain added physical equal to 75% of the life cost, and then blood magic here since we're already blood magic to get 10% more life, dissolution of flesh for more life, etc, etc, etc. Right, we're just life scaling gives us everything we need except cast speed because of that shield. Replica Heartbreaker instead of cooldown point, maybe? Doesn't that just add chance to impale? I mean, it has a little bit of impale effect, but I can't imagine that that little bit of effect is worth giving up multiple levels, because we have, with the crit chance, we just have 100% chance to impale, right? So it's only the impale effect. And the gem comes with 140% impale effect already. So even the 20% impale effect or something that's on that weapon isn't like a lot in comparison. This is probably one of the more complicated builds. It's certainly the most complicated build I've run so far this league. Like, there's a lot of moving parts just to make it even function, and it might not even be good. It might not even be good by the time we get there, but it is the most interesting one I've done so far. Hey, I'm doing an SRS build. Is it still good? Yes. Are you about to start, or have you already started? Are you in trade, solo self-found? Is it your first character? What? Both versions are still really good. So if you've started poison, that's still great. You won't have a problem. But I do believe that the Guardian is better this league. So if you haven't started yet, I would suggest the Guardian, but Poison SRS is still great. Like, nothing happened to it. In fact, it got buffed as well, just not by as much as the Guardian did. The Guardian got buffed even more, but Poison's still great. As Guardian do more damage? So Guardian's problem in the past was that it was better early and significantly worse late. With the new Spectres and the way that it can scale damage, it's better early and a little bit better late. So it's still fine to be Poison. Poison also got massive buffs. So like it was good before and now it's even better. It's fine. You will not have any problem. It's still very good. Getting that Warlock node certainly made it look like our DPS is significantly better. I know we're only in white maps, but like compared to before I got that node, it does a lot more damage. One, two, three, four. Okay, so we should probably... I don't know if that more life mastery is actually worth it or not. Well, it's another more, right? So this is a more. That's a more. Well, this will tell me how much it gives me. It'll be 1,000 life. It'll be a little over 1,000 life for that one, which makes it definitely worth. It's just on a little tiny bit of a delay. I have to take 4 points to take it. Wonder how woke spell cascade would feel. And I'm gonna keep wondering, because we don't have one. Do you know someone with good heist guides on YouTube? I know nothing about heist at all. What makes Guardian SRS better? A little more survivability. A little more survivability. Super easy, really early game carry, like campaign and low tier maps, just from the Fireboy. He does more damage than any other class in the game at super low levels. And then on the end game, you reach poison cap on poison SRS. And that's just a cap, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can deal 36 million DPS, and then the game stops registering your damage, which is still very high, to be fair. But Guardian can go higher because it's not damage over time, so it doesn't get capped. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Spark, go away. I need to not take damage for a second. Thank you. I'm full again. And 130 million DPS. Jesus, yeah, the blink arrow stuff looks really good. But the dot is based on per hit, right? Not the total amount. The dot is based on the total amount. You can have 36 million DPS, dot DPS total on any target. That's it. Not per hit, total. It's basically the integer number. It's the 32-bit integer number or a 16-bit integer number. I forget which one. But it's recorded in damage per minute. It's recorded in damage per minute. And so when you reach the integer, the biggest number that it's allowed to hold in whatever the bit string that is, that's all it can hold. It doesn't. Same deal as the HP cap. They fixed that. There is no HP cap anymore. At least there is, but it's twice as high as it used to be, which is higher than anything can reach. They did it by adding an extra integer for overflow. Like there's just 2. Yeah, it was somewhat recent. Oh my god. Wait, I'm silly. Why am I using spell echo at all? What am I doing? Actually, fuck off. You're an idiot. Uh-oh.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
You are confused. Life will go on.
Take care.
Update Neversink did not know. I was wondering whether I should message him about it or not. Oh. Wait for it. Still my wanding year. One build before I make a wander. Yoink, my build now. Nice. What am I doing? I meant to stop and see if anyone has a leveled unleash. Why am I using spell echo? Unleash exists. What am I doing? Put him down. You made me what you wanted from. This is puppet. Nope. No idea. I think I got it. Whatever it was. Okay. Which is nice. Okay, come on. Come on. Come on. Ah. There was nowhere safe. I couldn't find somewhere to hide. I had to find somewhere to hide for just like 2 seconds. Do you still need the life tap? I mean, no, but it's a 300% mana multiplier. Like, it's a blood magic build now, so like I would use my life regardless, right? But you want the life cost to be as high as possible because of this node. Spells you cast yourself gain added physical damage equal to 75% of the life cost. So that makes life tap probably the best support I have. Probably shouldn't have faster casting purely because it's only a 110. Oh, Unleash is a 150. But now I've got Unleash and Spell Echo. That's wrong. What would we use instead of Spell Echo? I mean, you would use faster casting, but honestly, faster casting isn't even that good. Spell Cascade works, but since they changed Spell Cascade last league, it's basically trash in every build. It's basically trash in every build. Like, it's bad. It doesn't do any overlaps anymore, which is like what it was good at. So we don't want it anymore. There's a support that gives like intensity. What is that? Where are you? Intensity style support. Intensify. That's the one. That should be our links. Okay, it says it's lower than before. The tooltip is now lower than before. I don't know what just happened. Oh, it's faster casting. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I don't believe it. How does the Animate Guardian work, and should I be scared of him dying? Always. Should always be scared of him dying. Basically you put gear on him and he gives you buffs. All the buffs that came from the gear. And that keeps working unless he dies. In which case you lose all of the gear on him. Here's the thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I could have 9 empty red sockets. Does he rarely die? So mine never dies. But like, he is incredibly tanky. But it is possible for him to die. It's just not often. He dies mostly from separation anxiety. Kinda true though. It's sort of a joke, but also definitely not a joke. No, not bleed. Don't bleed me. Don't bleed me. Unbleed me. Okay, we're okay. I'll grab that for you in a second. If you take the gem out of the socket, does he lose his gear? No. No, he just de-summons. And next time you socket in any Animate Guardian gem and try and... you can just use the Animate Guardian skill in your hideout and he'll just come back. Fully geared. Okay, next level. Wait. Yeah, next level, I get the more life node. Yeah, in all of my Path of buildings, or at least in most of them, hopefully, there's like cheap setups as well. If you're worried about him, put him together a cheap setup. It doesn't cost very much. Play with him for a while. Know that because he's in the cheap setup, he's a little squishier than he would be in the expensive one. And then like get used to him where it doesn't matter if he dies. Kingmaker day one. I mean, you do whatever you want, right? I wish that spell totems weren't so shit. Like there's some spell totems that work, but like spell totem overall, like the support spell totem support is just such a shit support. No spell cascade? No, because I don't have the damage to take spell cascade. It doesn't overlap anymore, and therefore it hurts the damage. The idea will be spell cascade instead of crit strikes for mapping once I have enough life to be crit capped without it. Just not being crit capped is like half damage. Bye. Like you don't get impales. So I need more life first. Okay. All right, buddy. Woke Cascade would be so fucking good. I wonder where our Woke Cascade is. Yo. Don't take damage for a second. Okay. Don't know what less recovery does to me, to be honest. Val Grace might be a good panic button. Actually, yeah, that'd be great. Just avoiding damage for 2 seconds gives you all your life back. Yeah, that's actually great. I should definitely have a Val Grace button. I know I've said like 14 times this league. I don't use Val skills because I'll never remember to press them, but this is an exception. I'll put Val Grace on. See, I say stuff like that because I make OP builds. But then sometimes you make a build, not OP. Maybe it needs some help. You're asking for it back. Don't you know where you get the nerve? This is more damage than I thought it would have. At this stage. By a little over double what I was guessing. Huh. This isn't gonna end up good, is it? Look, I pre-named this Baylor Makes Bad Builds. I wasn't prepared for it to be successful. Real, the gloves would be good, right? Nope. Don't need them. I already have 100% chance to impale, and I already have nearly 200% increased effective impale. A Watcher's Eye for +2 impale. That would be insane. Probably need to get out of tier 6 before we call that. Like, okay, but I know, like, I'm familiar with the scaling that I'm gonna do, and I said this will be absolutely trash until I'm up to like 12 to 15k life, but I'm only at 10k life, and it's already doing better than I thought it was gonna do at 15, which is promising. Let's remember I have an entire support gem to add as well, because I'm using crit strikes now while I've got low life just to keep the crit cap. focus on doing every map so that I can max the Atlas tree. So focus is a strong word. If you haven't already done them, the Eder and Exarch quests are your main focus because they get you 2 watchstones. So we should be trying to progress into higher tiers and following those quest chains so that we can get our watchstones. But the secondary priority is getting completion after that. So you will hit points where you're like, oh, I don't have the any tier 10s and I need a tier 10 for this next part. But then you'll look and you'll be like, oh, I've got 4 tier 9s that need completion. Or maybe you've got no tier 9s that are new. But you're like, oh, I've got 5 or 6 tier 8s that need completion. And then, so you run those, and then those give you a few tier 9s that you need for completion for, and you run those, and then those give you some tier 10s, and you can continue going on the quest. Oh, my balls! Get out of here. Why do I leave you on my speakers sometimes? I don't know, but at this point I take no responsibility. I feel like that's on you and you should know better. I think that's fair at this point. Yeah, I nearly had a big problem. Was it from shock because I yelled? I nearly died though. I don't even have speakers. I don't know if it's even possible to have speakers and be a streamer. I wonder if it is somehow possible to stream with speakers on without like everybody hearing like horrible feedback. It is, but it's different set up. Cody does? Who's Cody? Wait, is Cody Co-Carnage? If it is, I didn't know his real name. Some streamers say they have voice playback in their headphones when they talk. That's me. I do that. I can hear my voice in my headset. Which is fine and all, but it would be really nice to just not have a headset on at all. That would be the best setup. Oh god, you get used to hearing your own voice. You get used to it eventually. It's just, it's way better for like production in general. Like you don't end up with a muted mic by accident usually. You can balance your voice against the sounds that are happening in game and whatnot. Okay, I can't believe I've taken every mastery, but there's an extra 1,000 life. Lol. Okay, is that actually worth it though? 11,700. $11,300. It is. Had to make sure. It'll become better in time as well because there's multiple. Yeah. Yep. I have never taken all 6 life masteries before. Ever. That's never happened. Oh cool, a Toxic Rainbow. I love Toxic Rain. I played it 8 leagues in a row as the Voidborn Reliquary gear just opened. Nice. Does anybody know where our woke cascade is? Core might be holding it. Okay, I'll have to hit him up when he's next around, see if he's actively using it or if it's just sitting somewhere. I should also check for like woke brutality, woke unleash, See if we have like any of those things anywhere. The one thing I did find out doing this character right here is that apparently there's a challenge for allocating every single Ascendancy in every single class, because I got it for when I allocated the last Warlock point, because it's the only thing no one plays. Okay, okay. Relax. There we go. But the challenge and requires to allocate all of the points from one of 3 Ascendancies. Surely I've done that. Unless I just got completion on like that part of the challenge, but now it's like, you know, 3 out of 1 required or whatever. What do people do if they're done with League? Like done playing PoE for the League, or like done being in our private league? So those are 2 different answers. League let it rot in standard. Some people let it rot in standard. Some people do a Hail Mary gamble to see if they're going to do like one last big build or something. They'll grab like liquidate everything and see if they can like gamble their way to an amount of currency, like gamble mirror cards with all of their stuff, and if they end up with like 3 mirrors, then they go, okay, well, I'll build one big end build, then I'll do one more because now I'm disgusting. But if it fails, like it's probably going to, they just quit. That's a thing a lot of people do when they're ready to be done. Because that way, if you do gamble your way to 3 mirrors or something like that, you can be like, oh fuck yeah, all right, I will do one more build. And it'll be a disgusting build.
with energy, exile. Packed with energy.
And then mothering with the compass and sex and stuff. I mean, you definitely don't need to do like the MF stuff. But yeah, that's fine. You can be done. People can be done whenever they want. Sometimes even if it's the best league ever, you can just be burned out. Just be like, nah, I don't feel like it anymore. Hundreds of reasons. Lots of the games of the genre too. Yep. Torchlight's been super fun. Last Epoch soon. That one's... I think we're going to have to go hard on Last Epoch when that launches. It's just... It's the new hotness. How could I not, right? $12.50 good night. Wait, really? Holy fuck. My bad. I didn't realize it was that late. I forgot to take my medication this morning. No wonder I have no sense of what fucking time it is. Have you played LE yet? Yeah, several hundred hours. It was really good. I haven't played a lot in the last year or two. I've played a little, but not a lot. Mostly just waiting for it to be like ready to be released. But I played a ton when it first launched beta. I am personally responsible for many nerfs in their original beta form. Had one of the developers on the podcast and everything. I thought we were going longer because back to work soon. I'm trying to keep a responsible sleeping schedule. I've been pretty good at it since I started taking drugs. I really should say medication. I really should say medication when I say that. I've been really good at sleeping since I started taking drugs. Drugs are bad, okay? So don't do drugs. So there'll be more for me.
With energy. Packed with energy.
That'll sound really weird if that's not exactly what he was referencing, but that's fine. Fine, we'll keep him. In case somebody wants +1 Alga Mortis. This fucking thing. Just stand the ground. Why do I keep picking that up? Thought you're grinding to 90 to see if he needs to play a new build. Honestly, the damage is coming along real nice, so I'm hoping it's okay, to be honest. I'm hoping it ends up okay. Let's have a quick look. Any. Damn. No woke unleashes. One woke brutality, which I want. Castmaster has. That's a fucking shocker. And no woke spell cascade either. If I have a woke unleash, yeah. I don't know where it is though. It's not on trade. So when I say none, I don't mean there's zero, just that there are 0 available. For me to yoink. Yoink. I also don't currently have a good amulet or an anoint on it. What would I even anoint? Surely you just end up anointing like a 10% life note or something, right? Like that one. Well, that's a gold. So probably not. I mean, I think that's what you end up anointing. Impale, unless there's an impale node. There's lots of masteries. 10% impale effect. 25% overwhelm and impale effect though. Could also be cast speed. Nah. None of those. Definitely not. The recover doesn't do anything with dissolution. 12% recoup is all that is. If I was going to recoup, I'd take that one. But I only need 40% total. So if I get a better more, like if I get a 20% more, I only need one of these recoup rings. The other one can go. Which is good because if I like this build enough, then the other ring will end up being made into a vulnerability on hit ring, so that I can just have vuln automatically. Whispers of Doom is tempting, but I'd have to have a really good reason for it. Will of Blades would actually be a great anoint. It's just 40% crit and 20% damage. But that really only matters until I'm crit capped without crit strikes, and then like we don't care about the multi. This is an impale build. Doesn't matter. without crit strikes, we're only at 80% crit right now, so we need 20% more, which is, well, let's see. If I did it by just life, I would need 200% more increased crit. If we did it by just life, which would be 2,000 more life. Is that all? Wait, am I dumb? Do I only need 2,000 more life to get crit cap? That can't be right. 5% per 100. So 50% per 1,000. 4,000. 4,000 more life. So 16k. If we can hit 16k, we're crit capped without crit strikes. Base crit is 10%. So 16,000 is the magic number. That's 16,000 is the magic number because, like, not only obviously crit and a bunch more spell damage as well. That's 200% increased spell damage as well. But also we just get to literally have another support gem. Which I think is Cascade. It's definitely Cascade for mapping, but I don't know what it ends up being. Oh. Intensify. Is there an intensify? Oh, I want a caster mastery. Ooh. How the fuck can I get a caster mastery? I can't. It's too much travel. There's not enough life over here. Oh no. Okay. That's fine. Oh, which is just travel, yeah. Not worth it, I think. Although, I have run out of life nodes to take real soon. But I haven't really. Because the big trick here is going to be jewels. Like good jewels. Including a cluster jewel. But there should be a helmet craft for me. I think this is way too important. Oh. $11.9k. 12k. Okay, cool. Forgot about that. It wasn't very much extra, but it was some. Oh wow, this helm actually gets so much better. Like gloves as well. Sure. Can craft a better chest? Probably. This was Like, I don't even have Eldritch implicits. I can definitely craft better boots. I can definitely craft a better pair of gloves as well, to be honest. Like, this doesn't even have a life roll, right? The ideal situation is that my prefixes are energy shield, life. And then this one would be percent energy shield, life, movement speed prefixes, which is what it is, which is great. But then the suffix would be like 70% chance to avoid shock, so that I can get shock avoid from just the jewel, giving me immunity to everything. Obviously, I want a belt that's got tier 1 life on it, like proper good life rolls as well. The perfect Val Regalia would not be a destroyed Regalia. It would be a Val Regalia, and it would just be energy shield, energy shield, energy shield, right? No life on that. So like, there's tons of growing room, but we threw together what we had access to first, just to see if the build is worth building gear for, basically. Like, is it worth it? Does it have legs? And I'm still don't have an answer for that, and I'm not going to until I'm probably close to at least 90. I'm running the percent life mastery. I'm running all the life masteries. I'll also want to try and get a there's another 4% more maximum life there I can get, a better dissolution of flesh. There's also the option of not going dissolution of flesh at all, if I can get enough life without it, and using the recovery amulet instead to be very, very, very tanky. But we do lose a fairly decent chunk of damage by just losing life. Like, so that's sort of the backup. Yeah, it's so the two I was going to use anyway, right? The two I was going to use anyway in this build. So it's really only 4 points for 10% more life. Which in this instance, with everything scaling off life, that's 2.5% more life per point. So that's worth it. Those are, right now, they're the equivalent of like 8.5% life nodes each, which is great. We would obviously take them, but they're also more multipliers. So the more life I take around the place, the more efficient they'll get. So it was worth doing, but it's also weird. I've never taken all 6 of them before. It's definitely weird. I also really want to lose this. I can. I didn't think I could. Yoink yoink. 12,500 life. Let's go. I didn't think I could. Getting there, but I am about to be out of life nodes. There's one more 6% there. Check. Oh, 700. Okay, that yep, okay. I'll need to fix suffixes on that, I think. Has to do something. Man, the stats on this one are helping me so much though, aren't they? Yeah, they are. 700 instead of 580 will be quite good. That'll be more. Oh no, that's 700. Yeah, it's got 30% quantity already. Yep, keep that. I could sacred it. Let's not. Let's not. Mageblood is the slow ramp. I was like, it's not even that slow. Every single time I get a level, I'm like, yo, it got so much better. An hour to double everything, right? And we're getting close. We're now at 83% spell crit without crit strikes. Like, we're headed there. We're headed there quite well. Well, we'll definitely be getting rid of crit strikes tomorrow. Right? Like that is for sure happening. So that's a whole nother support as well. And I think that what I really, really want, tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Use a diamond to get rid of the support. I actually don't need a diamond anymore, but I don't want to rely on a diamond flask. But yeah, what I really, really want is to have good enough gear to use the new amulet that gives you life per red socket. And so if we look at this, I'm not using that gem. I'm going to have vulnerability on hit. So I will need to keep flame dash, faster attack, shield charge. I need these gems. That's it. So that could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That could be 11 red sockets for 40 flat life each. Giving me 440 extra flat life that is then multiplied by my like 270% life. That is then multiplied by my 10% more life there and my 26% more life there and my 10% more life mastery. Oh, sorry, is it 48 each? My bad. I just don't know if this is an adorned build. Right? I just don't know if this is an adorned build. I know everyone's real excited about it adorned, but like, I mean, I could take that dual socket. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. I'm going to have like 6 jewels total. And that's if I take some 3-pointers as well. And realistically, one of them really needs to stay Storm Shroud. And so if I put Adorned in as well as Storm Shroud, I end up with 5 sockets that are magic to use. But if I have rare jewels in those 5 sockets, then what I can do is become like, I can get like life cast speed, impale effect. That's it. That is 5 times 15% max. The thing is, I wouldn't even want, I've got so much percent. It might be that flat is better. Don't know. A lot of items, whatever cast speed you can get. Yeah, which is definitely my like weakest bit, right? Like it's not the worst. It's definitely not as bad as I thought it would be. But it could definitely be better. Yeah, cast speed is the number one that I would take. Absolute number one. I think the answer would be percent, by the way, though, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 red sockets for that thing. Like, that's a lot of... It has to be like 4%. Yes. But if you're timesing it by like 150%, then it's like 10% per. And if we look right now, my cast speed modifier is 18%. So if you put 4 of those in and you get 50% additional, that's so much cast speed when it's this low. Like when your base is this low, that's an incredibly large amount of DPS. If I was already anywhere near spell stuff, you know, and we had just the casual 40 or 50% spell cast speed that you get just by like being around the place, like it's easy to not realize, right? But like, you know, there's 5% on this node and there's 5% on this node, and if you travel through here you get 5%, and then you're like, oh, I'll take that one cast speed wheel, and in your brain you've only taken one cast speed wheel, and you're like, there's 4, 4, 10. But you haven't just taken 4, 4, 10. You've taken 6 other 4 nodes and 3 other 5 nodes just in like the travel area. So you end up with like 50, 60% cast speed just naturally by existing in the casting area. I get none of that, which is a problem. It is currently a problem. It'll be the biggest problem to overcome. But again, what I'm loving about the private league, problems to overcome. So I'm gonna run. It is the bedtime. It's actually the bedtime an hour and a half ago, like at the latest. My bad. Damn it, I was planning on playing some Torchlight this afternoon. I need to play some more